See, hello everyone. I think we're still not transmitting to Facebook. But welcome to the Estoril circuit. We are at the Estoril Classics, the biggest event of classic cars and historic racing in Portugal and probably in the Iberian Peninsula. I'm Adelino Diniz and I'll be commentating the event with my good friend Alistair Douglas in England. He has a great deal of experience doing live commentary for this event, historic racing. And Alistair, I think we all would like to hear something from you.
Good morning, Adelino. Yes, from England, I am watching the live stream pictures, which I'll be able to commentate on for the races with your help, with your knowledge of historic racing, particularly in Portugal. A wonderful country with a huge history in racing and rallying, Adelino.
Yes, and don't forget the weather. The weather is absolutely spectacular today. I actually am very proud of this. This is a great way to receive all the competitors that drove through the pandemic restrictions, and everyone here is taking, of course, all the precautions very seriously. Everyone wearing a mask and having the safety distance. But still we are able to enjoy motor racing. It's a pity that we will not have public at seeing the event at the circuit. But this is the next best thing, which means we will have a complete transmission, live stream transmission from all the races of this incredible weekend.
Indeed, yes. We have a wonderful selection of races which we're going to see over the next 2 days. We're starting off with a demonstration of Group B rallying, something which had a great history in Portugal. We're then moving on to our first race, which will be the Greatest Trophy. And we also have Grand Prix cars out on track middle afternoon, and then we move to some endurance racing, and we've got Group C cars on track as well today, and we finish off with what I'm sure will be one of the highlights of the whole event, the 60s endurance race, which is 2 hours of on-track racing for what is an enormous entry, Adelino. It's tremendous to see all those cars in the paddock.
Yes, it is. Actually, it's like passing through decades of history, of motor racing history, where we can see cars from the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and even some of them earlier on this century. So it's really we always learn a lot when we are strolling around a paddock full of these precious historic cars. And the mood here is, even though I've talked with some of the drivers, and even though they regret being without the audience because they like people around, and it of course makes all the difference, but they are happy with it. I think they are particularly pleased with the weather, which actually the forecast says we'll have at least 24 degrees Celsius, and there is not a single cloud in the sky. It's a very blue sky. And yeah, this is Estoril and Cascais for you, and I'm really sorry I'm not able to share this with you, Alistair. We could have a coffee and later on a beer. That would be wonderful, but probably we'll have to wait for next year.
Indeed, yes, and I'm also very sorry not to be there enjoying the fantastic atmosphere of Estoril with all these lovely cars. And we also have not just cars out on track today, we've also got a demonstration of motorcycles as well, something which I freely admit I have very little knowledge of. So we have Rui Belmont coming in, I believe, to talk to us about the motorcycles on track. So we have something for everyone.
Yes, Rui will be right here next to me, and he will be certainly highlighting the best and most important aspects of some of the motorbikes that will be demonstrating here at the track in Estoril. I have to say that I've been looking at them, and some of them look really, really strange. Very small bikes with probably very little engines also, and with rev counters that go to 18,000 RPMs. So that should be interesting, and also should be very sonorous. It's going to be incredible. They should provide some incredible background with the sound of the engines.
Well, the bike exhibition today is at 15:55 UK and Portugal time. That's 16:55, I think, European time. So that is today for 15 minutes at 15:55. Tomorrow, the motorcycles are out twice, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. So we will have a great chance to see them on track today and tomorrow. I believe we're moving now to our Group B exhibition, which should be out on track any time now. Not racing, but an exhibition. And Rui, we were talking earlier about the history of rallying in Portugal. It's a great sport around the world, but Portugal enjoyed much success in the World Rally scene a few years ago.
Yes, Portugal has had it was one of the benefits of actually having to wait so long to have a permanent circuit that in Portugal in mainland it only it was the Estoril track that was inaugurated in 1972. Which means that since the beginning of the motor racing in Portugal, we had to be very imaginative to actually find places where we could race. And rally was very easy because we could use the roads we already had. And so that became very, very popular, and with very different types of rallies. Some of them were, of course, scratch rallies, but usually there were touristic rallies with some special stages where the best drivers and the most powerful cars would come on top. But then in 1967, there was a different project, at the time sponsored by the TAP, the company, the Portuguese flagship aeronautical company. That was the first international TAP rally. And that was the beginning of the rally of Portugal, of the Portuguese rally, that has been considered throughout the years as usually one of the best, if not the best, rallies of the championship. And so, yes, there was the Rally of Portugal, took a whole week. And I know that some people closed their companies for a week, and they would just follow the rally around the country in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s. So it was really, really crazy. And of course, you all remember the images of the public just avoiding, opening up as the cars were passing through. Fortunately, these days of excess are over, and now the Portuguese rally is one of the safest and still one of the favorites for drivers and teams.
Yes, it has. You have great terrain in Portugal with for rallying, particularly with your mountain roads. And having driven up some of those roads many years ago, I was amazed that the rally cars were able to pass over them, because some of them were very rough indeed. But then that is part of rallying, is the aspect of the car being really tested to the limit. And I'm watching some pictures now of the cars preparing, I think, to come out on track. And I noticed that we've got a mixture of cars. These certainly aren't all Group B cars. We've got some earlier Group 4 cars, and one very close to my heart, which is coming out on track shortly, is the Mark II Escort in the Andrews Heat for Hire colours, which was the sponsor for Russell Brooks, who I can class as somebody I knew and a very good friend of my brother's. And unfortunately, Russell Brooks died not that long ago, but he was a great driver in the UK mainly, and partly in Europe as well. I see his car, but we've got on track at the moment the Mark II Escort, which certainly predates, does it not, Adelino, the Group 4 class, sorry, the Group B class, which we are going to see as well.
Yeah, this is lovely just to see those cars dancing around on the main straight of Estoril. Because since 1972, the Estoril track played an important role in the Portuguese rally, because traditionally Estoril was always the finish, the final destination of the Portuguese rally, and then you would arrive at the casino and there was a prize giving, all very fancy and very elegant and glamorous, and the last épreuve was actually a slalom that was done near the casino. But since the Autódromo do Estoril was on point, it started being used for this slalom. So the slalom of the Autódromo is something that is celebrated in this event. I think you're going to like the Opel Kadett GTE. It's usually one of the most elegant dancers in this event. I saw it a couple of years ago and I loved the way it moved around, very precise around. See?
Very good indeed, yes. And I see that he has a passenger in there with taking the obligatory photographs with the camera on the phone as he dances this car around. Oh, he's just caught the cone there, so slight misjudgment from the driver, but great skill to keep the car moving all the time by applying steering lock, but also throttle to spin the rear wheels so that the car slides around these cones. And by what you've just given us, the short history of the rallies in Portugal, it seems that perhaps this was what happened in the final stages of the Portuguese rally. They came to Estoril and did a slalom.
Yes, it always finished with this. Usually it wouldn't decide anything, of course. The Portuguese rally traditionally was a rally that was always decided on the road and not really on the special stages. This was a spectacular moment that incited the passion of everyone. The grandstands would be completely full just to see those cars dancing around, and with the amazing drivers of that period. I'm remembering, of course, Mark Wallen, which is the record holder of the number of wins. I think there are 5, but one of our someone in the audience can actually correct us with this. But and also Walter Roll, but also the French drivers of the Alpine Berlinettas. Like Darniche and Jean-Luc Terrier and many others that came here. Some of them won the rally, like Jean-Luc. But all of this, the Simo Lampinen with the Lancia Fulvia, and this is very, very early history of the Portuguese rally, from the 1967 to, let's say, 71. And then the rally became a feature of the European Rally Championship, and then of the World Championship, which I think would be 73 onwards. And so you had the team, the works teams from Alpine Renault and from Lancia. And also some very good entries from Portugal. Actually, we had a winner with a Citroën DS, one of the, I think, 2 wins that the Citroën DS achieved in one of the main rallies. And yes, it's full of wonderful history with the BMW 02 series, the Ford Escorts Mark I. Yeah, wonderful, wonderful times. But yeah, those cars are very near the Group B era. Actually, the Mark II Escort in the I think the final year of homologation was actually a Group B car, even though it couldn't really compete with the four-wheel drive wonders of the time.
No, that's absolutely right. The Ford Escort started in Mark I form many years before, in the late 60s really, but came to prominence in the 70s, and right through to the early 1980s it was still winning rallies, and won the World Championship with Ari Vatanen driving in the Mark II Escort, which we've just seen. We've now moved to the next era of rallying, and this is the car really that changed the face of rallying forever, until they banned four-wheel drive perhaps. This is the car that really started the change from two-wheel drive, either rear or front wheel drive, to four-wheel drive, and this is the Audi Quattro, which came on the scene, and some people laughed at the idea because it was quite a big heavy car with the engine sticking right out at the front. It wasn't the best setup in terms of weight distribution for rallying, but because of the four-wheel drive, it just absolutely dominated with drivers like Hanno Mikkola and Stig Blomqvist. And Audi went right through into the Group B era. Unfortunately, it seems that Audi has a problem. He's done a quick turn around the cone, but I don't know whether those gentlemen are push starting or pushing him out of the way. I fear that it's being pushed away, so that may be a technical problem for the Audi. In fact, it looks like there's a little bit of smoke coming out from under the bonnet. That could indicate that the clutch has given up. So four-wheel drive came in with Audi particularly. They were the first manufacturer to bring four-wheel drive into rallying, but very soon afterwards, the other manufacturers realized that they needed to design and develop four-wheel drive cars to remain competitive. One of the last, and we don't have a list of entries, I don't think, Adelino, for this, but one of the last cars which was successful in two-wheel drive form was the Lancia 037. I know a car close to your own heart.
It is actually, it's soldier on. It was a car that still continued the idea of a prototype for rallies that was probably initiated with the Lancia Stratos, also a very special car and perhaps the king of the Group 4 cars. But the Lancia 037, which, well, it was developed around Lancia Beta Monte Carlo, it was violently beautiful. It was on edge, and it was really, really fast, even against the four-wheel drive machines, particularly on the tarmac rallies. It was impressive and very, very fast. And so it was perhaps a bit more pure, particularly when you see the Audi always pushing the front end with the 5-cylinder engine pushed ahead, as you said. And so, yes, the Lancia is one of my favorite Group B cars, particularly because it was only a two-wheel drive car. But just turning again on the Audi, I just like to remember, of course, the wonderful victory of Michel Mouton and Fabrizio Pons on the Rally of Portugal in 1982. It is not very common that a lady driver and, of course, a female team wins outright a rally. That was a very impressive rally too. And Michel Mouton was not only a very beautiful brunette, but also a very, very handy driver. And we are happy to have her on the Roll of Honor of the Portuguese rally, of course.
And Michel Mouton is now at the head of world rallying in the FIA, which controls international motorsport. She really is in charge of what goes on in world rallying these days, and that comes from her massive experience as a driver, as you say, in the World Championship, also in international rallies in the UK. We saw her over here in the Audi on many occasions, and she was very, very fast indeed. As the Porsche 911 makes its way through the slalom and now out onto the first turn of the Estoril circuit, the black Porsche. Porsche mainly in rallying were competitive on tarmac, although they also competed on gravel as well and did have successes. But not a car you would think would naturally be a rally car, but it had its first success driven by the wonderfully experienced Vic Elford, who decided that the Porsche 911 would make a great off-road car, and he convinced a UK Porsche dealer to lend him a car, and he went and did a rallycross event, the first rallycross event ever in the world, which took place in 1967 due to the foot and mouth disease we had in the UK at the time, which meant that rallying was banned at the time. And from there, really, Porsche developed in motorsport in all forms, including, of course, the most wins at Le Mans and many more wins in rallying over the years. On track now, we've got the Mark II Escort again, this one with the slightly different nose shape on it, which was the RS 2000, using a 2-litre engine. And we saw the Opel Kadett showing great skill around the cones earlier, Adelino. This driver also has great skill, doesn't he?
Yes, I think it's João Grosso, which is a very experienced driver here in Portugal, but I'm not sure. There are lots of talented drivers here, particularly in rallies. They were always very competitive and with the right equipment. But yes, this lovely. I think the RS 2000 was also a very competent Group 1 car and Group 2. Particularly, but of course the powerful Group 4 cars are the ones that we all dream about, isn't it?
Yes, the different levels of rallying over the years. The Group 1 were what we always call showroom cars, very close to the specification you could buy to drive on the road. Group 2 and 3 and 4 were different specifications and modification. In rallying, Group 4 preceded Group B in terms of the highest modification allowed within the regulations. And the car we saw earlier in the Andrews Heat for Hire yellow and blue livery, that was a car presented in Group 4 specification with the wide wheel arches and so on. And certainly in the UK, yes, the Escort RS 2000, very successful in Group 1 rallying in the hands of many, many different drivers. And we're just seeing that car returning to the far side of the circuit. And turning to Group B rallying, which followed with these cars like the Lancia 037, but later the Lancia Delta S4, the Peugeot 205 Turbo 16, the RS 200 from Ford. These cars were very, very highly modified, very fast. And that's really what, in the end, decided that Group B rallying needed to be stopped, because we had some very serious accidents around the world. The one in particular, which Henry Toivonen and his co-driver Sergio Cresto lost their lives, was really the catalyst for stopping Group B rallying in 1986. But sadly, you also had a very serious accident in Portugal with an RS 200 which left the road, and that was another case where the organisers decided the cars needed to be slowed down.
Yeah, that's true. It was at Lagoa Azul stage, which is very near the Autódromo where I'm sitting, and it was very unfortunate because there were even casualties also in the audience. The driver and the co-driver were unharmed this time, but it was, of course, it actually was another argument to explain that the Group B cars had become too fast and a bit dangerous, even for the best drivers, because we have to remember that Ari Vatanen also had a very big accident in Argentina in '85. So even when the cars were not at the at their most powerful versions that they reached in '86 with close to 600 brake horsepower, which is unimaginable. At the time, it was really unimaginable. But they were already very fast and dangerous before. So we understand. I think we need to celebrate that period that was perhaps a bit turned out to be a bit crazy, but the cars were sensational, and particularly the Audi Sport Quattro that we could hear miles before the car arrived in front of you. They were with a thunderous engine sound. The Delta S4 was amazingly fast. And I think the Peugeot ended up being the most balanced one, even though it was, as the others were, it was clearly a prototype for rallies. So that's what it is, with lots of Kevlar components, with a big fuel engine and the engine position behind the seats. So it had actually not much to do with the production car. So yeah, it was a good time, an emotional, very emotional time, and very passionate one. But then there were the Group A's that at first they seemed very slow and not so exciting, but then they became better and better. And a few years later, the Lancia Integrale, the Toyota Celica, and also other cars like the Mazda 323 and many other cars that appeared were also very interesting and very fast.
Yes, indeed. And in the Group A era, Ford brought along their Sierra Cosworth, which started off in four-wheel drive form, but they also used the two-wheel drive version of it. And that was very successful, mainly, again, like the Porsche, really, in tarmac rallying, but also it was driven on the loose through the forests and the tracks, the forests in Britain, the tracks in Portugal and other places. And we see on track again now the Escort Mark II, which is finished in the colours of British driver Russell Brooks, Andrew's Heat for Hire, his long-term sponsor. And Russell had much success, particularly in the national scene in the UK. He was British champion, but he also did compete overseas. And that car now moving away from the slalom area. And back onto the slalom now comes the Porsche 911. And judging by the absorbent material that's been put down on the circuit there, that I suspect that's the Audi has dropped some oil, because it started off its run and then stopped very quickly. And we did see some smoke coming from that, so I'm afraid it looks like the Audi might have damaged something quite seriously as the Porsche heads off onto the...
Usually usually the Audi, the transmission is probably the weakest part of it, particularly if it is a road car converted to some extra work like these slaloms. But yeah, let's hope it's easy to fix, and that the car will be back on the road as quickly as possible.
Yes, it certainly looked as though it was some sort of transmission failure on the Audi, which is a shame. The Porsche uses a rear engine configuration, rear wheel drive, as you can see as the tyres smoking there as he spins those rear wheels, was ideal for racing, and as I mentioned earlier, for rallying as well. We saw a wonderful period in rallying where Rothmans were sponsoring Porsche in racing and in rallying, and the cars were finished in the iconic blue and white livery as the Porsche makes its way down towards turn one. And we can see
those
they were.
And but Porsche also developed a four-wheel drive system, of course, but it was used to better effect on the rally rides with the Porsche 959. It was very successful, winning the Paris-Dakar and a couple of other rallies in Africa. And it was a system that Porsche also adopted for their production models, starting from the 964 generation.
Yes, you mentioned rally raids, which, as you say, the four-wheel drive Porsche did very well in, and that also was a place where a number of the Group B rally cars, which could no longer be used in rallying, were converted into rally raid cars, and we saw drivers such as Ari Vatanen and Jackie Ickx doing rally raids, and also Group B cars were used very much in rally cross as well, and we saw cars with well over the 600 brake horsepower you mentioned in rallying, which when they were converted for rally cross, I believe the power was pushed up nearer towards 800 brake horsepower to compete on the short circuits of rallycross.
Yes, Peugeot adapted their program with 205 Turbo 16 for the African rallies, and they did very well. And after the 205, they also produced the 405 Turbo 16 for the rally rides, and also to beat the record in Pikes Peak, driven by Ari Vatanen. But I think in rallycross, I recollect that the Lancia Delta S4 was used, but I think the most successful one was probably the car better suited for the 1987 Group B Temporada, if there was one. That was probably the Ford RS 200, a very, very well thought out and developed car that had its first year in '86 and was not very successful, but I think in '87 it would have proven a winner, as it showed in rallycross.
Yes, indeed. The Ford RS 200 won its first event here in the UK and proved, as you say, be very successful, although unfortunately it came a little too late to compete on the world stage, because by then Group B rallying was being wound down after the horrible accidents that we had. As I mentioned, Henry Toivonen killed in Corsica in 1986 in the Lancia, and that really was the final part of Group B rallying. And we saw also the Lancia 037, which sadly Attilio Bettiger lost his life in as well, which put this all together with the accident you had in Portugal, and Group B was banned at the end of 1986, which was really meant that the Ford RS 200 had not been properly developed and never really took part in Group B rallying at the front, but then moved into rally cross and was hugely successful.
It was Group B was not alone in a series that the cars became so powerful that they had to be banned, because in other periods of history this also happened, particularly if of course you remember this, but the Silver Arrows from Mercedes-Benz and Auto Union, the cars were also incredibly powerful Grand Prix cars with very skinny tires. I still have in my memory the idea that sometimes in hill climbs they would use 2 pairs of wheels on each side just to get the brake horsepowers into the ground. So that was also very mad, and they would use aviation fuel. So and probably other strange things in the fuel, so that it became even more explosive. So that also was toned down a bit in the late 30s, and we also had the Can-Am period of the 1971-72 with Porsche experimenting with turbo engines that could have more than 1,000 1,200 brake horsepower. So that was really madness and all the time. But of course, we all remember this because those are the cars that really stick to your mind as the most powerful and menacing. And yeah, the motor racing is risky, and the closer you get to the risk, sometimes the more exciting it is. But it is what it is.
Yes, indeed. We'll see during the weekend of racing some examples of cars which were very successful in their time, and that often involved putting large engines in them and make them go faster. But in other cars, it was when we see the classic endurance racing, we'll see some smaller engine cars which were almost as quick, and they really depended upon being very light and very good handling cars. Whereas with the Porsche Can-Am car you mentioned, and we'll see an example of the McLaren Can-Am car, although with a different engine, racing later. That was much more about power from the engine.
Indeed, those were also early times for aerodynamics, which would take a much more important role afterwards. And that would change everything, because suddenly the faster the car went, the more aerodynamic support it would have. So and that really changed everything. And of course we saw this first in Formula One, but soon even the sports cars and endurance racing were also trying to get a bit of that magical pressure to go faster in the corners.
Yes, and one of the very earliest designers to see the benefit of aerodynamics was an American, Jim Hall, who built the Chaparral cars. And when they appeared on the racing scene, they looked like spaceships because they had these sort of weird wings and bodywork on them. But of course, very quickly, Formula One designers, particularly Colin Chapman, picked up, with his Lotus mark, picked up the benefits of aerodynamics, and very quickly that in itself became a problem, because the way that the aerodynamics were fitted to the cars proved not to be strong enough, and the wings would break, and there was once again a very quick change in regulations to account for that. But we now see cars, particularly in Formula One and in sports car racing, which are entirely designed around the aerodynamics. And unfortunately, it's meant the cars have become very similar, because when you optimize a design, there's only one best design. So the computer program tells you how to make your car look. And unfortunately, it becomes very similar to the next car, which is also trying to get the best aerodynamics. We're seeing now some repeats of the slaloms we saw from our friends in the Opel and the Escort, who did a particularly good job of doing circles around the cones on the main straight there. But I think, Adelino, we're shortly going to be moving to our first race, which I imagine is being prepared on the track as we speak.
Yes, we should in 10 minutes start the greatest trophy, and we are seeing the cars being prepared now for Escorts and Ford Capris.
We're seeing some cars in the pits now, aren't we? Which they're going to be racing later on. These are cars in the Heritage Touring race, the Heritage Touring Cup, and we're getting a flavour of the number of cars that are there at Estoril for this weekend as we look into those garages. And the very large garages are absolutely packed with beautiful looking cars. We're now looking, or we will shortly be looking at a Jaguar, which is the XJR10, to be driven by the boss of the McLaren Formula One team, Zak Brown, sharing with Scottish driver Dario Franchitti, who was very successful in America, racing in the open wheel races out there, but had to stop racing after a very large accident, but has subsequently had some surgery and is back racing again in historics. And we'll be seeing those cars out later on.
The Dario Franchitti won the Indianapolis 500 for 3 times, and he was 4 times the champion of the kart, the Indy series. So he was incredibly successful. He's one of the most successful drivers on this series, and one of the few that actually won the most important American race for 3 times. He will be also racing a Ford Capri in the celebration of the touring car championship later on. But I think next we will have the greatest trophy, which is dedicated to the sports cars and GTs of the 1950s and 60s.
Yes, we are, and this race will be over 40 minutes. And we've got examples of the great marks in sports car racing from the 1960s and 1970s, including a number of examples of the Ferrari mark, and we can see the cars coming out onto the track behind the safety car, and it will be the car of Nicky Pastorelli, who will be on pole position in a British car, the Lister Costin Jaguar from 1959. The Lister, a mark which saw great success in sports car racing through the 50s and into the 60s. This particular one, which you can see coming out onto the track, the car number 34, had bodywork designed by the brother of the man that was the COS of Cosworth, Costin, but this Costin was Frank Costin, and he was an aerodynamicist, and he helped design the bodywork on this Lister, which is fitted in with the Jaguar engine, and that car now is following the safety car around the circuit. The car alongside on the front row will be the Bizzarini, with a 5.3 litre engine from 1965, that driven by Dirk Ebeling, and that's the red car, number 68, you can see, which will start alongside. On the second row, we've got an example of the Porsche mark, and this is Hippolito Perez in the Porsche 904 GTS from 1964. That's the little silver car with the yellow stripe through it, which another example of perhaps where the Lister and the Bizzarini used very large engines, the Lister using the Jaguar engine, but the Bizzarini, the 5.3 litre engine. The Porsche, a much smaller engine, very much more nimble and light in the 904. A very, very successful car. And then alongside on the second row will be number 61, the Maserati Tipo 61, universally known as the birdcage Maserati. This is Guillermo Ferro in the red Maserati number 61, which is on the second row there. Known as the birdcage because the chassis was hundreds of very small tubes all welded together, and then the bodywork was fitted over them. And if you take the bodywork off, it looks like a birdcage, hence it got its name. But it's actually the Tipo 61 Maserati. On the third row, we've got the Ferrari 250 GT Drogo, which designed by Piero Drogo, using the Ferrari 250 GT chassis, and Pierre-Alain Thibault in that car, number 120. And alongside is the another Ferrari, another 250 GT. This is the Berlinetta from 1962, car number 20, Christian Dumoulin in that white Ferrari, which you can see on screen. And then we've got, I think you mentioned to me yesterday when we were chatting, that the DB is one of your favourite cars. That's the blue car number 82, Francois Fouquet-Hételian in the DB HBR, a very unusual car, great successes in the smaller classes and the index of performance at Le Mans over the years. And the final car on the grid is the Ferrari 275 GTB of Carlos Di Miguel, which is at the back of the grid, the silver car. As they come up to the line for the start, a rolling start, as you see, they won't stop at the grid, and it looks to me as though the lights are out and they're racing. So on the front row we've got Nicky Pasquarelli, Estoril, Bob Eberling, trying to keep up with him as they go down to turn one for the first time at the end of a long main straight. And it looks like Nicky Pasquarelli has kept the lead, but the Porsche just perhaps trying to go through on the inside of the Bizzarini there as they go around through turn one towards turn two, which is a faster right-hander, and that leads on to a short straight to turn three, which is a hairpin bend as they're turning in now to the right-hander there through turn three into turn four, which is known as VIP, which is a similar left-handed hairpin as they make their way through there. Still Pastorelli leading. Now they're onto the fast back straight, which has a kink in it, which Adelino informs me will be flat out in these cars. So we'll see now whether they make their way through that right-handed kink. There they go, and down the rest of the back straight into the Parabolica interior, a tight left-handed corner. Still, it's Pastorelli who leads, and up to now Aurelia, which is in English, it's ear, because the shape of the corner is rather like an ear. So Aurelia they're turning into now, and then a very short run to the tightest section of the circuit, which is into turn 8 now. You can see Pastorelli turning into turn 8. Now we have a steep uphill through the chicane, a very tight left and right, takes them up about 4 meters in a very short space, and then right again and through now the S's and into the final corner, which is the Parabolica Air Container, and they will be making their way up to the long right-hander and then onto the main straight to start another lap. Adelino, you can't see the cars from your commentary box, but you certainly through your microphone I can hear them. They sound wonderful.
Well, yes, just give me a moment, because I was so concentrated on just soaking up everything that you're saying, because this was a great description of the first lap. Thank you very much. I can chip in a few things. I think that I've seen the practice qualifying, so if it goes according to plan, we might have a bit of a fight with the Bizzarini, the Porsche 904 and the Maserati T61 birdcage, because they were very close in practice, about a second apart from each other. The Lister Custom Jaguar, I think it's a bit fast for the other ones, so it will probably, it might carve some distance. But 40 minutes, it's a lot of time for a race, so anything can happen. My 2 cents about this are the Lister is clearly fast and impressive in the corners. The Bizzarini is outrageous. It's such a powerful, muscular shape, and it's a great car. I actually can add that this weekend we are celebrating also the life and achievements of Mario Cabral. He was the first Portuguese Formula One driver. He passed away this August, but he left a legion of admirers and friends, because not only was a very talented driver, he was also a wonderful person and a great friend. And this comes about because the Bizzarini, he drove the car. He drove a Niso Grifo 3C, which is the precursor of this car. He drove this car once in, I think, 1963, if memory doesn't fail. So there is a bit of a Portuguese linkage to this particular model. Later on, José Manuel Albuquerque, a Portuguese collector, also raced extensively a similar car. Regarding the birdcage, the chassis is wonderful. I don't think would have to be Italian craftsmanship at its best. How they were able to put all these tubes together. It's a mechanical work of art. I really think it's one of the most impressive cars in the paddock and in this race. The Porsche 904 GTS. This is a 64 model. It has a 6-cylinder engine, so technically it is a 904-6. But this car was originally with a 4-cylinder, which most of them had. But now for racing, they all keep the original engine, if possible, out of the car, and they put a 6-cylinder engine, which makes the performance much more affluent. So the car goes much faster with the 6-cylinder engine, and it's showing that they are both going very well. Hipólito Pires is a Portuguese entrepreneur and a businessman, but he was very keen on motor racing. He did some rallies in time, and is also an avid car collector with some great cars in his garage. It's great to see that he's having fun and enjoying his Porsche 904. I see that, the Porsche and the Maserati are in for a nice duel. If it keeps up, they will probably have great fun, because it's way much more interesting to actually race with someone close to you, and then you can perhaps have some overtaking. That would be nice to see. Let's see how it unfolds. I think they are both driving very well, and we could be in for a very interesting long race. And now we go to Rui Belmonte, which is my co-driver here at the studio, and he has an interview for us.
Good afternoon, Adelino. Not an interview, just to make a simple point here at the pit lane. We have already 3 laps in the race, 40 minutes race, and Nicky Pastorelli is leading with Lister Costin, completely dominant since the start of the race. We had the first stop for Carlos de Miguel with the Ferrari 275 GTB. Some malfunction on the car make him stop at the pit lane. He's not getting back on track to finish the race. We still have 32 minutes and 30 seconds more or less to finish the race. Those were the first moments of this first day of racing here at Estoril. Unfortunately, as my camera can show, the stands are completely empty. We have no public here after such a big number of public here at the stands and even at the paddock in the years before this, but this is the pandemic scene that we have for the moment, the masks and all the social distancing that we need to keep. Nicky Pastorelli is one of our best social distancers drivers at the moment. He has 10.5 seconds already gap to the second place. Dirk Abling, he was on the pole position. Hipólito Pires, it's the third driver at the moment with the Porsche 904. Is with 1.3 seconds to Guillermo Fiera with the Maserati, so that will be for sure a bit of a fight for the moment for the third place. The first two are getting alone in the circuit in this fantastic racetrack for 0.182 kilometers at the Circuito de Estoril, and we need to wait for at least half an hour to see how things go. Who will win? For now, it's Nicky Pastorelli who's driving in front, and the race has been for him since the beginning.
Thank you, Rui. We will continue with the greatest trophy, with no changes in the classification.
The leader, Nicky Pastorelli, is in the Lister Costin, as I mentioned earlier, with the Jaguar engine. And in period, the Lister Mark was very successful in the hands of the works driver, Archie Scott Brown, the British driver. And this car, the one that is leading the race, is one of the very cars that Archie Scott Brown drove at the time. Sadly, Scott Brown lost his life at Spa in Belgium in an accident where he left the road just before La Source hairpin, and sadly, car turned over. Yeah. But this car, one of the original works cars.
Yes, sorry, I was just. I find it interesting when the Bizzarrini overtook the DB, where we could see the French little car that was. It looks like a little truck, a little camionette, with the back just very very long, and it's of course this car is not very competitive here. It has a very very small engine. And it actually needs 30 seconds more than on average that any of the four fastest cars here. But it's really nice to see him here, and it's actually one of the most interesting cars here. We are now seeing also the two Ferrari 250 GT. One is the traditional Scaglietti Berlinetta, very beautiful car that we sometimes refer to as the Passo Corto or short wheelbase, SWB. It's the common way to designate it, even though the original designation is only 250 GT Berlinetta. But then we have the GT Drogo from '59, and Piero Drogo was a designer in Italy. And he did some work for Ferrari, also I think regarding the 250 GTO, but then he altered some customer cars too, and there were some very radical bodies on that he did on the basis of the 250 GT Berlinetta, and this is one of those. It's actually very beautiful, driven by Pierre-Alain Thibault, and the GT Berlinetta Scaglietti bodied is driven by Christian Dumoulin. They had actually some difference in qualifying, about 4 seconds difference in terms of fastest time, but they are now traveling together and having some fun, the two Ferraris in this race.
Yes, they're very beautiful cars, the Ferraris with the big long bonnets, the front engined and rear wheel drive, traditional style of Ferraris at this time. And as you say, the 250, the GT and the GTO, very successful cars. The GTO was the car that was designed for racing and was successful. And in the UK, the 250 GT SWB, as you called it, the short wheelbase, saw great success in the hands of the great Stirling Moss, who drove such a car at the time. And we see now the Bizzarrini coming through the hairpin at the end of the first section. And there's the two Ferraris that you've just been talking about, and that's perfect. You can see side on the difference in the shapes of those cars. The white Berlinetta car with a much more rounded back on it than the, I think it's known as the cam tail on the Ferrari, the Drogo car, with a flat back on it, much more akin to the GTO version of the 250. As the Ferraris go side by side, and the change of position there as Christian Dumoulin takes that position, so he moves up into 5th place. Yes. In the white Ferrari, passing Pierre-Alain Thibault as they go into turn 1.
Yeah, I think they're playing with each other, because they already overtook themselves a few times, and I think they're just having fun. This, of course, they both share the basic the engine, a V12 engine of 3-liter capacity. Very powerful, very smooth and flexible engine that Ferrari produced in several types of specifications. The short wheelbase cars would have around 240, 260 brake horsepower, and in the 250 GTO it would be around 300 brake horsepower. They are now overtaking the Quirky DB again.
Yes, the
And
DB,
I have
a French car.
Yeah, I have a story regarding, you talked about Sir Stirling Moss, which also passed away recently, and I want to tell you that we actually considered Stirling Moss a bit of a Portuguese legend also, because he was incredibly successful in Portugal. He actually is the only driver I know that won overall races in the 3 main circuits of the 1950s and 60s in Portugal. He won at Villarreal in 1958 with a Maserati 300S. He won at Boa Vista Circuit in the Formula One race, the Grand Prix in 1958 with Van Wall. He won at the Monsanto Park race near Lisbon in Formula One in 1959, that time with a Cooper Climax. And he also won there with a Porsche 550 Spider in 1955 in a race for sports cars of under 1.5 liter capacity. So he was a household name in Portugal, and when he passed away, we felt also that a bit of our history of Portuguese motor racing also went to a close, because we lost one of our legends. Of course, he was a universal legend, not only a British legend, but it was a driver that was very close to our hearts.
Indeed, and as you can
imagine. And with this, I forgot to tell you. Yes, with this, and I got probably a bit emotional, I'm sorry, but motor racing does this to me. I forgot that I was going to tell you that there is a legendary victory that Stirling Moss had at the Tourist Trophy in Goodwood in 1961 with a Ferrari 250 GT Berlinetta. And that relates to this race because afterwards, the next year, the same car was entered by Carrison, which was a British driver, an amateur, a gentleman driver, and the car had an accident in the 1962 Goodwood Tourist Trophy. And he sent the car to Drogo, and Drogo made a new body for that car. And in 1964, Richard Carrison won the Cascais circuit, the Portuguese Grand Prix for GT cars in 1964, and he brought that car. He didn't race the Drogo 250 GT, but he won in a 250 GTO that he bought himself. So this is a story of that involves 250 GT Drogo, Stirling Moss, Cascais. So I thought it was a nice story to tell you here. Of course, later on, this car was again converted to the Scaglietti body because it was, well, much more valuable, and it had all the connections to the Stirling Moss win in Tourist Trophy. And the car now has its original Scaglietti body restored. The Drogo body lives on, but on a different car. Things that happen in historic racing.
Well, we're seeing now a battle for position, 3rd and 4th positions, between the Maserati birdcage and the Porsche 904. And whilst we think that good friends Pierre-Alain Thibault and Christian Dumoulin are having some fun with each other in their Ferraris, I think this is very much a battle on track between these two drivers. And it's currently the Maserati Tipo 61 of the Spanish driver Guillermo Fierro, who leads the little Porsche 904 GTS from 1964, driven by Hipólito Pires. as they come across the line on the main straight, and two quite different cars in their setup, with the Maserati with the engine at the front driving the rear wheels, the Porsche which manages to outbrake the Maserati into turn one and takes third position away. A great move there from Prix as he comes in, but the Maserati has more
yeah,
power.
but the Maserati,
Goes back.
yes, yeah, the Maserati is hitting back, and yeah, that's very well done from Fierro and Pires. I think they are doing. Having a great, it's the highlight of the race so far. So they are really going for it, and it's good to know that. The cars are, of course, completely different from each other, different periods and different categories. But it's really nice to see them close racing like this and respectfully giving space to each other. Yeah, well done for them. Kudos.
Well, a good example there of power versus handling, because the Maserati somewhat more powerful than the Porsche and was able to pull away on the short straight up to turn two. But once they get back to the tighter bits of the circuit, we may see the Porsche be able to challenge again. They're just coming now into the section of the track. They're coming up actually behind that DB, which we've briefly mentioned a couple of times. It's not competitive in this race. It's only got a little two-cylinder Panhard engine, but the Deutsch Bonnet, which Charles Deutsch and René Bonnet made the DB cars, and they used a variety of French engines from Panhard and Renault and Citroën. But they were particularly targeting a class at Le Mans called the Index of Performance, where the capacity of the car and the amount of fuel used was used to calculate a winner. And they won that many times, the DB car. And we see an example of that, the HBR, which is now behind these Ferraris. But the little 7 or 800cc, I'm not sure, it doesn't tell us which of the two engines it's got, either 745cc or 848cc, really cannot compete with these big Ferraris and Maseratis and so on. But he is driving very well. And we can see in the background as the two Ferraris with the number 20 car of Dumoulin ahead at the moment of Thibaut, but they're being caught by Nicky Pastorelli in the Lister. And he'll be coming up to lap these two drivers, having stayed out front since the lights went out in the Lister, followed by, in second place, the Bizzarini of car number 68 of Dirk Ebeling, who's held on to that second place throughout. We now turn back to our fantastic battle for third place between the Maserati and the Porsche. And it's the Maserati still ahead, but the Porsche coming up on the outside, the Maserati braking hard. You can see the front of the car dipping down there as the driver, Guillermo Fierro, puts the brakes on. The Porsche now just coming up close as they go through the turn 8 and into the very tight uphill section through the chicane. And will the Porsche try and go through on the inside? No, he hasn't got room. But they're now making their way towards the Parabolica Ayrton Senna after the S's, and will the Porsche be able to battle for this third place? A great fight on track.
Indeed, and I think they should be having a lot of fun. But let's see if the Porsche at the end of the main straight can actually outbrake the Maserati. That would make sense, and it seems that is going for it. Yes, let's see if Hipólito Pires makes it stick this time. But the Maserati keeps the Porsche on sight, so yeah, they are going to race until the end if everything's okay and if they don't have a problem. They seem to have the cars seem to be very reliable at the time.
Well, the Porsche using every inch of the tarmac there and actually going out onto the curb.
This is, of course, a race included in. Yeah, this is a race a series included in the Peter Otto organization that is responsible for bringing several dozens of cars this year for the Estoril Classics. It is the best set of cars the event has ever had in its 3 years of existence. So.
We now have a shot of the leader, Nicky Pastorelli, in the car with the British registration number VPP9, which is the original registration from that car. Nicky Pastorelli sliding through the corner there in the Lister with the Jaguar engine. And this car, as I mentioned earlier, driven in period by the works driver Archie Scott Brown, who had been born with a deformity in his arm and leg. He still effectively only had one usable arm, yet he still managed to be a very, very successful racing driver for many years. And this was one of the cars that he drove as Pastorelli turns into the left-hander with 14 minutes remaining. He's completed 12 laps and is now 27 seconds ahead of the Bizzarini of Ebeling. And we turn back now to our battle between the Porsche and the Maserati, and still it goes on, and the Maserati looks to have a good run up, but can't get through there, not room to get through on the inside as they go around the left-handed hairpin. And
yeah, it will be interesting to know. Yeah, do you think that the brake endurance might have something to do with this? Because we already have half an hour of racing, and perhaps the Porsche could be a bit gentler on the brakes, being probably, I don't know, a bit lighter, a bit more modern, and that perhaps is making the difference at the moment.
I think that's a very good point, Adelino. The brakes on these bigger cars are always a problem, and it could be that the Maserati is now having to just ease his pace a little bit into the corners to maintain some sort of braking pressure. As we look again at our two battling Ferraris, Dumoulin is ahead of Thibaut at the moment. These good friends, they share racing cars, and we'll see them out together sharing cars during the weekend. But for this race, they are using two separate Ferraris and turning into the next corner. And it looks to me as though Thibaut is thinking about coming through on the inside, and he does. We've got a warning flag going out to, we don't unfortunately get to see the number going out on there, but that's a warning flag to say that one of the drivers is using too much of the track, is running over the curbs too much, and so track limits are being exceeded. And I wonder whether that's the Porsche of Pires, because we saw him using every bit of track and a bit more. I wonder if he's getting a warning signal to say, you've just got to keep your elbows in a little bit.
Yeah, the marshals here at Estoril are particularly very careful at the chicane, because in there, if you can actually cut a considerable distance if you go out of the track for some time to negotiate the chicane faster. So that's usually the place where drivers can try and go a bit over the limit, and the marshals usually are very with attention on that area of the circuit.
Well, we're watching the Ferraris go through the chicane there, up the steep hill, and then into the S's, coming round to complete yet another lap, as they're being chased now by looks like the Bizzarini in the background there. So that will be our second placed car the Bizzarini has held that second place throughout the race. And there is a link with the cars ahead, actually, of the Bizzarini, because the 250 GT and the 250 GTO, one of the designers of that was Giotto Bizzarini himself. And he left the company to build his own cars, as initially Iso Grifo, but then the Bizzarini. So the three cars we see on track now are actually linked by Giotto Bizzarini himself, as the red car splits the two Ferraris. Next car to lap will be Demoulin as they come up into the next right-hander. He goes through on the inside. Demoulin very aware that he was there and lets him through. That gives Thibaut a chance now to come alongside, and the two Ferraris are really having a great time out there on track as the Bizzarini laps them. And up to the next section of track, the Bizzarini just starting to pull away now after lapping those two Ferraris. So they resume their battle. Pierre-Alain Thibaut and Christian Dumoulin in the two Ferraris are running in 5th and 6th places.
Yes, of course the Bizzarini has an American engine. It has a V8. Usually these cars had either the small block engine of Chevrolet, and of course it can be much more powerful than the 3-liter cars from the Ferrari. So this also explains the difference of why the Ferraris are being lapped by the Bizzarini, which is of course a much faster car.
Well, the Ferraris continue on their way, but out front, since the lights out, Nicky Pastorelli in David Hart's Lister Costin Jaguar, and Nicky Pastorelli, a very experienced driver. He's been racing for close on 20 years now, and he's been successful in such things as winning the Euro 3000 championship many years ago in 2004. And a little bit more recently, he won the Spanish GT Championship, the Super GTs, in 2013. So Nicky Pastorelli, who regularly competes in historic racing, has much experience out on track and still competes at the Olympic races. And he leads in the Lister Costin.
At the moment, yeah, we still have, the Porsche of Hipólito Pires is now leading the Maserati of Fierro by 3.5 seconds. So the Porsche was able to carve a safe distance and is heading for 3rd place. We have 7.5 more minutes for the race to finish. Let's see if there is some surprise. We don't know what's happening with the two Ferraris 250 GT, but it's a Belgian affair. Two Belgian drivers, they probably know each other very well, and I think they're having fun just trading places and enjoying the race. But I'm still curious to know if it is the Drogo that's going to be ahead or if it is the white Berlinetta.
Well, it's the silver Drogo that leads at the moment, having just passed Dumoulin. And we see now the penalty being handed out to car number 49. It is the Porsche, as we suspected, that's being penalised for limits, and he's got a very hefty 45-second penalty. So that's not good news, I'm afraid, for Pires in the Porsche, because that will drop him back behind the Maserati.
Yes, he loses 1 place, but that's the possibility of being in the podium in a home race, because, Hipólito Pires is Portuguese and he probably would enjoy very much to be on the podium. He's going to lose that, but he will probably finish in 4th place. Yeah, we haven't seen what could be actually motivating this penalty, But as I've seen, the marshals are very, very keen, and usually on the briefing, it is made very clear what they can and cannot do, and perhaps in the heat of the moment, some things can go a bit wrong. But still, it was a wonderful race for the Porsche driver, and yeah.
Yes, he's been having a good time, and I'm sure that the penalty will be an annoyance, but it will only drop him back one place. But the rules are that you mustn't run over the curbing too much, otherwise you get an advantage. And it was that piece of curbing we've just seen, actually, that he used a little bit too much on the lap we were watching him before. The two Ferraris, meantime, continue to have their little Ferrari battle, and it's Thibaut leading Dumoulin at the moment, and they're running in 5th and 6th places. Nicky Pastorelli, we see now, continues to pull away with just about 4 3/4 minutes remaining in the race. Pastorelli a good 44 seconds ahead now of the Bizzarini in 2nd place. As Pastorelli comes up to lap again, the little DB, which keeps over to the left-hand side of the track to let the leader through.
Yes, they will have a chance to race again tomorrow. It will be the first race of the day. It will start at 9 o'clock, and we'll be here hopefully and be able to accompany this second race of the greatest trophy.
And we see 3 cars now going down the main straight as the Porsche in 3rd place on track is coming to lap the 2 Ferraris. Now, this might give the Maserati a chance to close up, because if the Porsche is not able to get past the 2 Belgian Ferraris quickly, the Maserati may be able to just sneak up on him. But we'll see as they turn into turn 2. The Porsche has already got by the silver Ferrari of Pierre-Alain Thibaut, and now actually goes past Christian Demoulin, so no delay there. But the Maserati is closer, so he's now got to pass the white Ferrari and try and catch up with that Porsche. He will probably know that the Porsche has got that penalty, because they will have put a board out at the start line to show the drivers that car number 49 has a 45-second penalty. But that won't change the plan in the Maserati, which will be to try and close up on that Porsche for that 3rd place as they turn into the left-hander. This is the inside of the circuit. As we go back to our leader, Nicky Pastorelli, in the Lister cost-embodied Jaguar-engined, turning through. He's got 2.5 minutes remaining in the race, and has really been dominant in this car, ahead of the 2nd placed Bizzarini of Dirk Ebeling. Meantime, back with the Ferraris again. Is this going to be another challenge from Pierre-Alain Thibaut as they go through the chicane and up towards the S's, as the leader around the far side of the circuit swings through the right-handed kink on the back straight. Here's our 2nd placed car, which is the Bizzarini, number 68 of Dirk Ebeling. And you can see the driver working away there, just lifting his hand to the top of the wheel to turn into the right-hander. Meantime, the leader comes over the crest in the Lister, turns into the long right-handed corner, slides the car. You can see the car moving around all the time as he turns into the tighter section of the circuit. This is the chicane, which takes him steeply uphill. Here's our 2nd placed car.
There is, yeah. Alistair, there's also a 45-second penalty for car 68, which is the Ebeling Bizzarini, currently in 2nd place, we have to do some math here to try and see if that will promote Guillermo Fierro's Maserati to second place.
I think it may well do that because the Porsche and the Maserati are not that far behind, are they?
No, they are just 16 seconds away. So that means that they will have big changes after crossing the line. The cars will be put in a different in a different order, with the Lisicostin in first place, then the Maserati Type 61, Tipo 61, and then the Bizzarrini and the Porsche 904.
So we're on the final lap now. We're watching the leader coming through.
Yes, this will serve also as a reminder and a cautious reminder for the next races, as the marshals are enforcing the track limits as they should. So this will also have an effect for other drivers to stick to the limits of the track.
I think that's very important. It's really running the car over the curbing to get an advantage is not acceptable and should be penalised as the officials have done. And as you say, this is the first race of the weekend, and that will show other drivers that they're not going to accept any abuses. As we watch this fantastic battle between the Porsche and the Maserati, and it looks as if the Maserati has gone through to take that third place on the road. So another change in position between that.
That was a very courageous overtaking at that place. Really, it was very impressive from Guillermo Fierro. Very good driving, and he didn't need it to, because he's probably going to finish in second place, but he still went for it. So.
We now have the leader has completed the race. The checkered flag has gone out, and right at the end of the race, the timing screen is telling us that it's actually David Hart driving that car, not Nicky Pastorelli. But I don't know. Obviously, I'm not there. But a very late change to the timing screen there.
Okay.
And the second place car is coming round to complete the race. There he goes across towards the checkered flag, the Bizzarrini. We'll have to wait for our official timekeepers to tell us the finishing order, because we know that both Eberling and Fierro have had, Pires have had 45-second penalties for track limit abuse. So it may well be, depending on where these two cars finish, and that's well within 45 seconds. So I think we're going to see the Maserati Tipo 61, the birdcage Maserati, finishing in second place. An excellent drive either way, because that was a really stirring battle between the red Maserati and the silver Porsche. The red Maserati being driven by Guillermo Fierro, and the silver Porsche by Hipólito Pires. A very, very good race indeed between those two. And in fact, our official timing screen has already been adjusted for those penalties. And I can tell you that the winner was, without question, the Lisicostin Jaguar that we're told was being driven by owner David Hart. And we now confirm that from the helmet colours. We've researched that, and it is David Hart driving, the owner of the car. So we'll see Nicky Pastorelli out in the second race, presumably. But second place does indeed go to the birdcage Maserati of Guillermo Fierro. So those penalties applied. The Maserati finishes 1 minute and 11 seconds behind the winner, David Hart. In third place, the wonderful red Bizzarrini, car number 68 of the Dirk Eberling, was demoted 45 seconds. So he falls to third place. In fourth place, the silver Porsche, car number 49 of Hipólito Pires, Porsche 904, finishing in fourth place. but a race-long battle with Fierro in the Maserati was really exciting. In 5th place, we saw the first of the Ferraris, which changed positions on regular occasions throughout the race. Carnoti, the white Ferrari 250 GT Berlinetta of Christian Dumoulin, finished in 5th place, and in 6th place, Pierre-Alain Thibault in the other Ferrari, the 120 numbered car, the silver Ferrari 250 GT Drogo-bodied car, that finishes in 6th place, and completing the finishing order many laps behind, but that matters not, because the little DB HBR from 1958 was never going to be competitive with these cars, and he finishes in 7th place. And unfortunately retiring from the race, Di Miguel in the Ferrari 275 GTB. Now I understand we are going to have a celebration.
Yes, it's actually a pity because Carlos de Miguel could actually be closer to the other two Ferraris, and we would have a three-way race probably with these three Ferraris. But still, it was a very interesting race, I thought, and I think that there was a very commendable effort from the Porsche and the Maserati drivers, Hipólito Pires and Guilherme Fierro. They did a very good job, and they entertained us a lot. I'm pleased for the Maserati. I was actually rooting for the 250 GT Drogo to be ahead of the Berlinetta, but yeah, I think it's lovely to see the birdcage Maserati receiving the honors and second place in this race.
And we saw on the television, and we're seeing again now, why it's called the birdcage Maserati. You can see there through the windscreen the little tubes that are used to build the chassis of the car. The whole car underneath that body looks like that, the little silver tubes. As David Hart talks to his team, I'm sure they're congratulating him on an excellent drive in his Lister. David Hart and his son Olivier Hart as well, a very, very quick driver, both of them, and they regularly compete in beautiful cars in historic racing. Yeah. So just confirmation on screen now of the finishing order. The winner, David Hart, car number 34 in the Lister, 1 minute and 11 seconds ahead of the birdcage Maserati number 61 of Guillermo Fierro. In 3rd place, Dirk Ebeling, number 68 in the Bizzarini. In 4th place, number 49, is Hipólito Pires in the Porsche. Then it's Christian Dumoulin in the Ferraris.
Actually, the Maserati bettered his time from qualification. I think most of the other top contenders were a bit slower. David Hart was a second slower than in qualification, and Guillermo Fierro, for a quick view here, took almost a second from his best his qualifying time. So he really, a second and a half, he was faster in the race. So he really deserved that second place. Okay, and we have again Rui Belmonte with an interview. Rui, go ahead with it. Take it away.
Thank you, Adelino. We are here at finish line, or just inside the pit lane before the final ceremony. David Hart won the race. Everyone thought that was Nicky Pastorelli on the race car at the beginning, but at the end it was you. Yeah. Congratulations for the win. It seems to be an easy win, but there's never a easy win.
No, but it was more like a practice, and yeah, it's actually I was maybe a little bit quicker, but yeah, it's nice. It's nice to go out with the car. It's the first time in the year. And it's nice to compare this car with the Cobra, where we're driving on the end of the day. And actually, always I was quicker with the Cobra as with this one, but now I'm a little bit quicker with this one. So for me, it's a kind of improve.
It was a kind of train, perhaps getting used to the track with this car. What can we expect from the Cobra in the afternoon?
Yeah, No, back to the track. We've never been here, so for me it's a learning process. And Nicky was here more. And about Cobra, yeah, for the first time we have really competition, so I think 5 cars at a row who can win, because the times are incredible with each other. I mean, yeah, it's really close. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, David. Enjoy the weekend.
Okay, thank you.
It was the victory for David Hart with this fantastic 34. Excellent moment. Driving always in the first position with the Lister Costin with the Jaguar engine. Beautiful, driven by David throughout the race. He won with a fantastic also a gap to the others. A lot of fight behind them. At the end we see Guillermo Fierro in the second position, and Dirk Aveling, the man from the pole position, ended in third place. They are already getting ready also for the final podium. This was the first race of the day. Other cars are getting ready to continue, and will continue to broadcast it also throughout the weekend, not only today, so that you at home can see the best races here at Estoril.
Thank you very much, Rui. And now, Alistair, can you prepare us for the next race we will have in about 10 minutes?
Yes, indeed. We're just seeing some replays of the previous race, but yeah, we're due on track next, I think, is, are we not having a display of the endurance racing legends? Could you confirm that, please, Adelino?
I think it is a demonstration of the endurance racing legends.
That's correct. I'm not. I haven't got information on this because it was a change made very late yesterday. It's not been passed to me, so I'm having to rely on you over there to tell us what's happening with this.
Okay, we are with the podium of the of this last race of the greatest trophy, a series of by Peter Otto, that is one of the main partners of this event in Estoril Classics 2020. I saw that David Hart told us actually. Yeah, David Hart told Rui that it's the first time he was racing this year. I was not sure if it was with this car or overall, but I know that in England there have been very few racing events, as in Portugal. So it's good to at least provide an opportunity for some of these drivers to go to the track, have some fun, test the cars. I think it's good, and we hope that the situation improves for next year, and that 2021 we could start returning to normal in historic motor racing.
Indeed, yes. It's a very difficult time all around the world, and here in England we've had racing restarted in July, but initially only minor club races. But since then we've had some more high-profile races, but very, very little international competition, because the drivers and teams are not able to move around the world in the same way that they normally can. And we've had some great historic races over in the UK, but mainly with UK-based teams and drivers, as we see replays of that wonderful battle between the two Ferraris, the good friends from Belgium, as the Drogo car makes its way round the inside. This battle was for position, initially for third position, but it ended up with a penalty for the Porsche, which dropped it back to fourth position. The Maserati was promoted to second.
Okay.
Ferraris. There's the Porsche, which just used a little bit too much of the track. Here's our winner, David Hart, coming through past the DB in his Lister. And this is towards the end of the race, where the Maserati was once again catching the Porsche for that third position on track, which eventually went the way of the Maserati after the penalties. There's the winning car, and there's the Bizzarini. David Hart receives the checkered flag to show that he has won the race, and also shown to the Bizzarini, who gets second. Here's the cars coming across the line, third and fourth, but of course that all changed with those penalties being applied. And that's my first views of the Estoril circuit on the screen today, and it's a beautiful circuit in a beautiful location, and your weather there is wonderful compared to us here in the UK. It's rather overcast and cool, but your temperature there is in the 20s, very nice indeed. And we've got the Endurance Racing Legends exhibition coming out on track next. Now, sadly, due to restrictions because of the pandemic, many cars could not be brought to the circuit. So we only have a few cars available to us. So it's been decided to have a demonstration run on track rather than a race. And I'm hoping that Adelino has some information for us. There's nothing been passed to me here in the UK as to what cars will be available to be displayed.
Yes, we are getting ready on this, so it's going to be an exhibition and not a race. I know also that Rui Belmont will come from the pits, and we will take this opportunity to interview some of the drivers racing here. But we have to wait a bit more to see which cars will be racing, will be doing some laps in this exhibition period.
Okay.
They are still cleaning. They are still cleaning up and taking care of the cars from this first race. The Bizzarini being pushed.
That's a good view with the car stopped. You can see quite clearly now the body shape, and there's the name Bizzarini, Giotto Bizzarini, the designer of that car, and being pushed back into its garage. And I can see on screen now we have one of the cars which I believe is going to be taking part in the display, which is the Porsche 993 GT2 car from 1995. But we are yet to be told what other cars will be available at the circuit to go into the exhibition.
Beautiful, beautiful, the Maserati Tipo 61. It seems to be very light to push, so that might be one of the secrets why it's so fast.
Yes, the idea of the multiple small tubes building up the chassis was for lightness, whilst still very strong, and a car which I think is very, very rare to be built in that way. As the Porsche comes out on track,
It does remind us a bit of the roof Yellow Bird. when we see a yellow Porsche with carrying such speed and poise, I always remember the yellow bird developed by RUF. So it's an interesting look.
That's not a colour that I'm familiar with on a Porsche. I must admit, it's not usual. Porsches normally are white or red, I suppose, and some black ones, but yellow is not a colour that's very common in them. Mustard yellow. The classes in sports car racing have changed over the years, such as in any other class of racing, and we were talking earlier about changes in rallying over the years, and the GT2 class was brought in for the championship in the mid-90s, and we now in modern racing run to the GT3 class, which is common across much of the world, particularly Europe, where there's races going on virtually every weekend for the GT3 category. In the Le Mans series, very, very similar specification is GT, which is the class of the car from an earlier era. The Porsche mark is...
Porsche has a wonderful... Yeah, I was saying that Porsche is has an incredible pedigree of racing, and particularly in endurance racing, where the number of victories that they have clocked up at Le Mans. But they started very modestly, because they started with a Porsche 356, and then the Porsche 550 Spider, that were good for class wins, but they were far from having the possibility of winning overall against much more powerful machines. And they built that up in a series of continuous improvements, having cars faster and with bigger engines. We can recall, of course, the 904 GTS, but also the 906, the Carrera 6, and then the 907, 910, and 908, which was a very, very good car, particularly in not so fast circuits where the handling was more important, and they did wonderfully at the Nürburgring and also in the Targa Florio. But then it was the 917 that put Porsche on the top of the food chain at the 24 hours of Le Mans. But the Porsche 911 also had a wonderful, wonderful career there, with class wins, but also with the turbo engine cars. So this is the brand that conquered endurance racing in the 1960s and onwards.
Indeed, yes. And in fact, what's called the 911 is this shape of car, although they have a different sort of type numbers that they use, but it's still winning its class at Le Mans in the GTE class and around the world in the Le Mans series, although it's not currently competing in the GT3 class in the UK, but it has had great success over here as well. And as you mentioned, the 917 was the model of Porsche that first won it the Le Mans 24 Hours race in 1970, which was co-driven by a British driver, Richard Atwood, who won Le Mans in 1970 with Hans Hermann, the German driver. And that really started a great series of successes at Le Mans for Porsche, which continues to to the recent past, not this day because they've withdrawn from top class Le Mans racing now. But most recently they won Le Mans with the 919 car, which was one of the new hybrid cars, and took more wins with that. So Porsche really, even above Ferrari, is perhaps more synonymous with sports car racing around the world as a name, as a mark.
Yes, and the Porsche 911 has a big importance in this because it is the iconic sports car of the post-war period. It built on the success of the Porsche 356 and its qualities, and it improved not only from that car, but every generation has been an improvement of the previous one, it has evolved, being more fuel efficient, not only more powerful, and also in the handling department there were some big changes, and if we see an early 911 cornering, it has nothing to do with how the more modern cars will corner. Much more effective, much more controlled and poised, and much faster also.
Whilst the Porsche 917 and some of the earlier cars you mentioned, the 908 and the 910, were predominantly racing cars, although I think some 917 road cars have been built, frightening. The 911 that we're seeing on track now very much is a road-based car which has been developed for racing, and probably in its most powerful form was designated the 935, which raced in the late 70s into the early 80s. But once that was developed further into the all-conquering 956 and 962, and we'll be seeing the Porsche 962s racing later in the program in the Group C race. And the Porsche 962 absolutely dominated world sports car racing for many years. And I think I'm right in saying at Le Mans one year it took all of the top places. It was completely dominant.
Yeah, we'll be able to see later on another very successful model in the Group C race. We will have two Porsche 962 racing there, and they have been very fast. Actually, I confirmed with the timing that is done by Alcamel, and they told us that in qualifying there were two cars that were clocked at more than 300 kilometers per hour at the end of the straight. They told me that they take the speed at the 200-meter mark at the end of the straight. It's very impressive, and it was a Porsche 962 and also a Nissan R90. Okay, I'm informed that now we have Zach Brown speaking with Rui Belmonte, and we're waiting for you, Rui.
So thank you, Adelino. Not only Zach Brown, but also Dario Franchitti is here at the pit lane. They are with these two fantastic cars, the Ford Capri and also the Jaguar, the Group C car. Also, of course, lots of fans by their side getting some pictures. I have the opportunity to talk with Zach. Zach, good afternoon here at Estoril. Why are you not in Nürburgring?
We have some sound issues.
I got lost.
No,
I love historic racing, and I do most of the Formula One races, but I'll miss 3 or 4 a year, and it's been a pretty tough year for all of us. So I needed to get out once with some of these beautiful cars with my good buddy Dario. to get a weekend off. So I'm sure the Formula One team will do just fine without me there.
You two are driving such different cars. Which one do you prefer the best?
Well, I'm still getting used to this one. We love the Ford Capri. So I think if you had to pick one, probably the Ford Capri, but that's give me a little bit more time in this car and I might change my mind. I think the great thing about historic racing is there's such a diverse group of race cars that you kind of love them all for different reasons.
Why you love so much historic racing when you have the fine art of racing cars at the moment at your office?
Yeah, I'm not allowed to drive those, unfortunately. I'm a fan of the sport, always have been. This is the era I grew up watching. That was a little bit before my time. And I've always had a big passion for the drivers and the history of the sport. So to be able to come out and be fortunate enough to have some of these iconic cars and then be able to race with Dario, it's a lot of fun.
That's a big responsibility, racing with Dario as your teammate.
Yeah. Well, you know, I got to make sure I just recognize and acknowledge he has a little bit better racing pedigree than I do. So it's good fun.
Okay, thank you, Zach. Have fun here at Estoril with both of the cars. Also, Dario Franchitti here with us. Please, Dario. Dario is the teammate for Zach Brown this weekend. Dario, welcome to Estoril. You are driving such a different car. Which one the best?
They're both interesting and fun. This one I've really taken a shine to. I really enjoy driving this car. It's so much fun. It's so much mechanical grip with these wide tires, and it's old school, and it lifts wheels up, and it's really it's a fantastic car, but very heavy steering. Just wonderful. This one's a little quick, to be honest. This one's pretty fast and a lot of downforce. So the last corner, I should have spent more time in the gym maybe with my neck, but they're both really good fun. And the main thing for us, Zach, myself, is to come here. We're having a great time. We're having fun. We're drinking a little Portuguese red wine at night and telling some stories and just enjoying it. So it's wonderful to be here.
You are mainly here for the fun, not for the race. But at the end of the day, when you get in the car, you are a racer. You will die as a racer. So
yeah, you want to do your best, but it's more important that we have fun. It's not about being the fastest. If you can be the fastest, fine. But it's not. There's no pressure. There's no pressure to do it. It's just fun. If you want to have pressure and you want to have results, I did that for the rest of my whole life. I don't do it anymore, and that's fine. This is not what this environment's about. It's a lot of lovely cars, very good people, and just having fun. And
are you having fun here at the circuit? What do you think about the track?
I love this track. I spent a lot of time here in Estoril with the DTM cars in the mid-90s. This was our secret testing facility. We used to come here a lot. So I spent a lot of time here. I love the track. I really do. I enjoy it a lot. They've made some small changes, I think, which is they've all been good. And the weather at this time of year, to come to Estoril, to sit and have dinner with the ocean in front of you, it's a wonderful place. And what a place to spend in October. I feel very fortunate.
We feel very fortunate to have you here also. We feel also very fortunate to have you here, to have the pleasure of see you driving at your best, because you always drive at your best. Many thanks, Dario. Best of luck for the races and have fun. Dario Franchitti and also Zach Brown, they are here at Estoril for some fun, for a good moment with their best friends throughout the weekend. And this is also a lot of historic racing. Have fun with the friends, driving a fantastic track like this at Estoril, and at the end of the day, have a nice glass of red wine by the ocean in Cascais, and that's it. This is Estoril.
A stellar job for you, Rui. Thank you very much. It was great to hear from Zach Brown and Dario Franchitti from Estoril. They seem very happy, and we cannot wait to see them driving that Ford Capri and also the Jaguar XKR10 later on. We'll continue with the Porsche 993 GT2, having fun with a whole circuit just for him.
Yes, great success.
Next, we are hoping to have... Yes, I was talking about. I was actually preparing for the next race, which should be Classic Grand Prix, Prix 1986 Formula One. It's the return of Formula One to the Autódromo of Estoril, that has an impeccable race record since 1984 until 1996. And of course, the Autódromo of Estoril became worldwide known when Ayrton Senna won in 1985. But in the first year of the Portuguese Formula One Grand Prix at Estoril, we also had a title decider between Alain Prost and Niki Lauda, and the Austrian was the winner by half a point, and the championship was decided in Estoril. They both drove McLaren. They were in McLaren, and of course, Alain Prost was the newcomer, and Lauda had a very successful career in the 1970s, then left to other ventures, and then returned and was still able to clinch his third championship.
The history of Formula One in Portugal, it visited many different circuits, didn't it, over the years, Estoril being the most recent.
That's true, and we have a new one just coming up, because Portimão, the international circuit of Portimão in the Algarve, will stage. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the 17th Portuguese Grand Prix for. And it's the Formula One will return. The Formula One World Championship will return to Portugal this year. This is actually one of the rare effects of the pandemic, because if it wasn't for this, we wouldn't have a race in the championship this year. But still, yes, we are all looking forward to receive the Formula One bunch, the group of people and teams and drivers in Portugal again later this month.
Yes, a very strange season in Formula One, and we're seeing circuits being used that we wouldn't normally expect, including Mugello we've had recently in Italy, and your circuit there at Portimão, and this weekend at the Nürburgring, which hasn't been used for a few years now. So the change in the organisation of the season has thrown up opportunities for circuits, which is great. As the Porsche makes its way up through the chicane, this very tight, twisted uphill section, which cuts out a section of the circuit that's not used for this weekend, a very fast right-handed corner, which has been taken out of the circuit by this tight, twisty section. A great shame that the restrictions have meant that very few, if any, of the other cars are at the circuit for the Endurance Racing Legends race, which was supposed to have taken place, but for this section of the programme, only one car available to go onto track, which is this Porsche. A Swiss-owned car, and Henrique Jean-Pearl and Marc de Siebenthal are the listed drivers for this car.
You mentioned later a bit. You mentioned previously that Portugal had a few circuits that had Formula One races, and well, Portimão will have the honor for the first time in 24 and 25 October. But previously it was the Autódromo of Estoril with 13 consecutive Grand Prix of Formula One. But the first circuit to receive the Formula One in Portugal was the Boa Vista circuit in Porto in 1958. Portugal had only three Formula One races between 58 and 1960, and it was a very interesting period because it was the change from the front engine cars to the mid-engine cars. So in 1958, the Van Wall and the Ferrari Dino 246 of Mike Orton and the Van Wall of Sterling Moss were fighting for the lead, both of them, of course, front engine cars. But there were already there was already a change in place, and in 1959 Sterling Moss won, this time in Monsanto Park, with a Cooper Climax that was a mid-engine car, and by now the Aston Martin and the Ferraris with front engine were outclassed in most of the circuits. And in 1960, if anyone had a chance of a podium, be it Sterling Moss, John Surtees, Dan Gurney, Jim Clark also was there. They would have, and Jack Brabham, who ultimately won the race in the Cooper. They all had mid-engine cars, of which, of course, the British manufacturers were the specialists. Actually, most of that experience, and you will correct me if I'm wrong, because this is a bit closer to home from you, but the experience gathered in the Formula Junior was very important for the transition in the Formula One cars of this period.
You're absolutely right, Adelino. It was the Cooper car company, John Cooper, who really used his experience in what was known as Formula 3, which are little 500cc engined cars, but they had their engines in the back, and Sterling Moss was one of the great drivers in Formula 3, and the Cooper car company used that experience to build the first successful rear-engined Formula 1 car post-war, because of course Auto Union built rear-engined cars pre-Second World War. In Grand Prix racing, the Auto Unions had the engine behind the driver, but they were quite different cars to what we see these days. Very big engines and different style of racing altogether. But yes, it was the Cooper which really opened up rear-engined Grand Prix racing. The Cooper T53 was the first car to take Jack Brabham to a Formula One win. And from there, the other manufacturers had to follow suit. The last front-engine car to win a Grand Prix was in fact a Ferrari, and it was Phil Hill in 1960.
Yes, and I stand corrected, of course, when I said Formula Junior, I meant Formula 3. Those little cars with the engines coming from the usually motorbikes, Norton, GAP, and other engines, and where Sterling Moss, for instance, excelled and started his career. And that experience was most valuable for the garagist, as the Enzo Ferrari called the Cooper and the Lotus and the other small at first, small manufacturers that did this revolution for the mid-engine Formula One cars.
and it was very appropriate that it was Stirling Moss himself who took the first win post-war in a Grand Prix in a rear-engined car, and that was a coupe in 1958 in Argentina. He took the first win, but it was a further 2 years before all the manufacturers caught up. Ferrari being one of the last to finally say we need to go rear-engined. And yeah, indeed, it's a great history, a great change in racing came in those 2 years. Now, of course, the configuration of the cars in Grand Prix racing is mandated to be the way they are, and they're all rear-engined, rear-wheel drive, with all this sort of hybrid technology bolted on now. But in those early days, it was very much the driver, the car, the chassis, the engine that made the difference between winning and losing. And Moss was one of the greatest drivers. He's often described as the greatest driver never to win a world championship, but he had massive success all around the world, over 600 race wins in all different classes, sports cars, saloon cars, Grand Prix cars, and of course in the junior formula, as I've already mentioned, in the little Formula 3 500cc cars that he started out in. And it was quite normal for Grand Prix drivers to take part in many races, not just Grand Prix. If you're new to motor racing and you only have seen Grand Prix racing as it is today, then you'll know that predominantly the drivers don't do anything else but Grand Prix. We do have a few exceptions, drivers that have gone to race at Le Mans concurrently with their Grand Prix racing, and Fernando Alonso went over to the Indianapolis 500. But generally speaking, Grand Prix drivers now just do Grand Prix racing. But many years ago, in order to earn a living, because they weren't very highly paid, they would take on races in paid drives. They were paid to drive cars all around the world, and that's why we saw Stirling Moss and Juan Manuel Fangio, and even later on, Jim Clark, Graham Hill would be driving in saloon car races, and even Jim Clark and Graham Hill took part in the RAC rally in Ford Cortinas. So it was quite normal for them to be seen at all sorts of different motorsport events, not just limited to Grand Prix racing. And some of the great sports car drives have been completed by Grand Prix drivers, including at the Le Mans 24 Hours, where in the fateful year of 1955, Stirling Moss and Juan Manuel Fangio, both Mercedes drivers, took part as teammates, and the Jaguar team was led by Mike Hawthorne, all Grand Prix drivers of the time, taking part in the race.
We should be heading to the end of this single car demonstration run very soon. Hopefully he will enter the pits on this lap, and then we will start preparing for the classic Grand Prix for Prix 1986 Formula One cars.
That's Formula One cars from the 3-litre engine capacity era. and predominantly the Cosworth DFV engine, which was designed in 1967 and first appeared in the back of a Lotus 49. Graham Hill and Jim Clark, the drivers, but was then released to the wider Grand Prix manufacturing audience, and they then dominated in Grand Prix racing for many years with really cars like the Ferrari, the V12 engine 3-litre Ferrari, one of their main competitors. But also we're seeing an example, in fact no, actually it's not on the grid, but there was entered an example of the V12 engine Matra, which also ran in this period, but unfortunately it's not at the circuit. So as you suggested, Adelino, the Porsche has come in from its demonstration, and we're very sad that the main entry for the Endurance Racing Legends race, which should have been taking place at this time, wasn't able to make the journey to Estoril due to the restrictions. So we now wait for the next race to come out on track, and this is the Classic GP for pre-1986 Formula One cars. And we're seeing examples of cars from all the great names that were around in
and it's time for us to go again near Rui Belmonte. He has another interview ready for us. Go ahead, Rui.
Adelino, I have another excellent driver here at Estoril with me at the pit lane. We are also by his Formula One car, this fantastic Ligier, once driven by Didier Pironi. Soyel, good afternoon, welcome to Estoril.
Thank you, good afternoon too.
What can we expect, you and we, from the race with these fantastic cars?
First, a lot of fun and to have a great time behind the steering wheel of this car, because this car is a fantastic car. It was a fantastic car and is still a fantastic car to drive. And today the weather is beautiful, a bit of wind, but it's going to be fun for sure.
I remember you driving in the covered car, not the formulas. Is it that different?
Yes, for sure it is different, but before... yeah, it's for sure much different, but before being a GT car driver or a prototype car driver, I was a single-seater car driver. I won the World Cup in Formula 3 and make a lot of Formula 3000 with some wins. So it's a bit similar that the Formula 2000 I was driving at this time, and for me it's a great fun to come back in single-seater car, because for sure the single-seater car is by far the best car to drive.
Here at Estoril, is there any special point of the track where you can make the difference?
There is many special parts here. Here is really a fantastic. It's a track on which we have we feel the speed. It's an old track. The walls are closed, and you feel you have a particular emotion in the car, and especially in this kind of car, everything goes very, very quick, very fast.
Okay, thank you, Soyel. Hope to see you on track in a few moments. Soyel Ayari, a man that made a career in single-seaters and also in Group C cars and prototypes. You will be driving in a few minutes here at Estoril with this fantastic Ligier. So let's go on track, because the starting grid is about to get ready. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Well, we see out on track now the Embassy hill, and in fact, in the Ligier for this first race, it looks as though it's going to be the owner driving, not Soyala Yari. It's going to be Mr. John B in his car, being strapped in. That's certainly the information we've been given. But Soyala Ayari was listed to drive the car, so he may take part in the second race for these cars. But the cars have now been released onto the track. And in pole position is the British driver Michael Lyons in the Hesketh 308E, car number 24, which was the same race number that was used by James Hunt when he raced for Hesketh. And this particular car, Michael Lyons' car, was actually raced by another British driver, Rupert Keegan, in the late 70s, and it was the last Hesketh produced before the company closed. The Hesketh owned and run by Lord Alexander Hesketh with his team manager Bowles Horsley, and this particular car designed by Frank Durney. There it is now on screen, car number 24, pole position, Michael Lyons, who is a very, very experienced young driver, just in his late 20s, and has been racing for many years, right back to when he was 16, 17 years old. And his mother, Judy Lyons, is also in the race. She's racing one of the Surtees cars, designed and built by John Surtees. The car we're seeing now on the screen is the car second on the grid, which is the Lotus 81 of Steve Brooks in the Essex colours, blue with the red flashes. The Lotus 81, this is chassis number 1, which was raced by Elio De Angelis and Mario Andretti in 1980. De Angelis used the car first, then it was handed to Andretti. But it was also the car in which Nigel Mansell took part in his very first Formula One race. This very car, in 1981 in Belgium, he finished third, and that was Nigel Mansell's very first Formula One race in the Lotus 81, which of course launched his career, which eventually resulted in him becoming Formula One world champion. We're looking now at Judy Lyons, who is Michael's mother, in the Surtees TS9. This is a car from 1971, which was driven by John Surtees himself, best result of 5th in Holland, and it was also driven by Rolf Stommelin, and he finished 5th in Britain in 1971. There is the Hesketh 308E, chassis number 1, which was rebuilt after a crash in Canada in 1977. You can see Michael Lyons there under the umbrella, keeping off the warm Portuguese sunshine. And Michael has driven a number of the family's Formula One cars. He also races in current GT cars as well, a very experienced driver. That is Steve Brooks, car number 12, which is the Lotus 81 I was just describing. Steve Brooks, a property developer from the UK, also flies Spitfires as well. In third place on the grid is the very experienced driver and preparer Martin O'Connell in one of the Embassy Hill Lola T370 cars, and Martin O'Connell, extremely experienced driver. That car designed by Eric Broadley of Lola for Graham Hill and his Embassy team. Next up on the grid is Mark Hazel in one of the wonderful Williams FW08Cs, and the 08C, this one is chassis number 10, which was raced by Thierry Tassin in period. But the FW08 driven to a win at Monaco by Keke Rosberg, also driven by Jacques Lafitte and Jonathan Palmer. We're now looking at car number 99, which is the Brabham BT37 of Jamie Constable. And Jamie is using similar helmet colours to the Hill family. Graham Hill, of course, the first driver to use that black helmet with the white stripes, and then passed it on to his son Damon. It's the colours of the London Rowing Club. Alongside him is the owner of the wonderful Ligier JS11, which is Mr. John B, and he's got a helmet rather similar to Jackie Ickx, the black helmet with the white stripe around it. The Ligier JS11, a very, very successful car, as Soyer Ayari was telling you, and I think we'll see him in that car tomorrow. Next to him is the March 811 of Vincent Rivet, car number 71. This is the March 811 chassis number 6, which was driven in period by Derek Daly, finished best, placed 7th at the British Grand Prix, and it was built for a team called Ram Racing. And then we've got next up the 13th TS16 of Marc Devie, the Belgian driver. Surtees TS16, built by John Surtees and driven by this very car, driven by the Brazilian driver Carlos Pache, who finished 4th in Brazil in 1974. Then it's the Trojan of Philippe Bonny, car number 41. The Trojan was built by Ron Taranac, who previously designed cars with Jack Brabham, and he went to Trojan and designed this car for the driver Tim Schenkin to drive in 1974. Best place in that car was a 10th. And then finally on the grid is Judy Lyons, car number 9 in the Surtees TS9, and this was designed by John Surtees and Peter Connew for the 1971 season, and driven by John Surtees and Rob Stomlin. A couple of 5th places were the best positions in 1971 for the Surtees TS9. Judy Lyons and her husband Frank and son Michael, great supporters of historic racing over many years, and they have a wonderful stable of cars, 2 of which you see on this grid. The cars now being prepared
regarding
for,
regarding qualification, I would say that if things stand and everyone keeps their pace similar to qualification, we think that Michael Lyons and Steve Brooks would have an advantage over the others. But O'Connell, Hazel and Constable are all very close in terms of qualification times. And also Mr. John of B with the Ligier, Vincent Rivet and Marc Devie, they are also very close, so we could be in for some very interesting battles. But this is the warm-up lap, so now we just have to see if all the cars will be running and ready for the race. I think most, if not all of them, will have the Ford Cosworth DFV engine.
Yes, indeed. The only car that was on the original list to have a non-DFV engine was in fact the Matra, which unfortunately hasn't made it to Estoril. So yes, they're all using the Ford Cosworth DFV engine, DFV standing for double 4-valve, designed by the Cosworth Company, which was a combination of Mike Costin and Keith Duckworth, Cosworth, and they became hugely successful in Grand Prix racing. But Cosworth also designed engines for IndyCar racing, for sports car racing, for saloon car racing, sports car racing. We're going to see later on with different variations of the Cosworth engine. A very, very successful team indeed, and all these cars running that.
And that contributed a bit for the leveling up of competition, because you had a very, very good client-ready engine that you can put in an engine of your design and with your aerodynamic inputs. So that actually was promoting the possibility that many other teams and builders could come up with. And I imagine like March and Williams and many other names that made history in Formula One, for them to have an engine that could be competitive and available and at least moderately expensive, that was really good for Formula One in this period.
Well, there is a story, and I believe it's true, that the original design of the engine was done for £100,000 sterling, although I was told later that that actually included the design of another engine as well, and actually only £75,000 was spent on designing this engine, which is incredible value because Ford, the Ford name was then spread all across Grand Prix racing for well over, nearly 200 wins in Grand Prix racing. It also won Le Mans for the first time in 1975 with Britain Derek Bell driving in the Gulf. So it didn't just win in Grand Prix racing, it was a fantastically adaptable engine and continued for years after it was not used in Grand Prix racing as the cars make their way up to the starting grid. Judy Lyons there in the Surtees car with the white arrow, the Matchbox Team Surtees livery on that car. But at the front of the grid, we've got Judy's son, Michael, in pole position. On the left-hand side of your screen, number 24, in the Hesketh 308, Michael Lyons. Alongside on the front row is Steve Brooks in the Lotus 81. The green flag waves, so we're ready to go, and the lights go out, and we're racing for 20 minutes. And a very, very good start indeed from Michael Lyons from pole position, but right up behind him is Steve Brooks. But all around the outside goes very experienced driver Martin O'Connell. Martin O'Connell, a preparer as well, runs OC Racing, which prepares a lot of the cars that will be racing at Estoril this weekend. So Michael Lyons leads from Martin O'Connell, from Steve Brooks, those three going through the turn 3 on the short run up to the left-handed hairpin at VIP. They're now onto the fast back straight. There's the kink we can see at the end of the short straight there, the kink right, and then another straight up to the left-handed parabolic interior. As they come up to that now, Michael Lyons just starting to ease away a little bit from Martin O'Connell in second place. As they go through the left-hander, that leads them up towards Aurelia and then on to the tight section of the circuit. Very difficult in these cars to get them through the tight chicane and the uphill section. They're coming to that section now, and you can see Michael Lyons using all of the road. Here he turns into the left hand and now the right hand. Martin O'Connell being challenged by Steve Brooks for second place. As they come up to the S's, Lyons pushes the 308 right to the limits, coming through the S's there and out now towards the parabolic of Ayrton Senna, which leads back on to the main straight. Already they have completed one lap. What a drive from these cars as they come over the start finish line for the third time, and a change for second place. Martin O'Connell loses out initially to Steve Brooks. O'Connell's going to try and outbrake him. Can't do it. And Brooks now holds second place O'Connell as they go up towards turn 2. In third place is Jamie Constable, and in fourth Mark Hazel, and in fifth Mark Hazel, in sixth Mr. John O'B in the Ligier. As we see the midfield cars coming through, there is Steve Brooks in second place, chasing after the Hesketh of Michael Lyons. Martin O'Connell now is going to come under pressure, isn't he, from Jamie Constable and Mark Hazel, who are catching him now as they come up towards the left-hander. So Martin O'Connell seems to have lost some pace, and Jamie Constable is catching him as they go through and sweep out of the left-hander, and now Constable is coming under pressure from the Mr. John O'B car behind. That's actually the Williams of Mark Hazel right behind Jamie Constable. And Constable using that Graham Hill style, Damon Hill style helmet as they chase after Martin O'Connell through and up towards Parabolica Ayrton Senna and back onto the main straight once again. And a good run there in the Williams, and Jamie Constable having to use all of the curbing as they come out down onto the main straight. He's now challenging Martin O'Connell as they come down into turn 1. Jamie Constable is number 99 on the outside. And it's Martin O'Connell who holds onto the inside, holds that position. Will he be able to stay there for turn 2? I think not. He's lost the position. So
Yeah,
Martin
that
O'Connell
was a great move.
Very good move indeed, yes. So Jamie Constable now is up to third place. Martin
Yes, now
O'Connell
Steve-
now coming under pressure. So Steve Brooks in second place, Jamie Constable in third, and Martin O'Connell in fourth, now coming under pressure from the Williams of Mark Hazel. Hazel holding a much tighter line, Martin O'Connell running out wide at the left-hander there. Has the position changed? Yes, it has. The Williams has gone round the outside of Martin O'Connell. So O'Connell now drops down into fourth place. Into fifth place, Hazel goes up into fourth place, Constable ahead in third as they go up through the tight section at the chicane and into the S's. And can the Williams of Mark Hazel now start to put pressure on the Brabham of Jamie Constable as they go out onto the main straight once again? The fastest part of the circuit, the Williams looking to the inside as they go onto the main straight past the pit. Jamie Constable stays ahead as they go down into the right-handed turn one. Both cars moving around under braking as they turn into the right-handed. But it looks as though Mark Hazel was a little bit quicker through there, but then he loses out. They come down to turn two, and once again making their way now down to the right-handed turn three, the hairpin, which leads to the left-handed hairpin, the VIP, and then on to the back straight. Adelino, a great start to the race.
Yes, as predicted, Constable and Hazel are doing very similar time, and the two ahead, Lyons and Brooks, are already distancing themselves. But this is fierce. It's a proper ding-dong battle that we're having here with the Brabham BT37 and Williams FW 08C.
Yes, two experienced drivers in historic Formula One racing, these two, and it's Constable who holds it ahead at the moment as they lap Judy Lyons in the Surtees, who's just making her way through the S's. And once again, through the parabolic Ayrton Senna, Jamie Constable just holding off Mark Hazel in the Williams. Hazel seems to be a little bit quicker through there, pulls alongside as they go onto the main straight, but realises that he hasn't got the speed of the Brabham ahead. The Brabham has much less aerodynamic downforce than the Williams, and I wonder whether that's just helping Jamie Constable to pull away as they get on the straight, because there's less drag from all the aerodynamics on the Williams. Similar engine power from these two, the same engine in the back, as they go up to
Yes,
turn.
I think from Hazel's perspective, the Brabham BT37 now looks like a very wide car indeed. Constable I think is positioning the car very well, not to be overtaken in the areas where his car is probably not as fast.
He certainly seems to be quicker. Hazel seems to be quicker out of the parabolic Ayrton Senna onto the main straight, but then once they get onto the straight, Constable seems to be able to pull away. So they're now coming up to the tighter sections of the circuit. And into the pits has come Martin O'Connell, I'm afraid. I did wonder whether Martin had a technical problem, because he seemed to start very quickly and then gradually lose time. So the team, OC Racing, working on the back of the car, trying to decide what might be wrong with that. As Mr. John B has the BGA coming into turn 8. We just caught the end of that, and meantime back with the leaders again, and Constable once again is ahead of Hazel. Hazel right up behind him. He's a little closer this time. Will he have a go into turn one? He's going for the inside, but I think Jamie Constable has that covered. So Jamie Constable remains in that third place. Martin O'Connell returns to the track down the pit lane. So whatever was wrong with the car, hopefully the team has decided and put that right, and Martin O'Connell back out on track again and be competitive. As the this great third place battle continues. Now we're looking at the leading Hesketh of Michael Lyons as he feeds his way through the left-handed VIP. No, he's further on in the circuit. He's up right up to turn 8 now, coming up to the chicane. Turns left and then steeply uphill, a 4-metre rise in that section of the track as the two battling cars for third place come up behind Mr. John B. There's Michael Lyons going through Parabolica, Ayrton Senna onto the main straight once again. And across the timing line, 6 laps completed for Michael Lyons, and his best lap, a 1 minute 36.439, which is some way off his fastest lap, which he set in qualifying, but slightly quicker than Steve Brooks, who's done a 1:36.778 in second place. Here's the battle for third place, and it's still Jamie Constable leading Mark Hazel. Jamie Constable in Brabham 37 from 1972, and Mark Hazel in the Williams FW08C from a much later car from 1953, a car which was a redesign of the earlier FW08, which had full ground effects aerodynamics, which sucked the car down on the road. So that was banned for 1983. So Williams redesigned the car with different sides and different aerodynamics to comply with the new regulations. And this FW08C is such an example, chasing the earlier Brabham BT37 designed for the Brabham team, which Jack Brabham himself, a 3-time world champion, had set up. But by the time the BT37 came along, a certain Bernie Eccleston had bought the Brabham team. So the BT37 was in fact the first Brabham of the Eccleston era, which went on to do huge success with Brabhams. And Bernie Eccleston himself, of course, went on to take over Formula One, and only recently sold as the third and fourth place cars come down the main straight. And once again on the main straight, Jamie Constable's Brabham is quicker than Mark Hazel's Williams, and by the time they get to turn 1, Hazel is a few car lengths behind. They're coming up now to lap Judy Lyons in the Surtees as they turn into turn 3. Up smoke there from the back of the Williams. I'm not sure whether that was a little bit of dust on the road or whether that indicates a problem for the Williams. We'll keep an eye on that. Certainly no smoke anywhere else on the track. They go down through the kink on the back straight. And this is where the Brabham seems to have the legs of the Williams, but now coming into the tighter sections, the better aerodynamics of the Williams perhaps helping Mark Hazel to close it up on James Constable as they turn now through Aurelia and into turn 8, and then the tight uphill through the chicane once again. And Mark Hazel closes right up on Jamie Constable as they go through the Estoril, trying to get himself close enough to the Constable cabin to make a challenge on the main straight. But previously we've seen that Constable is able to pull away, but once again Hazel has a go and goes to the inside, but once again the superior top speed of the Brabham pulls Constable away down to turn 1. It's a fascinating battle, Adelina.
I think it's pretty clear that if we're going to see an overtake from the Williams to the Brabham, it's not going to happen on the main straight, because clearly the Brabham BT37 is much faster, And probably this has to do with the drag and aerodynamic resistance that the Williams has, that makes it so fast in other parts of the circuit. But yeah, there are not many more. There doesn't seem to be many more places, unless something starts a mistake or perhaps the brakes. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult for the Williams to overtake the Brabham, which is clearly faster on the straight bits. But nice driving from both of them. I'm actually enjoying it very much.
Indeed, yes, the battle between them is fascinating. It's the classic difference in power and grip, able to take Mark Hazel through this section of the track, the tight chicane. He's able to close right up, although I think he made a little mistake there coming out of the chicane. Not at first as they go through the S's to Jamie Constable. So now
there is another thing I noticed that is that Constable seems to be much faster on the chicane section, which prepares him for the S's, the Parabolica, and the main straight. So as I seem to see a pattern here where he takes a gap there, and then in the main straight he also has an advantage. So yeah, I think that Mark Hazel will have to figure out something special to be able to overtake the Brabham.
Yes, he will. He'll have to build up there close as they come down towards the camera. So once again, Mark Hazel is trying to find his way through on the back straight now, coming up to the tight left-handed Parabolica interior. They go through that. So this is where Hazel is a little bit quicker. He closes up behind Constable. They're now coming towards Aurelia, the fast right-hander. And then it'll be into that tight section, which you've noticed.
Have you noticed that in the braking for the corner 6, the Parabolica Interior, have you seen that the Brabham is much less stable than the Williams, and you can see the car just moving under braking pressure, and it does an interesting effect, while the Williams is always much more composed.
Yes, that's. I'm sure that must be to do with the aerodynamic effects. The Williams has more air pushing the car down onto the road, so it moves around less, while Jamie Constable's car much earlier aerodynamics, and so it moves around a lot more. And they go through now turn 1 and turn 2, and you can see now that Mark Hazel is very, very close behind indeed. So he's going to make a challenge, I suspect, on this lap somewhere. We'll see. He's going through the left-handed VIP.
Yes, but Mark Hazel is clearly not giving up. He has 2 minutes and a little more than 2 minutes and 1 lap to figure something out and a way to overtake the Brabham. It's not going to be easy, but they will be racing until the end for that 3rd place.
Indeed they will, yes, as they lap Judy Lyons, and coming up now to the tight section of the circuit through the left-handed and right-handed chicane. And Mark Hazel, once again, very close behind, but takes a completely different line to the Brabham of Jamie Constable.
Yeah.
Now running up to Mark O'Connell back in pits again.
But in the exit of the chicane, it seems to me that Williams loses time with the line that he's taking. I'm not sure that would make a big difference, because in the straight line, the superiority of the Brabham in terms of speed seems significant. So, but still, it's interesting to see the different lines and different approach that both drivers have that probably suit the car's qualities better.
We now see the leader, Michael Lyons, in the Hesketh, briefly there, leading the race with just over a minute to go. Lyons leads Brooks in the Lotus 81, but we've been focusing on this absorbing battle for third place between Jamie Constable in the Brabham and Mark Hazel in Williams. Mark Hazel just snatches a break there as he turns into the left-hander, just locks up, and a puff of smoke. He's really trying very hard indeed, and he tries to come alongside, switches sides, goes for the inside. He's almost got the position there, but not quite, because Jamie Constable, who's very well aware of where Mark Hazel is, just turns into the corner. And Michael Lyons coming across the timing line onto his last lap. Michael Lyons in the Hesketh 18 crosses the timing line, goes on to his last lap. Now we're back with our battle for third place, and it seems that the Mark Hazel Williams is closer than ever, but this is onto the main straight, and once again he tries to get alongside, but then Brabham just pulls Jamie Constable away down that main straight, and by the time they reach the turn one, the right-hander, Constable has that third position well in hand again, as we watch Michael Lyons going round on his last lap. And Michael Lyons has really dominated this race, as he has done in many historic Formula One races before. Now it's closer than ever for third place. Looked as though Mark Hazel might have a sniff of third place. Jamie Constable gets ahead again. We're back with Michael Lyons now breaking hard for the right-handed corner, and there's the battle for third again. Still Jamie Constable just ahead of Mark Hazel, and into.
Yes. But I think we need to acknowledge that Jamie Constable is driving really well. We need to remember that in qualifying he was considerably slower, almost half a second from Mark Hazel, and is doing, I think it's a very good race, defending his advantage to the Williams car, and he's probably going to get third place, and that's a well-deserved position for him.
Well, the flag has gone out to Michael Lyons, who wins the race. Second place to Steve Brooks in the Lotus. We still across the line have gone that battle, and it was indeed Jamie Constable who took third place from Mark Hazel. But the gap between them in the end, very small indeed, and just well under half a second between those two. And it was pretty much like that the whole race. So a very good race indeed for third. Michael Lyons acknowledging the marshals. Of course, we have no spectators, I'm afraid, at Estoril this weekend, but Michael Lyons acknowledging the hard-working marshals all around the track who keep the drivers safe. And Steve Brooks closes up on this slowing down lap for his second place. And third place goes to Jamie Constable, fourth Mark Hazel. Mark DeBee finished in fifth place in the Surtees TS16. And in sixth place was Mr. John of B in the Ligier JS11, which he was driving today. And then seventh place goes to Vincent Rivet in the March. Eighth place to Philippe Bonny in the Trojan. And ninth, after a troubled race, for Martin O'Connell in the Embassy Hill Roller. Martin was in the pits at least twice, showing 2 pit stops for Martin O'Connell. It seemed to me as though the team were adjusting the rear suspension, so it might be that Martin had a problem and decided to use that race as a little bit of a test session for tomorrow's race. And completing the top 10, Julie Lyons in the Surtees TS9.
Okay. Steve Brooks seems very happy with this second place, with his very reflective Lotus 81. But you cannot help but smile when you see the decoration of the Ascot, the penthouse Ascot, with that that young lady there on the drawn on the sides of the car, and you remember immediately how the Ascot team was built with Lord Ascot, and well, a very playboyish approach to racing, and with of course the incredible James Hunt as the driver. I think it was a match made in heaven. I probably was never happier than when he was driving for Lord Ascot, with all the apparatus, the big yachts, the houses, the girls. That was clearly a very interesting project, but still they made some very fast cars, and James Hunt was able to show off his talent that would promote him to one of the leading drivers in the 1970s, and of course becoming the world champion against his friend, but a totally different personality, Niki Lauda. James Hunt also enjoyed a very good career as a commentator, so in that part at least we can feel some similarities and some coincidences with what we're doing here. But he had a remarkable life, and his personality is much cherished from enthusiasts of motor racing.
Yes, James Hunt raced for Lord Hesketh from the 1974 season. He took his first Formula One win in the Hesketh 308, an earlier version of the car we've just seen, in April 1974 at Silverstone in a non-championship Formula One race, but took his first Grand Prix win in another Hesketh, a slightly later car, in 1975 in Holland. So that began his Grand Prix winning career. James Hunt, as Adelino said, a huge character in racing, and then afterwards in commentating with Murray Walker on Grand Prix races. And the 308E that Michael Lyons was racing was produced after James Hunt had left the team, and was raced by Rupert Keegan, who brought the Penthouse sponsorship with him. Rupert Keegan also sponsored Imperial by British Air Ferries as well, another famous livery that he used. As we see a replay of this wonderful battle for third place between Jamie Constable and Mark Hazel, that's Brabham versus Williams. Here is Michael Lyons taking the checkered flag to win the race, and Michael Lyons really dominated from the lights out.
And we go back to Rui now, Rui Belmonte, with another interview. You are more than welcome, Rui, to start.
Thank you, Adelino. I'm here with Michael Lyons, the winner of this first race for the F1 cars. Michael, you started on pole, led all the laps. It's never easy, but you make it simple, or make it look like that.
I mean, it went to plan, you know. It's great fun. Last year I had a bit more of a fight when we were here, but no, it was good. Martin got a really good start. It was alongside me into turn one from, I think, third on the grid. My start wasn't perfect, so it was good, and in the early laps sort of settled down. Obviously here it's very hard on the tyres, so just try and keep driving smooth and keep it clean. I saw in the middle of the race Steve was starting to come back to me a little bit, so I had to push on a bit more. And we're able to find a little bit more pace, so it's good fun. I love driving these cars around here.
And for tomorrow, the strategy will be the same?
Yeah, I hope so. If it goes like this, it'll be a good weekend, but you never know. They're old cars, and we do our best to look after them and keep them in good condition, but we have to cross all our fingers and toes and just enjoy the laps we get, you know?
Okay, thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us here as well. It's great to be back in Portugal with the Formula One.
It's great to see you here. Thank you. Michael Lyons, the winner of this first race. He led all the laps. He started from pole, and then it was a little bit of a fight in the first laps. Then he got his pace, and it was a comfortable win. It's never easy for a race driver, but this time Michael Lyons make it look like that.
Thank you very much, Rui. And we will now have the classic endurance racing series. And it's a qualifying session. It's the second qualifying session for this series, also a Peter Auto racing series. This is a series for sport and prototype cars and some GT cars that were used to race in endurance events until 1971-72. We will have the Lola T70 Mark III B, also a McLaren M8C with a DFV engine, so an engine very similar to the ones we saw in the Formula One race that we had the opportunity to see previously. We also have a series of 2-liter sports cars like the Chevron B19, Chevron B16 is a different model, Ford GT40, Chevron B8, Lola T212, Porsche Carrera RS 3-liter. So we are now also witnessing the podium of the Formula One race. They all seem very happy. It was a good race. We will now have 45 minutes of qualifying for the classic endurance racing. There are several Portuguese drivers in this series, and we will have João Paulo Campos Costa and Alexandre Beirão in a Chevron B19 1971. This will be car number 56. And we will also have Miguel Vaz, Fernando Soares with the Porsche 911 Carrera RS 3-liter with the number 90. The classic endurance racing has caters for two different periods. GT cars, CER1 is for GT cars from 1966 to 1974, and prototype from 1966 to 71. And Classic Endurance Racing 2 will cater for cars from GTs from 1972 to 1981, and prototypes from 1973 to 1981. Usually these series include cars so different as the Ford GT40, but also the Porsche 910, the Ferrari 512, and also several models of the Porsche 911. What we will be seeing is the second category for these cars, so that means the younger models that I refer to. In Portugal, starting from the early 1970s, we had several races for these types of cars. Previously, we had, of course, Ford GT40 with Carlos Gaspar winning the national championship in 1969. '68, and also we had, of course, the same driver then brought in 1972 the Lola T280 with a Ford DFV 3-liter engine. He was there at the inauguration of the Estoril circuit. This would be the first moments of the Team Beep, which was an effort from Portuguese drivers to actually race abroad, and they would do that very successfully with the Lola 292 2-liter car. So it's really great to see these cars racing again at Estoril. Usually in all the Peter Auto events, they have a free practice they practice for 45 minutes. And which happened this morning, and then they do 45 minutes for qualification, and the 1-hour race will take place tomorrow at 3 hours and 20 minutes. We are now having the first results. Yeah, we have at the moment with the fastest lap time Yves Semama with a Toge SC304, a car from 1976. He's lapping at 1 minute 42 seconds, 422 hundredths of a second. Thousandths of a second. Then we have Francisco Lara Rezende in a Chevron B36 from 1978 with 1 minute 43.3. Then Carlos Barbo, also from Portugal, in a Lola T280 from 1972. Is lapping in 1 minute 44 seconds and 295 thousandths of a second.
So the fastest car you mentioned there, Simama, the car number 52. It's variously pronounced as I think you said Toj, but it's also Toy and even Toj. I've heard used. It stands for Team Obermoser Jorg. Jorg Obermoser is the team owner and driver of that series of cars. And this one, 1976, has put Yves Simama fastest.
I'd like to add that we have Carlos Tavares, CEO of the PSA Group. He's driving a Chevron B21 1972, but according to our information, he needs to return to the pits. He's probably not listening to this in the car, so they will have to signal him in another way. But he forgot. Someone forgot to put the transponder on his car, so he will probably be in the pits very soon to fix that.
We've also got some more warning flags going out to cars for exceeding the track limits. Both cars 52 and 600 are being told to keep their cars within the track limits. There is car 52, the very striking bold livery sponsored by Warsteiner beer. This is the toy of Simama number 52. Which uses the same engine in the back as we saw in the Grand Prix cars that have just been racing, the Cosworth DFV engine in the back of that toy, illustrating just how the engine was put in so many different locations in cars that, and they were successful. As we see a car going back out on track from the pits, that's Michel Baudin in the Lola T290. Lola, a British make, run by Eric Broadley. Very, very successful in all forms of racing, and including designing that Embassy Hill that we saw out in the Grand Prix race. That was Graham Hill. Went to Eric Broadley to design that car. And we're looking now at the gold toy. And the Lola on screen now is the T600 from 1981 with the all-enveloping bodywork as opposed to the open cars we are also seeing out on track. And you can see there that in period it was shared with Brian Redman and Bobby Rahal. Bobby Rahal, the American driver, Brian Redman, British. Very successful sports car driver and lives in America now, but he raced for, amongst many other teams, the Porsche mark. And on screen now is the white car at the head of this group, the number 2 car of Frédéric de Rocha, a French driver in his Lola T298. the Lola T298 has that very long, swept back aerodynamic wing at the back. And a car stopped there out on track with a mechanical problem as they continue to work on the Lola T600 in the pits. Striking livery, the BP. And I think the car's not out on track is earlier on. It's sort of orangey colour, I think, looking at the camera shot there. And there's a yellow flag out on track now to cover that. To cover the car that stopped. And we've now gone to full course yellow, so deciding to neutralise the session for a little while just to get that car off the side of the track. Full course yellow means that there are yellow flags shown all the way around the track. The yellow flag indicates danger ahead and no overtaking, so it means that drivers have to slow and can't overtake each other. Some drivers may choose to come into the pits because you can't set the fastest lap, of course, when there's full course yellow, because you're being told to slow down. As the Lola T600 returns to the track after its pit stop. And in the pits is the wonderful red car number 69. That's our friend Mr. John McVie again, who was out in the Ligier in the last race. That's his Ferrari 512 BBLM. As we return to trackside camera, we're just looking at the recovery of that car that has stopped. And not able to identify who that is from the camera shot. You see the board SC on the screen, that means safety car, which means that there's a safety car out.
It seems like, yeah. Is it car 31? Carlos
could be. Yes, I think you're right, Adelino. It's now come up on the screen that that car is stopped. So I think that confirms that it is Carlos Barbo who has stopped out on track. As we look again at Mr. John McVie's Ferrari 512 BBLM.
Yeah. The car is being taken out of the track, so it will probably will not be returning immediately to the pits, and we'll wait until the end of this qualifying session to be repaired, hopefully for tomorrow's race.
Well, he'd already set a good time. He's currently third in the times, so other people might improve, but at least that car has won the race. Many cars now come into the pits, as I suggested, with the safety car out. There's an example of one of the Porsche 911s.
And we have a green flag again, so we will resume qualifying in a few moments.
the number 64 Porsche 935 from 1976, driven by Hans-Jörg Hubner. In the pits there, we cut back now to trackside, and we're looking at the toy of Yves Simama, which currently holds the fastest time in this qualifying session. We've got around 23.5 minutes to go in the session. The time for Simama of 1:41.659. Best time of the session. Yves Simama in car number 52, using, as I mentioned earlier, the 3-litre DFV engine, the Cosworth DFV engine, same as in the classic Grand Prix cars we saw. And the team set up by German Jörg Obermoser, and called the team the reverse of his name. Name of the car, TOJ, and he raced in BMWs, but moved into sports car racing. And second quickest is the Chevron, car number 126 of Francisco Lara Rezende from Brazil, which we're looking at on screen now. The Chevron B36 from 1978. Chevron started and run for many years by Derek Bennett, who was a wonderful designer who put cars together. You talk to drivers and they say they just work. They're right. They feel right. They corner well. The aerodynamics are right. And this car we're looking at now, B36, successful in European sports car racing. Sadly, Derek Bennett lost his life in a hang gliding accident. Although the team continued after his death, it had lost its mentor and leader. So we're looking at the Chevron B36, second quickest session. We've now turned to the Lola T600 again, the Philippe Simama car number 600. The Swiss drivers, the Simamas, and this car from 1981, quite different in look and shape of the from the toy and the Chevron and even the Lolas, the other Lolas.
These cars are really fast. The Lola T600 from 81 has been clocked at the speed trap at the end of the straight line at 271.5 kilometers per hour. That I I think is very impressive. Also, the Lola T280 from Carlos Barbo, before he had to abandon this qualifying session. He did 266.3 kilometers per hour at the same spot. So these are very, very fast speeds for that for this track and those cars. So and the times they are doing 1:41.6, 1:42.4. This is really handy for and very impressive for these cars that are mostly from the 1970s.
On screen now, we are looking at John Emberson, a British driver, car number 21, in the Chevron B26, another example of Derek Bennett's wizardry with car design from 1974. And that car seen regularly on the historic racing circuits in the UK, but John deciding to enjoy the sunshine with you out there at Estoril this weekend. He also races in a Morgan as well in historic racing. The car we've cut away from it now, but just to let you know that the car that John Emberson's driving has quite a famous history. It's because of its colour, it's known as the chocolate drop, and it was a Works Chevron car driven by Peter Gethin, Brian Redman, and John Watson as well drove that car, as well as Ian Schechter, brother of Jody Schechter, South African, and John Lett, another successful sports car driver. So, John Emberson driving a very well-used car in period, entered by the Chevron factory. As the Lola T600 comes into pits, we're looking now at the car we saw in the pits a little bit earlier on, the Ferrari 512 BBLM of Mr. John B, who I think he's got a car entered in quite a few races this weekend, really enjoys his historic racing. This car was introduced in 1979 was the racing version for Le Mans of the 512 BB road car. It uses a flat 12-cylinder, 5-litre engine, and it was entered by North American racing team, the French Potsy country, and also Bill Frankenstein. BB stands for Berlinetta Boxer, Boxer referring to the engine, with the pistons running side to side, sort of boxing each other, and it had some success at Le Mans car. It was entered from 1979 to 1982 and took a best of 5th place overall for the Potsy team of Jean-Claude Androuet, Claude Ballerina, and their second car finished 9th overall with the Belgians Pierre Dudonné and Jean Sanseval.
Yes, the Ferrari 512 BBLM is one of only 2 cars in the GT2 category. The other one being the number 64, the the Porsche 9345 from 1976, driven by Hans-Jörg Hübner. So these are the cars that will compete for GT2 class honors. All the other cars racing in the qualifying are prototypes, and you have the cars with more than 2 liters and the under 2 liter the engine capacity, and of course the cars with the bigger engines are the ones topping the time sheets at the moment.
Well, it's the toy of Simama, number 52, that still leads, just coming into the pit lane now, and in second place, despite stopping some time ago on the side of the track, is the Carlos Barbo car, number 31, the Lola T280, also with the same 3-litre Cosworth engine, running second in times, despite retiring during the session. And we're looking now at Yves Simama. No, we're not. We're looking, sorry, at his Philippe Simama. My apologies to the Simamas. Philippe in the pits, having more work done on the rear now, change of wheels for the T600 Lola. That car is 13th in the times. .131 in the pits there is the toy SC206, the slightly earlier car from Overmoser. That uses a 2-litre BMW engine, so that's the fastest car in the under 2-litre prototype class. Car number 131 is Franck Morel, car from 1977.
Yes, the Torch cars, they are topping they are being the fastest both in the above 2 liter and under 2 liter categories. So that makes for very good chassis and also probably very good drivers also.
Indeed, yes. We're looking on screen now at this very distinctive Lola T600 of Philippe Simama. He's actually getting out of the car. I fear they have some problems with that because he hasn't set a time yet. He's been in and out of the pits. As we go back to Mr. John B in his Ferrari 512 BBLM.
That's a gorgeous car, isn't it? It's really so, yes, so beautiful and so 70s. Even though very close to the 1980s, it's still a car with so many 1970s cues in terms of design. Both GT cars in this series are running together. Oh, and the Lambretta Lola T 298 is topped. Nice decoration, and a Lambretta could be useful now at the moment for the driver to return to the pits. But we have more of that on 2 wheels with Rui Belmonte. He will take care of the next moment in transmission when we celebrate the Spirit of Speed with the bike exhibition that will start at 15:55. And Rui Belmonte will comment on this and the importance also of motorcycling for the Autódromo of Estoril. That has been the stage of some wonderful races from several categories of motor racing.
I notice on our information screen that the reason the car 600, the Lola T600 of Philippe Simama is in the pits, it was given the black flag by the officials. The black flag means that the car must come into the pit lane. due to possibly some mechanical problem. So I'm afraid that they do have troubles with that Lola T600, which hopefully they can sort out for the race. As we revert to on screen the 21 Chevron B26, as I mentioned earlier, known as the chocolate drop because of its brown colour scheme, raced by, amongst others, Grand Prix driver John Watson. A car that was entered by Chevron in the International Sports Car Series. John Emberson, who we're looking at on screen, is second in the under 2 litre class in the qualifying session, behind the toy of Franck Morel. The difference in time between them, very, very small indeed, only about just over 1/10 of a second. So, and in fact, thank you to the director, that's just up on screen.
I have been able to confirm that the Lola T600 was black flagged because of repeatedly going outside the track limits. So that's the reason why this car was black flagged.
Oh dear, that's not great news. Really, once you get a warning flag, you need to just keep your elbows in and not run across the curbing. But maybe Philippe Simama decided that he needed to use the curbs, as another car with very, very distinctive livery is Franck Morel from France in the toy SC206 with the 2 litre BMW engine, and he's fastest in the under 2 litre class, third on the grid overall with a time of 1 minute 45.234, but he's being chased hard in this qualifying session by Britain's John Emberson in his Chevron B26, his time of 1 minute 45.247, so just 13 thousandths of a second slower than Morel in the toy, who we see on track with 6 minutes remaining in the session. So Morel out there trying to improve on his lap time as he comes up to the chicane. Steep uphill through the right-hander and out through the fast S's before they finish the lap through the parabolic at Ayrton Senna. And we'll see whether Morel can improve on his 1 minute 45.234 as he comes now onto the main straight. And he has improved. He's done a 1 minute 44.405. So that puts him 0.8 of a second quicker than John Emberson in the Chevron. John Emberson is on track, so he's out there trying to improve his time to try and get ahead of Morel on the starting grid for this race. There goes the toy of Franck Morel. Lovely camera shot that, with the pampas grass in the background, waving in the breeze. As we focus now on that wonderful livery on that car, BP, with the scissors on the side as though the car is being cut open on the dotted lines. That's Morel coming round to complete another lap through the S's up towards the parabolic at Ayrton Senna. His time 1:44.405 last time around, and he's carrying on to complete this lap, so we'll see whether he can improve again. No, he doesn't improve, so but it leaves him in third place on the grid and fastest under 2 litre car. As back out on track from the pits goes Mr. John of B in his 512 Ferrari, with only 3 minutes remaining in the session. In the pit lane is our fastest car, which is in provisional pole position, and we can see it on the left of picture there, the gold Warsteiner livery of Yves Simama in the toy with the 3 litre Cosworth DFV engine in the back. He's fastest with a 1:41.659. Second fastest is a car which stopped on track some time ago, which is car number 31, but had previously put a time in quick enough to put him second on the grid in the over 2 litre category, the Lola T280 of Carlos Barbo. Then third quickest and fastest in the under 2 litres is the BP liveried car number 131 of Franck Morel, the toy SC206 with a 2 litre BMW engine. And then it's fourth quickest Briton John Emberson in the Chevron B26, car number 21, a 1:45.139. Fifth quickest is the under 2 litre car number 2 of Frederic de Rocha, the Lola T298. And then we have the first of our GT2 cars, which is the Ferrari 512 BBLM of Mr. John of B. Car number 69 is fastest in GT2 and 6th fastest overall. And we're looking now at John Emberson, number 21, on track, which is an under 2 litre car trying to improve on his 4th place on the grid and second in under 2 litres. Coming now to complete his lap, John Emberson, just passing Mr. John of B, who is going slowly and into the pit lane. But will John Emberson be able to improve his time? He does improve his time. He shaves a few tenths off, a 1:45.055, which puts him just under a second slower than Franck Morel in the under 2 litre class. And the flag comes out. John Emberson, if he wishes, can complete this lap and get a time, because he passed the finish line before the checkered flag came out, so he has one more chance to improve his position.
Okay, so
Still
this
circulating.
qualification is over. Yeah, we are now going to pass to Rui Belmonte, who will continue the commentary, and will accompany us during the Spirit of Speed bike exhibition. Alistair and me, we will have a quick break and we'll be right back with you in a few minutes.
In some different competitions, not only MotoGP or the ancient categories from the major class at the World Championship. There were several bikes that will be driven. They will be driven by their owners. Others are bikes from collectors. We'll find some superbike. Also some TT bikes and 500 cc's and even MotoGP bikes. There are a few of them. They belong to the same collector from Portugal. They will be in the track for an exhibition with 15 minutes. They'll make a few laps. Last season they were also here to do some exhibition laps at the same time that we see that the cars from the endurance racing are getting back on the pit lane. Yves Semana was the fastest at the end of the session, 1:41.659, a total of 6 laps. Or it was made this record at lap 6 of the 14. Carlos Barbeau, even if it stopped throughout the session, finished second. Lola T280 from 1972. And some of the cars are getting back towed by the club vehicles. Others are getting back into the pit lane after this 45 minutes qualifying session. Philippe Semana, we saw that the Lola T600 from 1981, he was black flagged and has no time. He will be the last one on the grid, together with Francisco Rezende, the 126, the Chevron B36. And now we wait to see the bikes on track. This is the final standings of this qualifying. Yves Semana first position, second Carlos Barbeau, then Frank Morel. The fourth is John Emerson, Frederic de Rocha fifth, Mr. John Offby. He'll be driving the fantastic Ferrari 512 BBLM alongside with Soyel Ayari. And it is the final ranking, 13 cars after this qualification. No time set for the last two. They will be allowed to start from the grid tomorrow, and we are already at the tent for the motorcycle exhibition. You see some Suzukis, Yamahas, Hondas also. 4 strokes, 2 strokes. The Spirit of Speed is a club of motorcycle racing owners. Several of them ride their own bikes. Others let their bikes to be ride by professional riders. Last year we saw one of the fantastic Suzukis rode by Jürgen van der Gurberg here at Estoril. It was owned by a collector, a Dutch collector, and the bikes are getting back on track here at Estoril. Estoril that was home soil for MotoGP till 2012. 2 weeks ago it was also the racetrack that ended the 2019-2020 Endurance World Championship with a victory for Yama Yard, and this is one of the Suzukis. Also a fantastic rock with those fantastic colors from Valvoline. Also racing colors, famous racing colors here at Estoril with some of the bikes. Also a bike that was ridden by Michael Rutter to a victory in the GP of Macau, one of the 7 victories for the British rider. Also a super bike. You see several different bikes coming down the pit lane for this exhibition. Last year also Giacomo Agostini was in this exhibition with one of these MV Agustas. And this is the first moments for 15 minutes of exhibition. Spirit of Speed back on Estoril for the 2nd year in a row. Also a fantastic Honda RC30. The same model that won the first 2 years of World Superbike Championship back in 1988 and 1989. They are running this 15 minutes exhibition. Several bikes, even some historical derby bikes. Also, a Ducati MotoGP is also in the paddock. A Ducati that was ridden by Andrea Iannone. Back in the days, he was with Pramac colors. The year before, he was promoted to the official team. That is one of the RC30, one of the Hondas, and just one bike stopped. It seems like TZ. One of the Yamas that are here at Estoril. The color scheme is typical Yama. The first ones are getting back on the finish straight line. This is the last corner, the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, named after the Brazilian driver, the Formula 1 champ that lived in Portugal. Also a Norton with the sound of the 4 strokes, completely different from the 2 strokes. Historical bikes here at Estoril. Exhibition only. Last year, not only this exhibition but also a race with the legends of MotoGP. Wayne Gardner was here, also Ruben Chaus, Jürgen van der Gurberg, and many others. Pier Francesco Chili from Italy, an ex-GP rider and also Superbike rider. The sound of 2 strokes back at this racetrack, a racetrack that was built in between 1969 and 1972, the year that was officially inaugurated the circuit, the first event held here with motorcycles, cars and also sidecars. The sidecar championship that was here last year, not in this year of 2020 due to the pandemic scene. It was not possible to have the sidecars here at Estoril, but they will probably be back in 2021. In 1 week time, Estoril will be the last event of the season for the World Superbike Championship. Superbike that was one of the series that ran also here. 2 events back in 1988 and 1993. A small derby also in the inside straight with that little Right King on this bike.
just stopped and stayed there. Also an endurance bike, it's a Honda with the lights on. And number 111, also a racing bike, as we can see, with the official colors of the Japanese manufacturer. These are also pieces of jewelry. They need to be kept like little babies, running smooth throughout the 4,182 meters of this racetrack. Back in the last corner after the S's. This is the Parabolica. Some of them go faster than the others, of course. Also, one of the first Moto2 bikes was here last season. A bike that was ridden by Lucas Peszek in the first year of the championship, Moto2 championship. And the RC30 is also one of the most famous bikes in the world. When you talk about racing bikes, you have to talk about that Honda that won the first 2 years of the World Championship Superbike. Fred Merkel, the American rider, won those first 2 titles with those famous colors from Team Rumi, an Italian-based team that took the Honda RC30 to the first 2 world titles in World Superbike Championship. Also a Kawasaki Superbike here leading this small group. A beautiful Superbike. Also a bike with history. It was an official Kawasaki Superbike in the World Championship. And the Rock with the Valvoline colors, Yamaha engine, number 21, going through the S's also, once again back in the Parabolica Ayrton Senna before the straight line. Not so many bikes as last year, but still a good amount of motorcycles, collectors from France, from Spain, from Portugal also. Also a Yamaha, bikes from Japan and also from Great Britain, the Northern, that is also here at Estoril. A great moment also to see the two-wheel boys back in this fantastic event as an exhibition, this spirit of speed. Many of the owners don't allow their bikes to be raced. Sometimes it's not easy to find spare parts, so they have to take good care of their little babies. And then just a few laps, 15 minutes of exhibition before we go back on racing with the Group C racing, with Dario Franchitti being one of the drivers with this fantastic Jaguar, alongside Zach Brown that will be also on the track. He's running this weekend here at Estoril. He's racing this weekend here at Estoril, running the Jaguar, and also a fantastic Ford Prix. And we see the Kawasaki, and also several other bikes. The Ducati MotoGP, That was one of Andrea Iannone's bikes in his last year with the Pramac. He's not on track. It's an exhibition at the moment for the Ducati. The Bologna bike is on an exhibition here at the paddock, but not on track. And here also another bike, 72. One of the oldest bikes here at the Spirit of Speed bike exhibition, being followed by the Honda. The CBR 1000. Not the V4 engine as the RC family, but a 14 line. Very beautiful bikes. They are still running quite good. And there's the RC30 with the famous swing arm. Almost a revolution in the motorcycle industry, but especially in the competition, motorcycle racing. Ducati and Honda used this one-sided swing arm. And you see the beautiful Honda leaving the inside parabolica halfway through another lap, and being followed by this Elf bike. It seems like a Niyama also, and it is the Honda that was also world champion endurance with his bike, alongside the Portuguese rider Alex Vieira. Till today the only Portuguese rider to win a superbike race. It was in Nürburgring back in the 90s, and here is a fantastic derby. The Spanish school also in the Spirit of Speed bike exhibition. Very beautiful bikes for the second year in a row. Spirit of Speed alongside this Estoril Classic for an exhibition. No GP Legends in 2020. Two fantastic races last year for the GP Legend boys. It was another great moment to see Wayne Gardner on track. With modern bikes, they don't use anymore old bikes like the ones they used when they were following the championship, and they were the stars of the MotoGP championship back in the days. They rode 500 cc's, 250 cc's or 125s. Those were the last two-stroke categories in the MotoGP scene. Before that, 350s, also the 80s, and even the 50cc. Those smaller bikes, small capacity engines, they were the first ones to be left aside. Now we have only 4 strokes, MotoGP, Moto2 and Moto3. There's no Moto2 or Moto3 here, and we can see a MotoGP bike in the paddock. Also nice to see how bikes evolved throughout the years and the seasons. The fairings completely different these days, for those back in the 80s or back in the 70s, even in the turn of the century. When you see the black flag being shown to all these Spirit of Speed exhibition riders, 50 minutes for everyone. Checkered flag for everyone, also the RC30 crossing the finish line here at Estoril. A beautiful sunny day for the first 2 days of racing in this fantastic circuit that in 2-3 days will start to once again be ready to run a World Superbike race. It is the Kawasaki that once raced at the World Superbike, finishing the exhibition for this Spirit of Speed back in Estoril. Another fantastic bike, and the checkered flag also embraced by the wind, typical wind here at the circuit, with the Sintra Mountains on the north side, and of course Cascais on the south side, a few kilometers away. Two more bikes on the start-finish straight line. It's the end of the exhibition for these guys. Simply fantastic, this Spirit of Speed event. They will be back on track tomorrow between 2 o'clock, 2:15 and 2:30. Once again after the classic GP for the Formula 1 cars, the Prix 86 cars, and before the endurance racing legends. And we see at the moment that the Group C racing will be the next event on track. They will start their race at 4:20 more or less. They'll be on the grid in a few minutes. They will have 45 minutes racing before the 60s endurance that will start at 5:25 with a 2 hours race, the longest race of all the weekend. Tomorrow shorter races, 1 hour will be the longer one, 2 races with 60 minutes. Heritage Touring Cup and the Classic Endurance, the second racing for the Classic Endurance. There are still a few bikes on track, red flag being shown also, so that the riders can get into pit lane at the same time that the organization are already at the starting grid, getting everything ready for the Group C race. The marshals also showing their flags, leading the way to the riders back on the GP Legends. This is the pit lane, the entrance of the pit lane. With the beautiful Norton, the fantastic sound of the 4-stroke engine. Another fantastic bike, it's a Yamaha 250 with the 88. The 88 is the number for the Portuguese rider in MotoGP, Miguel Oliveira. probably the last bike on track here at Parabolic Ayrton Senna, one of the hardest corners in racing world. And this is the pit lane entry. With the last bike getting inside the pit lane. The marshals showing the way to everyone. This beautiful Yamaha, also an historical race bike. Sometimes they need some help. They are old ladies that need some help sometimes. And everything ready for the Group C racing with fantastic cars on track. We'll see some of the most beautiful cars, historical, also historical racing drivers. Dario Franchitti is one of them. We saw that Soia Layari is also racing this weekend here at Circuito Estoril. Dario Franchitti knows really well these corners. He tested here so many times with DTM for so many years. Traveled here on some teams. It was somehow the secret track for the BMWs, but especially for the Mercedes. And there are some of the best moments of this exhibition with these small groups, showing us different eras of the motorcycle racing, but always the same passion for the riders. They are here proud and proudly showing their bikes. Here is the beautiful Kawasaki, that big pipe on the left side, 750 cc's for that engine. Also the Honda RC30 with a beautiful swing arm, one-sided swing arm. Also an historical piece of engineering in motorcycle racing, and not only motorcycle racing, also in the motorcycle industry, still used till today by some brands like Honda and Ducati especially. So we wait that the Group C cars are back on track. Here it is, race 1 for the Group C with this Estoril Classics 2020. Getting every minute closer to the final moment of this first day. A beautiful Saturday. Sunny Saturday here at Estoril. Here are the first cars on track. We'll also see the beautiful Jaguar with the silk cut colors. Narak is on the pole. Then France second place. Calf is the third one on the grid. Dario Franchitti will be the fourth. Then Monet and Fischer, the sixth on the grid. Fastest time 1:34.681. A total of 8 cars. Rochot the 7th and Hübner will be on 8th place. 1:58.655. Everyone waiting for the drivers at the finish line, so that they can stop and get the starting grid ready for this 45 minutes race.
CK on track, which is the car that got the fastest speed at Le Mans after the chicanes were added, and that car actually we can see just putting into position there. That car, which is on the front row of the grid alongside the pole position Porsche 962C, which is on pole position, driven by Raymond Narac. So the front row of the grid is number 82, the light blue and white Porsche 962C from 1990 of Raymond Narac. Alongside is Pierre-Alain France in Nissan R90 CK, also from 1990. There we see that car now, the yellow livery car driven in period by the Brit Mark Blundell, and it was he who got that fastest time and speed at Le Mans when they turned everything up to the maximum. The Porsche 962. See, the Porsche 962 was a development of the Porsche 956, and it's slightly longer, and it allowed the driver's feet to be behind the line between the front wheels, which became a regulation for safety to avoid the drivers being injured if the car was to have an accident at the front. On the second row of the grid, the Spice SE92 that we're looking at now of Michel Compagne, car number 10, in the blue and white Denon livery, and alongside is the beautiful Jaguar XJR10, driven today by Dario Franchitti. We heard Rui talking to Dario earlier, and to the car's owner, Zach Brown, who will, I assume, drive tomorrow. Not necessarily, Dario may drive both races, but one would assume Zach will take over for tomorrow's race. But it's former IndyCar champion and Indy 500 winner, multiple Indy 500 winner, Dario Franchitti, who's at the wheel today of the Jaguar XJR10. On the third row is the Benjamin Monet ADA 02B from 1987. That's the orange car. And alongside is the Spice 89 SE89C of Peter Fisher. Blue and red colours, as the cars are planned out. On the final row of the grid is the Tiger GC288 from 1988 of Vincent Luris, and another of the Porsches, the 962C from 1991, number 51 of Hans-Jörg Hübner, red car. The Tiger car, which is towards the back of the grid there, Vincent Luris, that was built by Tim Schenkin and Howden Ganley. Tim Schenkin, TI and GA of Howden Ganley, both successful race drivers, of course. They built the Tiger in all sorts of different sports car formula, and in fact some open wheel cars as well in racing. The Porsche 962 was dominant in world sports car racing for some considerable time, and there was one Le Mans race where most of the entry was the 962 Porsches in the top class. The ADA we see there, Benjamin Monet, was ADA Engineering was the full name of the company that built the car, which was race engineer Chris Crawford, and the driver was Ian Harrower. And they'd taken class victory at Le Mans in 1986. And went on to develop this car for the World Sports Car Championship. won the C2 class, which is the lower powered cars than the C1 cars. That car won the class with Johnny Herbert driving. So we've got the cars coming round the final corner to take the start. It's inside of the circuit for this rolling start is Raymond Narac in the Porsche 962C. Alongside is Pierre-Alain France in the Nissan R90CK. And these cars, both these cars were timed at 300 kilometers per hour at the end of this straight in qualifying yesterday. Very, very fast cars indeed, as the cars now head to the start line. We do have a mandatory pit stop in this race. I'll tell you about that in a few minutes, just to let you know that the cars will all be coming into the pits for a mandatory stop, as the Nissan takes the lead into the first corner, but immediately loses it again. So it was France got the lead just turning into turn one, but by the time they got to turn two, the Porsche 962C of Narac had got the lead back. And into second place has come the Spice of Michel Campagne, ahead of the Nissan. And in fourth place is Dario Franchitti in the Jaguar, as they head down the back straight through the kink, and then now they're turning into the left-hand parabolic interior, and it's still the Porsche 962 leading, but starting to come under some pressure now from the number 10 car, the Spice, which our screen tells us is not Campagne as we were told it was going to be. It's Allard Kalf who's driving that car. So Allard Kalf, a very experienced driver, so he's actually in the Spice for this race. And the Porsche is being driven by told Raymond Narac, although my other screen is telling me it's Michel Lecour, so we have some confusion between the timings. Who is driving the leading car? Michel Lecour is not the official driver. I suspect we should go with that. The timing screen has been changed now. Parts of it have been changed now that you're seeing on the screen. So Michel Lecour it is who is driving in the leading car, Allard Kalf behind. Both Lecour and Kalf experienced Le Mans 24-hour drivers, so they know all about these cars. They generally compete in the GT class, in Porsche 911s and such like, but they're Group C cars for this race, and it's a very good race indeed between these two. The 962 Porsche still leading the Spice in second place. Lecour leads Kalf. In third place, it is the Nissan of Pierre-Alain France. And he's already some 7 seconds behind the leading two as they come into the chicane, steeply uphill. Spice racing team formed by British driver Gordon Spice, who ran a very successful car spares supply business, but also was a very successful racing driver as well. And we have a yellow flag out on track, so we'll try and pick up where that is. Turn 3, we're told. So that's the tight right-handed hairpin. Yellow flag there. See if we can pick up who that might be that's causing us to have that impact. Necessarily the yellow flag on screen as the leaders come through, and Michel Lecour just ahead. And there we have a car stopped on the inside just under the barriers, and that looks like a Spice. So I wonder whether that, yes it is, It is the number 104 Spice of Peter Fisher, which has spun on the tight turn 3 and ended up facing in towards the barriers. It doesn't look like it's made contact. It probably just can't move from there, so it's an assistance from the marshals. Meantime, the leaders remain tied together. Porsche 962C of Michel Lecour, Allard Kalfin Spice SE92. We're looking now at Dario Franchitti in 3rd place. So he's managed to get past Pierre-Alain France in the Nissan as they turn into turn 8, up to the chicane. Left and right, we can see Dario Franchitti on screen at work there, just coaxing the Jaguar through that tight section of the track. Great view of the drivers there as they go through the chicane. Dario Franchitti, the Scots driver, had enormous success in America. He retired from top line racing after in IndyCar racing. Has come back into racing after a few years break. Still the leaders close together. Allard Kalf. And up to the kink on the back straight. And now turning into the parabolic interior. Long left-handed hairpin. Kalf running a little bit wide there. Through the centre of the hairpin. 3rd place, Franchitti. Ahead now of the Nissan. In 5th place is the ADA of Benjamin Monet. And in 6th place is the Tiger, the 129 of Vincent Lewis. Although I'm told on my timing screen that 129 is actually being driven by Bertrand Rousseau, who should have been out in the formats, but perhaps decided to take over someone else's car. So we're working off the timing screen here. So my apologies for chopping and changing with these drivers. But, what we were told. In 7th place is the second of the Porsche 962s, car number 51 of Hans-Jörg Klubner. Allard Kalf still chasing the 962C for the lead. You'll be familiar if you listen to Dutch Formula One. Allard Kalf is the RTL commentator for Formula One racing on television. And he's looking for the inside as they come down to the parabolic interior. He's raced in a number of different classes, mainly one-make series, such as the Opel Lotus series for cars. And then he moved to Renault Clio racing and also raced in Dutch touring cars as well. Allard Kalf had a lot of experience on both sides of the microphone as they go through the chicane and up to parabolic Ayrton Senna to start another lap. Yeah. I mentioned that there's a mandatory pit stop in this race, and the pit window will open in 8 3/4 minutes. It will be open for 10 minutes for cars to come in during that window. And there is a minimum pit stop time of 2 minutes stationary in the pits. and smoke there coming out of Allard Kalf's spice as he came out of the corner. To see whether that returns, but he's now taken the lead. So Allard Kalf gets past the 962C Porsche of Michel Lecour and takes the lead on lap 6. And there's a bit more of that smoke, and that doesn't look good as they turn into the chicane. That's coming from the left exhaust bank, so it suggests there's a problem with the engine.
Yeah, this is too much smoke. Yeah, this is really too much smoke. I don't think this car will continue going in the race. Let's see. Yeah.
So it could appear there are problems for Allard Kalf in the leading car, the Spice, and I noticed that Michel Lecour was keeping out of the way of the smoke. I suspect there's some oil mixed in with that, so he doesn't want that on his windscreen as they turn through the hairpin.
Whatever the problem is,
And this is the battle building up for 4th place between the Nissan, the yellow car, the Nissan R90 CK of France, and immediately behind is the 105 ADA of Benjamin Monet. And Monet's lap times over the last few laps have been quicker than the Nissan, hence he's gradually catching him as they go down the straight into Parabolica Interior. So just finish off on the pit stop. The minimum pit stop time is 2 minutes, plus the time to get in and out of the pits. And the elite drivers must have an extra 20 seconds penalty pit stop added to their time. So 2 minutes, 20 seconds for drivers with an elite, cars with an elite driver. As more smoke, and increasingly smoking on the straights now. Unfortunately, the Spice of Allard Kalf, Michel Lecour, continues in 2nd place in the Porsche 962C, the car that called a metronome, carried on. So well built by Porsche. Very, very reliable car. Turbocharged engine. But as Adelino says, despite that smoke, Allard Kalf is keeping going. There he comes again. He turns into turn 8 and then up to the chicane. The smoke seems to be worst on the faster right-hand corners, such as the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, which we're coming up to shortly. In fact, Kalf has slowed and let Lecour through as they came into the S's, so I wonder whether we're going to have Allard Kalf into the pits. He's maybe seen the oil pressure gauge telling him that there's reduced oil pressure, or maybe the team has told him to come in, but the leader comes into the pits and the pit window is not open yet, so this is definitely a problem for Allard Kalf.
could it be
We look now at the
work that is rubbing in something, perhaps a tire or something, that could explain why it didn't lose much speed? And it also also happen in a certain area of the circuit, not everywhere. It's still a mystery, but we'll find out what happened.
It's a great shame because there's a good drive from Alain Kalf to take that car into the lead, but he's now in the pits, and the car that spun early on in the race, which was the Spice of Peter Fischer, looks to be a retirement, I'm afraid. So we've lost that car as well. And the Nissan and the ADA battle, it looked to be the way of the Nissan at the moment.
There's no sign of the Spice coming out of the pits, so this was not according to plan. So this was related to the problems he received
It certainly looked as though it was oil smoke from the engine on the pictures we were looking at. So I fear that there's a problem there. And another car stopped at the side of the track. Or that may be the Fischer car being pushed to a position of safety. Now, a good lead of 20 seconds for Michel Lecour, and we have a track limits warning flag going out to car number 105, which is the ADA of Benjamin Monet, and he's being told that he's exceeding track limits at turn 7, which is Aurelia. Meantime, the leader, Michel Lecour, continues in his Porsche to lead the race by an increasing margin.
I think the Spice has been slowly pushed to its pits, and it should be confirmation that the car is retiring.
Yes, that's unfortunate, isn't it? The pit window opens in.
It was a nice fight, yeah. And that car was clearly lapping very well according to the qualifying time, so that was clearly an improvement in race pace, and it was actually challenging the Porsche 962 that dominated both qualifying sessions. We were actually hoping that Nissan would be the closest adversary, but it turned out to be the Spice, which unfortunately had to retire.
The Porsche that's leading, I mentioned, was hugely successful for Porsche over many years. It's if you combine the Porsche 956 wins with the 962, which were essentially the same car, but the 962 slightly lengthened to allow the driver to be moved slightly further back behind the wheels. It's had more wins than any other sports car, and taken 4 World Sports Car Championships for drivers. It's also won in America in the IMSA Series 3 times, taken 6 wins at Le Mans, 5 at Daytona, 4 at Sebring. It's such a successful car. That's very similar, all of those 962s, to the one we're just looking at now, coming into the pits for its mandatory stop. So it's a minimum 2 minutes pit stop. That's the second of the Porsche 962s that we've got in this race. This one in the famous Kenwood livery, the red and black, which is now coming into the pits for its stop. That's Hans-Jörg Hubner in his 1991 car. Also coming in the Nissan, and it looks like the ADA as well from the back there, the red ADA, as they are coming down the pit lane. Yes, it is. So they're both into the pits. So
it doesn't seem that they have an individual strategy. They are stopping almost all at the same time. So let's see how it goes, and if it changes the order.
Yeah, so there's plenty of room in the pit lane, isn't there? Very large pits and not too many cars. So I think the drivers are deciding that they can come in. And interesting there, a leaf blower being used to keep the driver cool in the 51 Porsche. Hans-Jörg Hubner has the benefit of some moving air to just keep his body cool during the pit stop. A lot of heat comes from the engine whilst the car is stationary, which normally gets channeled out of the back of the car, but it builds up and comes into the cockpit of the car during a stop, which is why the team have opened both the doors in that car. The only car on track at the moment is now in the lead for the moment because it's carrying on, and that's the Tiger GC288, which is Bertrand Rouchot at the wheel. As the leader prior to the pit stops comes back out on track, that's the 82 Michel Lecor Porsche. In the pit lane with the engine cover up, that looks very much like the Jaguar. Yes, it is, the Castrol livery. The Jaguar, yes. And there is Dario Franchitti standing by the back of the car. And is that, I fear that, is that Brown talking to them, is it? Yes, it is. So neither driver in the car. That's a technical problem, I'm afraid, for the XJR10 Dario's brought in. That's a shame. The XJR10
to lose a couple of the faster ones.
Yeah, certainly the Jaguar is a car that really in the UK has many hearts carried with it because they took the Le Mans win. Not that car, but the Jaguar took the win at Le Mans. And it was many, many years before that Jaguar had been winning at Le Mans with their C and D types. But the XJR10, which would appear to have a technical problem, raced in America in the IMSA GTP series and took lots of wins and high placings, very successful. Somebody getting a push start in the pits there we're looking at. We'll try and pick up who that might be just leaving the pits. Oh, it's the ADA, which has had a push start from the pit lane, car number 104. Sorry, 105. 105 is the ADA. That sits in 5th place, just moved up to 4th because Franchitti is dropping down with that car. Still no pit stop for the Tiger of Bertrand Rouchot. So the leading car now being driven by the second driver. We were told Raymond Narak was going to start it, and Michel Lecour would take over, but then the timing screens told us it was the other way around. But if they have changed drivers, which I think they have, it's a different coloured helmet now in that car, then that should be Narak in the car now, although our timing screen's still showing Lecour. Nice sight there with the two Porsche 962s together.
I was under the impression that Narak did the first stint and then he passed it on to Lecour. I might be wrong, but we don't have more information than this one at the moment.
No, well, yes, Adelino, that was the information I was given, but the time was showing Lecour as in the car, but it's still showing Lecour, so we don't know who started and who's in it now. But I think they have changed drivers because it's now a yellow helmet in the car. As we look at the Nissan car number 27 in third place, and that car was shared between Pierre Alain and Erwin France from France in Lisbon. So again, assuming they've changed drivers, Pierre Alain is the son of Erwin, and generally Pierre Alain is quicker than Erwin, the father and son from Paris. So we may now see, because Erwin is in the car now, according to my timing screen, so we'll see whether that car now becomes quicker or slightly slower than it was before. The pit window is closing in less than a minute, and everybody has now come in, because just as I said that, the final car that needed to come into the pits, Bertrand Rouchot in the Tiger, has come in. We're told that car will be driven by Vincent Nouris, so maybe Vincent will take over from Rouchot. Just under 18 minutes remaining in the race, and still leading is the Porsche 962C number 82, driven by Raymond Narak and Michel Lecour. And we see that car now going on to the main straight. Here is the number 27. We're told now driven by Father Erwin France. And that's second place as Rouchot starts to drop down as he does his mandatory pit stop. Gap between the leaders, which we just need to keep an eye on, is 1 minute and 5 seconds. But the Nissan has just done the fastest Sector 1 and Sector 2 times in the whole race, so that car is going very quickly. Adeline, how do you know?
Yes, the Nissan is now really motoring, and it has been clocked at the speed trap at 295.5 kilometers an hour in the last lap. So is making up ground, but I think the difference is too big. It's more than 1 minute, but he can. I think he just did the fastest lap of the race also. Lap 15, 1:37.380.
Yes, and that makes us think that that makes us think that it's actually the son, Pierre Alain, who's driving now, because he is quicker than his dad, Erwin. So we think that because the lap times have got quicker, and indeed are quicker than even the leader, that it is now Pierre-Alain France driving the Nissan. Although that's just our assumption based on the fact that they share. It's Pierre-Alain who's quicker.
I also have the information here now that Raymond Narak is driving the Porsche 962 C. So,
thank you. Yeah, so Michel Lecour did start that car, as the timing screen told us, and Raymond Narak has taken over. So that car that's done a 1:36.6.
Yeah.
Which is the best lap of the race.
And yeah, it did. Now the Porsche again has the fastest lap. They were really, really quick in qualifying. They did 1:34. So they 1:34.6, which is a very fast lap here at Estoril. The Formula One record of this track with this configuration, it is from David Coulthard in 1996, and it's 1 minute and 22 seconds. So this is not that far off for a Group C car from 1990.
That's very fast indeed, and you mentioned earlier that in qualifying yesterday, the Porsche and the Nissan were both clocked at just over 300 kilometers an hour on the main straight, which is very fast indeed. It's in over 180 miles an hour.
The race seems settled. Perhaps we could speak a bit what's going to happen tomorrow. We will start this live broadcast at 9 o'clock in the morning with the greatest trophy. It's the first race that we broadcasted today. It's the second race of those 1960s and late 50s cars. Then we will have again the bike exhibition, Spirit of Speed. We have the Heritage Touring Cup race, which we will be looking forward to, including Dario Franchitti and Zach Brown, as they said they really enjoy driving the Ford Capri 3100 RS. That's going to be great to see. Then you have the second race of the Group C around 11:25. The Classic Endurance Racing 1 at 12:25. That will be a 1-hour race. Then again, we will have the Formula One cars, the Prix 1886 cars at 13:40. Another bike exhibition at 14:15. The Endurance Racing Legends exhibition, we hope a bit more with some more cars than today, is scheduled for 14:35. Classic Endurance Racing will follow. It's a 1-hour race and that will start at 15:20. And finally, to conclude this edition of the Estoril Classics, we will have the Iberian Historic Endurance, the Nisha Cabral Memorial of the racing driver Mario Cabral. That will be a 50-minute race that will start at 16:35. This is also a good moment to praise the organization and everyone involved, since we have been able to be under the complete the schedule. So car number 27 struggling to find its way around the track, and it's a pity because the Nissan was actually doing a very fine race and heading for second place. I don't think it's going to happen anymore.
It looks like the Nissan has had a spin there, and it's just trying to get back onto the track. The yellow flag is at turn 7, which is the Aurelia, where it's had that spin, and it's finally turned itself around, although it doesn't have much steering lock, so the car is now across the track, which we hope there's not another car coming, but it doesn't have very much steering lock, so you can't just drive out of that position. So we'll hope that the marshals are able to warn the approaching cars. These cars coming through the Parabolica interior, coming up towards Aurelia now. There we see the yellow flags, and the ADA slowed right down to make sure, and I can see the Porsche driver, that car has been parked in the middle of the track.
Yeah, I think that there needs to be a decision from race control. The car is placed in a safety car. Safety car is on. It's already on its way. I can see the safety car has now departed from the straight finish line and is heading now to turn 1, and they will regroup the cars. But the car is so badly positioned that I don't know if it's going to be possible to remove the car in order to finish the race without a safety car. Let's see.
Now we can see the driver. That is Pierre-Alain France, the son, as we thought, who'd taken over from his father.
Okay.
He's jumping back into the recovery truck. Has been able to put a strap onto the back of the Nissan and is reversing it now off the track. So we may well see the safety car come in next time around, which means we get some more racing before the checkered flag. As we look at the leader, Raymond Marac, who has had success at Le Mans. Raymond Marac, he's been a class winner, so he's an experienced driver, and having taken over the Porsche 962 from Michel Lacour, two very strong drivers in that car. We've got 7 minutes remaining in the race. We've got a safety car out at the moment, which is allowing the lapped cars to pass, but it will pick up Raymond Marac in the Porsche. But the hard-working safety crew down there at Aurelia seem to have almost cleared that Nissan, so we may well see the safety car come in very shortly. That's our third retirement from this race, I'm afraid, because the first retirement was the Peter Fischer Spice, which spun at turn 2 or turn 3, I think it was turn 3, and retired. We then saw Dario Franchitti bringing Zak Brown's Jaguar into the pit lane for a technical problem, and that hasn't returned to the track. And now Pierre-Alain France has spun and retired the Nissan down at Moralia. So the leader is Raymond Narac.
Yes, let's hope and see if it's possible to finish this race without the safety car. But still, it was an interesting race. These cars are always amazing to see because they're so fast. It's a pity that some of the main contenders had so many trouble, and it was actually quite fun to see the Nissan recovering some ground and doing some fast laps. And pushing a little bit the Porsche 962C of Raymond Narac.
It seems we're going to have one more safety car lap, which won't leave us very long at all to return to racing. The safety car lap will take the best part of that 4 minutes we have left. I do notice, actually, good news that the Spice SE92 of Allard Kalf is back out on track again. Which may have been handed over to Michel Campagne, but that car is in the safety car train, so whatever the problem was when it was blowing out all that smoke earlier on, they must have fixed it, and it's back on track, which means that the car should be okay for tomorrow's race, even though it had problems in this one. The leader looking very lonely indeed behind the safety car. And despite the fact the safety car is being driven...
Alistair?
Yes, Adelina.
Alistair, do you think the grid... Yeah, the grid for the second race would be upon the results of this one? So that could actually mean that we will have some fast cars if they return tomorrow, starting from the back of the grid.
Yes, that's correct. The second race will grid in the order of the first race. So yes, the Spice will be towards the back of the grid. Actually, it should finish in 5th place if it continues, because it's only one lap down now on the Nissan. So it may well move itself up to 5th. We still have a safety car, I'm afraid. Safety car is coming in this lap. And it may look like the safety car is driving slowly because the racing cars behind look like they're going slowly, but actually that safety car is being driven almost as fast as it can because they need to keep the speed up for the racing cars. But when you look at the racing cars, they look as though they're just very slow indeed. But these cars haven't caught up the back of the leader, which is surprising because here's the leader coming through the S's. He's almost completed the lap, and the safety car will be pulling into the pit lane. But the rest of the field are way down in turn 1. So I don't know why they didn't speed up and close up to the back of Raymond Narac, which they could have done.
Yes, I think that was the idea when the safety car gave way for them to go, that they would be closer. But what's going to happen is that this restart, well, it has no interest whatsoever because the Porsche is completely alone. So
yes, but the cars behind, whilst they can't overtake each other, they can, once the incident is cleared, they can close up the gap to the leader. But they haven't done that. So
yeah.
we've now got the leader, as you say, a long way out in front.
Well, the other three couldn't overtake the one that was leading that pack, so it was up to the first guy to actually try and close in on the Porsche. If he doesn't do that, the other guys cannot overtake him under the safety car. So there's nothing they can do about it.
No, it must have been very frustrating for them because in that group was the Allard Kalf car, and being an experienced driver, he would know the rules. There's some changes now taking place in the midfield because the safety car's gone in, so they're switching around, and Hubner has gone up to 3rd place, Monet in the ADA down to 4th, but Allard Kalf is very quick, but he's 2 laps behind after his long pit stop. Here comes the leader.
And still they went, yeah. And still they got into trouble, even without speeding up and trying to catch the Porsche. Number 129 is under investigation for safety car procedure failure. So they will have a chat with race control after the race.
Yes,
I will wave them goodbye when they come here, because I will see them coming.
We would say here they've got to go and see the headmaster. That's car 129. The leader is on his final lap. Raymond Narac, as I mentioned, the class winner at Le Mans in the 24 hours. He's won in 2007 in GT2 and quite recently in 2013 in GTE AM, which is the GT class in the Porsche 911. And here he is now bringing the Porsche 962, an earlier very successful Porsche car, to the finish line for the first of our Group C races. Going up now to turn 8, so just 3 or 4 corners to go through the chicane. And apart from Allard Kalf managing to get the lead early on in the race, this car has dominated throughout. And coming now through Parabolica Ayrton Senna to receive the checkered flag for the Porsche 962C. Across the line goes. Michel Lecour and Raymond Narac take the win in the Group C race. Also a lap down and going across the line at the same time, so had the checkered flag. Second place goes to the Tiger after all the ups and downs of that race. The Bernard Rouchot car is shown as second in the finishing order, but of course we know that that car may have a penalty applied because it broke the safety car procedure. And that may, of course, be why it's jumped up the order, because it may be out of our sight. He was doing some overtaking under the safety car, and that's how he got ahead of all those cars. In third place is the second of the Porsches, the 962C, number 51 of Hans-Jörg Hubner, finishes third. And all 3 of those top 3 cars have won their respective classes. And then in fourth place is the ADA, number 105 of Benjamin Monet, who I think drove solo in that race. We didn't get a change on the timing screen to the other driver. And then coming up to fifth, as I suggested he would do, Allard Kalf in the Spice SE92, which was in the pits for 4 or 5 laps, trying to sort out that oil smoke problem, and ended up back on track and going very quickly and finished in 5th place. Retirements for the France family's Nissan R90 CK after son Pierre Alain spun it and stalled, so that car a retirement. Also a retirement for Dario Franchitti in Zach Brown's Jaguar XJR10. Zach didn't even get to drive that one, so that was not classified. And finally, the car that spun very, very early on in the race, first lap I think, was the 104 Spice of Peter Fischer.
And we are heading for the longest race of the weekend. That would be the 60s Endurance. This is also the longest entry list. So We will have lots of cars to talk about in this one. 35 cars actually completed qualifying. We don't really know how many will be on the starting grid, but it's very likely that we will end up with this number, 35 or 34, 36, because there are 3 cars that didn't have a time in qualifying. So I think this could be a very interesting race. Very close qualifying times. It almost looks like the first 5 or 6 are Shelby Cobras. There are 3 Daytonas and 3 Cobras 289. So this is going to be potentially very interesting because most of the drivers of the Cobras, they are very experienced also. So we are in for a treat if everything goes according to what we expect. Just to compare, and this is mainly a curiosity, but the fastest car on the speed trap for the 60s endurance was the Lotus Elan 26R 1966 with a speed of 214 kilometers per hour. So it makes an interesting comparison with these cars that can do more than 300 kilometers an hour at the end of the straight. So we are talking about, of course, cars that are much older and much with very small engines and from a different era and time. But I'm sure you can have as much fun in these as you can have in the Group C cars, perhaps more.
I think what's likely with the cars we're going to see out next is that we will see much more sliding around because the cars have got a lot of power, but not as much grip as these Group C cars, which we're seeing now a replay on the screen, and you can see all the aerodynamics and the wide tyres, slick tyres, which allows them to corner at tremendous speeds, but not slide around. Whereas the Cobras and the Jaguars and the Elans with much smaller engines but very quick cars, as you've already said. It was the fastest car on the straight. Very light, and they have more power than grip, so they tend to slide around a lot more.
So the 60s endurance race will have 2 hours, and most of the teams will have 2 drivers, but I think it is possible for a driver to just do the same stints, but he has to stop in the pits for a mandatory pit stop and with a time defined by the regulations, which I'm not sure how long it is.
Well, we can see the cars have made their way back into the pit lane from the Group C race, and the official or the provisional result, because we know that the 129 car is under investigation, but at the moment the provisional result shows a win for the car number 82, the Michel Lecor Raymond Marac Porsche 962C, 2 laps ahead of the car number 129, which Bertrand Rochot and Vincent Meurice in the Tiger. And next out on track, we've got GT and sports cars from an earlier time, from the 1960s, and as Adelino has already said, a very large grid indeed of 38 cars, and the front of the grid dominated by the Shelby Cobras in both forms, the 289, which is the type of car you can see at the front there, the 370 numbered car. That's the more traditional Cobra shape, but behind it is the Daytona Cobra shape, which was designed by the Shelby team to make the car more competitive at the high-speed circuits. And you'll see when you see the car from the side that it has a completely different body shape with much more aerodynamic and a flat rear end, which was found to make the car more stable at high speeds, such as on the very long Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans.
Actually, I think it worked because it allowed AC Shelby to win the manufacturers' championship, if I'm not mistaken. Was this in 64?
You're correct.
60? Yeah, I think it was 64.
Yes, and the name Daytona comes from the circuit in America, the Daytona circuit, where they have a 24-hour race. And the car, yes, and there are certainly far more Shelby Cobra Daytona coupes than there ever were in period. It's a very, very popular car for the recreation market, where cars are built but to the original specification. So they do qualify for historic racing as long as they are built precisely to the specification of the time. Then they qualify to race against cars which were built at that time, because they should be equal. And we certainly see the Daytona Cobra Coupe as a very, very popular GT racing car, very successful. And we've got three of them at the front of the grid for the next race. The Lotus Elan, which you mentioned was the fastest car on the speed trap, that's the fastest of the Elans is on row 4, and the reason it's called a 26R is that the type number of the Elan was the 26. It was called the Elan as the name of the car, but the type number was 26. So when they produced the Elan for racing, they called it the 26R, R for racing, and it's not that much different from the road-going version of the Elan. It has slightly different suspension pickup points and a slightly different bulkhead behind the engine.
Yes, regarding the 26R, I heard someone said, quite in a funny way, that unfortunately of the 99 produced, only 300 survived.
Yes.
Because of course we have a lot of 26R racing, much more than were produced in period. But it is true that you could upgrade a normal Elan to a racing specification with the correct parts, and so it was when you're racing in period, many things are allowed as long as you respect the FIA regulations and the homologation file.
Indeed, yes. And the same jokey story is told about the Shelby Cobra Daytona, because of the 6 made, all 12 are still running very well. We've got the grid coming up on the screen. We'll just run through for you. On pole position is the car number 376. That's our friend David Hart again, with Nicky Pastorelli. We're told, according to our information, on the timing screen, which I'm tending to use now, Adelina, it's David Hart will start, although on our grid sheet it tells us that Nicky Pastorelli will start. But we'll see if we can maybe see the helmet colour in that car, the pick up whether it's that light blue helmet of David Hart on pole position. And he's in the Shelby Cobra, the more traditional rounded shape, and alongside the number 8 Shelby Cobra Daytona of Xavier Galland and Olivier Galland, and I'm told it's Xavier will start that car, as you can see them lining up on the grid. And so it's the Cobra traditional shape and the Daytona on the front row. On the second row, it's number 70, Pierre Alain and Erwin France. We saw them out in their Nissan, and according to my timing screen, it's Pierre Alain who will start, and alongside another friend from the Group C race, Michel Lecour with Raymond Narac. And Michel Lecour, we're told, will start. That's car number 33, another of the Daytona Cobras on the second row. On the third row, also Cobras, the 289 shape is the Yvon Ma, who looks like he will start, and alongside is number 16, Damien Kohler will start. So it's Marais and Kohler, and Marais and Kohler on row 3. As we look at, that's the Daytona Cobra shape. You can see the swept back and the flat back of the car. We've got 2 more Daytona Cobras now we're looking at. 33 is the Raymond Narac Michel Lecour car. That's on row 2, and alongside is the France family car, number 70. Probably not used to take the children to school though. Number 70 is Pierre Alain and Erwin France. Now that looks like Dad to me, because Pierre Alain had a black helmet and a black race suit. And that looked like his dad. So I think it's probably Erwin who starts, which is not what our timing screen's telling us. Back to the next row, and we've got the Cobra 289, number 50. Ivan, we're told, will start that. We're looking now into the cockpit of the number 16 Cobra of Christophe Van Riet, although our timing screen says it's Damien Kohler starting that. Then next car back is 22, which is Carlos Barbo, and the first of the non-Cobras, which is the Jaguar E-Type, number 68 of Leon Ebeling in the Jaguar 3.8 litres. We're looking now at the Mustang, and then another of the Cobras as we walk back down the grid. There's the Milan. That's the car number 47 of the Delaplanque in the 26R. There's another of the Daytona Cobras as the cameraman walks back down the grid. A wonderful selection of cars that we're seeing on this very, very large grid indeed.
Some beautiful shapes there.
Yes, rather dominated by the Cobras at the front, the first 3 rows. But we've got the Elan and the Jaguar on row 4, first of the 2 non-Cobras. In the shot there, we've got Cobra nearest to the camera, number 26, and then a Jaguar E-Type next to it, number 265. Behind them, it looks like a Porsche 911, one of the early 2-litre Porsches, which is taking part in this race. As the cars are led off, and it'll be a rolling start.
No clutch is going to be harmed in this start. Good. They need to last for 2 hours, so it's great that if they can save it at the start.
Yes, you make a good point there, Adelino. There are a number of reasons for rolling starts, but one of the main is to preserve the clutches on these cars, because they do suffer with lots of power, and they are quite old cars now, of course. 1960s is a long time ago, and also there is a safety aspect as well. I think the cars starting in grid formation but rolling is generally safer when they get to the first corner, especially if there are some lower powered cars near the front of the grid. So the cars making their way through the parabolic interior.
Yeah, but it's lovely to see all these cars lined up behind the safety car. That's really a sight for sore eyes. After a good day's work, it's wonderful to see all these cars at Estoril, even with all the restrictions and the strange situation we all live in. This is beautiful to see. I'm happy. It's only a pity that we cannot share this with the audience at the grandstands, but we have the live streaming, and we hope that this conveys all the passion of motorsport. That's actually why these events exist, and the bet of Cascais municipality on this event is exactly for this, to convey the passion for motorsport and the history, and also the culture, because these events are cultural events also. They should be treated as such, cultural and sporting events. And to see these cars filling the S's, and now the Parabolica that has the name of Ayrton Senna, I think that is heartwarming for everyone who's seeing the transmission right now.
Indeed, yes, and that is a fantastic sight we've got on screen now as all the cars form up for the rolling start. A very large grid indeed, all the way back to the Parabolica, as they go now racing for 2 hours with pit stops, of course, and down to turn 1. And it looks as though the car from pole position, which David Hart's Shelby Cobra, looks to have held on to the lead. Yes, indeed, but the Daytona Cobra of Gallant next to him on the outside, so looking to get round as they go down towards turn 2, but we're watching the rest of the field stream through as the leaders now coming up to turn 3, and it's still the Hart Pasquarelli Cobra leading from, in second place, the Gallant car. We've got a yellow flag out already at turn 13. Well, we haven't got there yet, so I don't understand why there should be a yellow flag at turn 13, but we'll see what transpires of that. But the rest of the field still pouring through the left-handed hairpin at VIP. So there could be a car stopped at turn 13 from the pace car lap. That's a possibility. Somebody broke down on the open lap, so we'll see when they get there whether there's any activity. Turn 13 is the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, the last corner on the circuit. Some good battles mid-pack, and we're just focusing there on the 82 Cobra, that's Benjamin Monet, as they come up through the tight left and right of the chicane. The little Elan trying to nip up the inside of a Cobra there, cheeky, and up to the S's now, the leaders, and we should see now the yellow flags at Ayrton Senna. Yes, there we see the waving yellow flag, so that suggests that there's a car stopped perhaps on the last part. Yeah, there we are, there's an E-Type parked on the inside of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, which I can't quite see the number on that, but I think 48. know, we'll yeah, the Jaguar number 111 is the retirement at the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, which was right at the back of the grid. Gonzalo Russo. So that was the car that stopped on the green flag lap. And that will take some moving from there, so we may see some marshals out on the side of the track whilst the cars are at the other end of the circuit, as they are now, as they come along the back straight towards the kink from our overhead camera. Now the leaders coming into Oreia, now turning into the tighter section of the track through the chicane. And we've had a change in the order with the Daytona Cobra going into the lead. Car number 8, the Xavier Gallant car, taking the lead from the early leader, and pole position David Hart, who's dropped to 3rd place.
Alistair, I have the information that the start is under investigation, so perhaps there was someone jumping the start. We have to wait and see if there's a decision from race control. Also, there was a Jaguar stopped at the... Were you able to identify the Jaguar that stopped?
That's car number 111, which is the E-type of Gonzalo Russo, stopped on the green flag lap.
Okay.
And the car into the pits already is the MGB. Car number 38 has made a pit stop, the Godet and Berthy car. So problems for a number of drivers early on in this race. Leading non-Shelby Cobra is one of the E-types, and that's car number 3, which is started by Armand Neal. And also leads its class. But not far behind is the second of the E-types, and that one is car number 68, which is Leon Ebeling. And they are in 7th and 8th places. Meantime, ahead of them, the Cobras are starting to stretch their lead as the cars come through the S's. Still, we have
there's
that
a car
flag
entering the pits. Yeah, the car that stopped on the near the Parabolica is now entering the pits. I still don't have a clear vision of it, but I will get back on you as soon as I can see which car. There's also another car entering the pits. I think it is the Shelby Cobra Daytona of Michel Lecour. Number 33 entered the pits. I have to see if it comes back again.
It looks maybe an engine problem or a puncture, because there's quite a lot of smoke coming from that that Cobra 33. That's Michel Lecour, who of course was in the winning Porsche in the last race, but an early problem for him. The lead is closing up with the number 8 Xavier Gallon Cobra in the lead, but being caught by the second placed Cobra. That's car number 50.
And now apparently car number 31 was also stopped. Has also stopped at the track.
Yes, car number 31 stopped at the side. That's the Cobra of Charles Firmenich.
Yes. I think it's at the VIP corner number 4, on the inside of corner number 4. It's not a very good position. And I imagine we will have yellow flags very soon.
Or the two leaders just a couple of seconds apart, with the Daytona Cobra leading the more traditional 289 shaped Cobra. We've got them on screen now. The Daytona Cobra number 8 leading the race of Xavier Gallon, and in second place is the number 50 Cobra of Guillaume Maillet. And David Hart remains in third place, number 376 in his Cobra. And
now we have yellow flag at turn 4. Yellow flags at turn 4 to remove the car with number 31.
So no overtaking down into turn 4 as we watch the Elan.
Yes, I see that there's the organization's pickup has now arrived near the car. Driver is out of the car, and it's positioning it to probably tow it back to the pits or somewhere safe. That should take a while.
Yeah, we see on screen now that car being recovered, the number 31 Cobra. But racing goes on, and only yellow flag in that area, so they can overtake everywhere else. And we're watching now the leader, Xavier Gallon. And there in second place is the number 50 Cobra, Guillaume Maillet.
Yes, I think that the car number 31 is being towed next to an emergency exit. So racing should resume at turn 4 in a couple of minutes.
David Hart remains in third place in his Cobra, followed by the number 16 Cobra, Damien Kohler, and then in fifth place, number 70, is the Owen France. We think started that, judging by the camera shot we had into the cockpit of that car at the start. Car number 70 in another of the Daytona Cobras. And then completing the top 6 now is the Jaguar E-Type, car number 3 of Armand Millet.
racing has resumed as normal, so no yellow flags at the circuit.
The shot there of them coming out of turn 2 in towards turn 3, you can see that those two leading Cobras are absolutely on the limit. They're sliding around and using every inch of the track as we get a good shot of them there going through turn 4, VIP, and then up towards the kink onto the back straight. And they're passing one of the Healy 100s there as they go down the back straight, or at least the leader gets past. The second place car gets past just in the middle of Parabolica Interior. And just to complete the top few places, I mentioned the Jaguar E-Type in 6th place, number 3 of Armand Miel. That also leads its class. In 7th place overall and leading its class is the Lotus Elan 26R, car number 22 of Carlos Bravo. So I think that's the first of our Portuguese drivers in the race in the Elan there, leading his class. And then in 8th place is car number 68, which is the Jaguar E-Type of Leon Ebeling. 9th place is the 82 Shelby Cobra of Peter Fischer, and completing the top 10, the similar Shelby Cobra, number 26 of Charles de Villecourt. So the Shelby Cobra is still dominating the top 10 or 11 positions. And we're looking now at the leading Cobra Daytona, but we're also looking at another Cobra Daytona which is not leading, it's in the pits, and that's car number 109, which is the Bretmeyer car, which was running midfield but now dropping down very quickly as it sits in the pit lane. The pit window opens in just under half an hour, and the arrangements for the pit stop are that the pit window will remain open for 30 minutes, and it opens in 29.5 minutes time, and the drivers must all stop for 5 minutes plus the time to get in and out of the pits. So quite a long stop in the middle of the race for this race, 5 minutes. And then if you have a professional driver in your car, you must add 40 seconds to that pit stop time. So it could be 5 minutes and 40 seconds if you have a professional driver. And the leader making his way through a group of slower cars coming through the corner there, and it's a good battle going on for minor placings between Porsche and MGB as they come down the main straight. And the second placed Cobra gets through past the Porsche, but we've got two Porsches and an MGB. The MGB in the sandwich there. The 103 MGB, that's Georges Rochetta. MGB from 1964. That little dice between the two Porsches and the MGB is actually the 26th place overall. The two Porsches are the early 2-litre cars from 1965, and the MGB slightly earlier from 1964 with the 1800cc engine. There we see our leader again. The gap first to second is 1.68 seconds. Well, that's a little bit less than it was a couple of laps ago, but they are working their way through slower cars. So it may be that the leading car, Xavier Gallon, just lost a little time getting past the slower cars. But the fastest lap times comparison between the two leading cars, very, very close indeed, just a tenth between them really. So still very much in the hunt is the number 50 car of Guillaume Maé. And the gap first to second just extended a little bit to 2.8 seconds. David Hart in third place, number 376 in the Cobra, a further 10 seconds back. As we look at a very steamy Cobra Daytona in the pit lane, and that's car number 103. We've seen that car before in the pit lane, haven't we? That's Georges Rochietta, which that looks to me to be overheating with steam coming out from the cooling system. It's actually 109 and it's losing water as well, so yes, very much overheating. I misidentified that. That's the Bretmeier car, which we did see earlier in trouble, 109. And the cameraman getting a nice close-up shot there of the water pouring out from the cooling system. You can see there running out below that joint in the expansion tank and running down the pit lane. The mechanic just waiting for the car to cool down enough to release the pressure from the system. We may see that car back on track if they can get that cooling problem sorted. There's a Healy 100 in shot now, number 304. So that's the Portuguese Jose de Rocha. Apologies if I pronounced that wrong, Adelino. But that's in 24th place. Car number 304, and 4th in Class GT3, the Austin Healy 104 from 1955. 4-cylinder engine, much less power than the big Austin Healys, Jaguars.
And now we go to Rui Belmont is in the pits with another interesting interview for us. Go ahead, Rui. Thank you.
Thank you. We are at the pit lane. We are aside 109 that just stopped with heating problems. Emil Bretmeier was driving the car, and just after a few laps he had to stop with a lot of water coming out from the cooling system. I will try to talk with Emil just to let you know what happened. Emil, when did he start to overheat?
At the start of the race, and it's still heat, and the oil become to heat too much, so I decided to start.
Will you try to get back on track, or it's over?
We think it's over because it's take too hot and the engine is maybe damaged. So.
Okay, thank you. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Bad luck for Emil Bretmeier. It was a heating problem just the beginning of the race. Then it continues to getting hotter and hotter, and Emil decided to stop. Maybe a problem with the engine will cause the definite stop for this car. The 109 is off the race. We'll see if they come back on track tomorrow or not. But for now, they are off. A shame for them at the beginning of this 2-hour race. They are the first ones to get out of the race due to mechanical problems.
Just waiting for that interview, we saw the second place car having a problem. Managed to make its way back out again, and Yvonne Maé, who's in car number 50, amazingly reversed the car out of the gravel, and it's dropped 2 places to 4th. So that puts David Hart up to 2nd, and Damien Kohler up to 3rd, and Ivan Mai drops down to 4th place, just ahead of the Daytona Cobra of number 70, which is Erwin France. So we'll now watch to see if Ivan Mai can make his way back past the 2 cars ahead. But a mistake there from the number 50 car. As we see 2 of the early 2-litre 1965 Porsches making their way down around VIP.
I have so many Shelby Cobras in this race. Always remind me of John Tojeiro. Tojeiro he built a little sports car that the company, English company AC, bought the rights to build the AC Ace, and from that on, AC Ace was then chosen by Carroll Shelby to produce the AC Cobra. The thing is, John Tojeiro was born in Estoril, just a stone throws away from where I'm sitting and the circuit, and his father was Portuguese. Tojeiro is a Portuguese name, and he went on to sell the rights for his chassis and the beautiful body inspired by the Ferrari 166 MM. And AC had a success in the hands because both the AC and Aseca, which was the coupe version, were very successful. And later on, Carroll Shelby purchased the rights and agreed with AC to use the basis of the AC Ace for the AC Cobra. But I have a story that has nothing to do with cars, but it's one of my favorites from John Tojeiro. It was his son Robin told me this story that showed that even though John Tojeiro went to England very early, his mother was English and his father died when he was very young. So he was much more English than Portuguese because he was here just for a year or something. But he used to come back here, and he brought the sons and daughters, the children, and he went to holiday in Algarve. And he was always praising the Portuguese products, being the food, the wine. Everything was wonderful because it was from Portugal. And the kids always laughed and knew that their father was going to talk about the good things of Portugal. But there is a story when they were eating in a restaurant, and John Tojeiro just picked up the bottle of mustard, and he said, "This mustard is the best mustard in the world because it's a Portuguese mustard." And Robin just casually picked up the bottle, turned it around, and in there it was written, "Made in England."
That's a good story, Adelino.
So I will...
Portuguese mustard made in England.
Oh, I think it's a funny story about a great character that was John Tojeiro. He designed some very interesting cars. I don't think he was very handy at the business side of things, but he did some great cars that even were raced by Sir Jackie Stewart later on. I remember the Tojeiro Bristol mid-engine car and a few other sports cars in the 50s, apart from, of course, the genesis, the origin of the ACAs.
So you could say that we may make your mustard, but you made our chassis for the ACAs. So
Yes, exactly. But the mustard story always makes me smile and think about a person that actually enjoyed the fact that he was he had some Portuguese DNA and always praised things that were from Portugal, even when they were made in England. So I thought that was fun.
We have some penalties being applied due to that investigated start, and unfortunately one of the penalties for track limits is our GT2 class leading car, the Portuguese Lotus Elan. Our number 22, Carlos Barbo, has a 45-second penalty for exceeding track limits. So that's car number 22 in 8th place overall. And then there are two cars that have got 60-second penalties for jumping the start, and one of them is retired, number 109, so that's not a factor. But the other one is the number 66, Alfa Romeo Giulietta. Car number 66 is driven by Ollendorf, running in 18th place, but has a 1-minute penalty, which will be added to their finishing time. And we think that might drop Barbo down to second. Yes, he's almost 45 seconds ahead of the second place car in the GT2 class, so he may well hold on to that class win, even with the penalty. That's assuming he doesn't exceed track limits again. Watching car number 16 on the camera now, which is Damien Kohler and Christian van Riet. Christian van Riet, we think, will be taking that car over, Belgian race preparer from Brussels. And 16 is in 3rd place, still ahead of Ivan Mae, the car number 50 that spun into the gravel earlier on. And Mae is about 10 seconds behind Kohler in 3rd and 4th places. Meantime, our leader continues. Car number 8, Xavier Gallon, handing over to Olivier Gallon. Is this another car in the pit lane, or is that the same 109? Yes, that's the same car we've seen before, the one that was overheating. So we heard from in the interview with Prix that that car is a retirement. They think it might have damaged the engine when it overheated, which is a great shame. Meantime, the leader turns into turn 2. Up now to the hairpin at turn 3. Continuing on his way, 23 seconds now ahead of David Hart. There's some damage to the front of that car as well, which I hadn't spotted before. It looked like it might have been in contact with another car.
Yes. In the top 10, I see a possible close race between Pierre-Alain France in the Shelby Cobra Daytona and Armand Mille in the Jaguar Type E. But it seemed that the Jaguar was gaining ground, but but that was now Pierre-Alain France did a faster lap, 3 seconds faster than he was doing, and he regained a bit of a margin. He has 4 seconds leading from the Jaguar.
But behind the Jaguar is another Jaguar, which is very close, isn't it? That's quite a close little group of cars there, and are they being caught as well by Barbo in the Elan? So that's a very close battle for the middle of the top 10, isn't it?
Yes, from number for the 5th position, we could consider that the Daytona, Cobra Daytona and the 2 Jaguar E-types are contending, but they are still a bit apart. Let's see how this unfolds next. But I think that the Léon Hebelin, the 2nd Jaguar E-type, is really close to Armand Mill's car. So.
We've got a shot in the pit lane of car number 82, the Peter Fischer Benjamin Monet car, which was running in 13th place with Peter Fischer at the wheel, and not quite sure what's happening there, whether that's a refueling stop, isn't it, with the marshal, with the fire extinguisher. We know that the refueling cannot be done outside of the pit window, so that car is being refueled. We can see the fire marshals there with the extinguishers just in case there's a problem, and the mechanic with the refueling nozzle in full fireproof clothing. But the pit window doesn't open for another 11 minutes. So Peter Fischer and Benjamin Monet will have to come in again, and they get a penalty for refueling outside of the pit window. We're seeing on screen the David Hart number 376 in 2nd place, which is now 26 seconds behind the leader, dropping away. But I remind you that car is due to be taken over by Nicky Pastorelli, who we know is David Hart is a very, very quick amateur driver, but Nicky Pastorelli is a little bit quicker. He's had much great amount of experience in racing, so that car may well go faster when it hands over to Pastorelli at the pit stop. The leading car of Xavier Galland and Olivier Galland. We're told Xavier driving at the moment, so Olivier to take over. Be interesting to see what his comparative lap times are to Nicky Pastorelli taking over car 376. And equally, Christian Van Riet, we know is very quick, and he's due to take over car number 16 of Damien Kohler, who's running in 3rd place at the moment. And the fastest lap of the race has been set by the leader, which is just a very small fraction over 2 minutes for the lap, 2 minutes 0.8. For car number 8, Xavier Galland, who we see on screen now. That's got the tire mark on the side as well, hasn't it? So that's been in the wars, that car, in the early part of the race. I wonder whether that was coming together in the very early laps when the cars were all close together. And David Hart in 2nd place, number 376. And then it's Damien Kohler, number 16, and in 4th place, number 50, Ivan Mae. Then it is Erwin France in number 70, in 5th place. All these drivers in various versions of the Shelby Cobra. And then we get in 6th place, leading the class, is car number 3, the Jaguar E-Type of Armand Miel. And we do have a message now on our screen that says that the pit stop for car number 82 is under investigation, and I would suggest that there will be a penalty applied because that was a refueling outside of the pit window, which is not allowed. So once investigated, we may see some penalty on our screens. the pit window opens in 7.5 minutes time. And I remind you that when the cars do come in, and they have a 30-minute window in which to come in, they have to stop for 5 minutes. And then obviously there's a time coming in and out of the pits as well. And if you have a professional driver helping you, you have to add 40 seconds to your pit stop time. As we look at the lovely Lotus Elan, a very, very pretty car from Lotus and Colin Chapman. Car number 47 is the one we're looking at. That's Eugene Delaplanque, and that is in 11th place overall, second in GT2 to the other Lotus Elan of Carlos Barbo. So they are about over 45 seconds apart. So that penalty of 45 seconds for Carlos Barbo won't actually drop him back from his leading position in the class.
But he needs to keep up the pace. Otherwise, he could have some surprises, because the other Elan is Eugène Delaplanque, could catch up. It just yeah. Let's see how that unfolds. Is there another penalty for Barbo? Yeah, I think it is.
Yes.
Time penalty, 90 seconds for car 22, track limit.
So that's his second penalty then. He's had 45 seconds already. Now another 90 seconds. He hasn't stayed within the track limits. That's a shame, because he's doing so well, but he's obviously just pushing the limits too far for the officials. And we also need to keep an eye on the third and fourth placed cars, because you'll remember that Ivan Maé had that spin into the gravel many, many laps ago. And when he recovered to the track, he was 10 seconds behind Damien Kohler in third place, number 16. But he's now reduced that gap to 5 seconds. So Ivan Maé is going very quickly indeed. He's taken another second in the first sector alone.
That's David Hart manhandling the AC, the Shelby Cobra 289. In second place, but the leader Xavier Galin has carved in a very, very good lead, and he has more than 30 seconds from David Hart, so he has pretty much everything under control. Still, there's 1 hour and 18 minutes to go. A lot can happen. It's a long race for historic racing standards, and this is the longest race of the weekend.
The car number 8 continues to lead by an extending margin. We've now got another penalty come up, a warning flag, sorry, for car 16. So Damien Kohler needs to watch his lines, because he's having a warning flag for track limits, and if he gets more warning flags, he'll start to get time penalties, such as the ones that are being applied to Carlos Barbo, who's now got 90 seconds of penalties. The pit window is opening in under 3 minutes, and we may see cars coming in
And
with a big field.
Our team is ready at the pits to show the refueling and the driver change. So that's going to be a good spectacle to see all the teams gathering around, refueling, and the change of driver. I remember that I saw a race at Goodwood, and the leading car was David Piper's Ferrari 250 LM, driven by John Surtees and David Piper himself. And they had to change the driver. And John Surtees had made pole. He was well over past his 70s, but still incredibly fast. And they were completely taking control of the race. But when they stopped in the pits, they took so long to get out of the car, get David Piper inside the car, that they were overtaken, and they ended up finishing second. And they just lost because, well, because they didn't have 20 years. They were not 20 years old anymore, so they couldn't jump out of the car and jump in as quickly. So this can actually change the way a race is won or lost.
And also David Piper lost his leg, of course, in the accident filming for the Le Mans race in 1970. So it would have taken him some time to get into the car with the false leg that he wears.
Yes, that's true. Yes, that's probably one of the main reasons. But it was wonderful to see them, and they were both very, very fast. Particularly John Surtees, as I recall, he had the fastest lap of the race. He did pole position, and he did an amazing stint. And they lost because they took too long to actually change the driver. Still, it was wonderful to see John Surtees driving that car at Goodwood.
Well, we're approaching now the pit window opening, and with this large number of cars out on track, there will be some strategy here to come into the pits, perhaps when it's a little quieter. So it'll be interesting to see whether the David Hart, for example, if he is handing over to Nicky Pastorelli, who I would think would be quicker, he may want to come in as early as possible to give Pastorelli the maximum chance to make up the difference to the leader. We've been watching.
I think that makes perfect sense because, yeah, there are 32 cars in the race, and that's going to, there's going to be some traffic on the pits very soon.
Well, the pit window is now open, so any of these cars now, as they come round through Parabolica, Ayrton Senna, can decide to peel off to the right and into the pit lane. We're focusing there on the second placed car, David Hart, number 376. Up ahead is car number 8, Xavier Gallon.
It's nice to see the little Austin Healey 100 there also, doing its best.
Yes.
Beautiful car.
I think we may have the first pit caller, and that is number 70, who we think is Father Erwin France, handing over to son Pierre Alain France, based on the colours of their overalls. When we saw it.
We have Rui Belmonte ready at the pits. Go ahead, Rui.
Thank you, Adelino. I'm at the pit lane, at the beginning of the pit lane, where the first car started to refuel. On the pit window, when it opens, the first one to stop was the 70. The Ford 24 is also refueling. The Porsche and the Cobras are the first two cars. Already a third one entering the pit lane. It's the Ford 13, but it doesn't stop to refuel. The drivers have a 5-minute stop. They have to stop for 5 minutes, not counting the time between getting in and getting out. So they have to be really 5 minutes completely stopped at the pit lane, change driver or not. But they have to stop also here for the refuel. The refuel is done under the control tower at the beginning of the pit lane for the first boxes, the first garages, and then they go to their place to change driver to some kind of assistance. Those were the first two ones. We'll see many more for sure. Now it's time also for the strategy to see when the main opponents will come in, will come out. So it's time for strategy in this 2-hour race. Something has to be played at the moment. The ones that are in front, of course, they have the advantage of being in the first places, but those who are also looking to get the second driver faster than the first one will also have to come back in as soon as possible, refuel and then go out. They have a 30 minutes pit lane open window. So in the next half hour, it will be a busy place, this pit lane here at Estoril.
Thank you so much, Rui. And we're back on with the action on the track. We have again the leader, car number 8, Shelby Cobra Daytona, Xavier Galin. He has a great margin for his stop at the pits, 37 seconds.
And we were watching earlier on Ivan Mai catching Damien Kohler for third place. This is cars number 16 and 50. Well, Mai has now caught him because they are a second apart. So we may see on the screen at some point how close those two cars are. But finally, Mai has managed to catch the Cobra ahead, still in fourth place, but Kohler only just ahead now. David Hart is about 15 seconds up the road in second place.
And Carlos Barbo will be having a talk with race control after the race is done. Do you think it's possible that they will, during the pit stop, they will keep the car in the pits for the penalty? That would be that would leave us without having to do too much math, adding to the final time of the car. Do you think it's possible, or they will still apply the penalty just after the race?
Well, the message on the screen earlier said it would be added to the race time. But yes, you're quite right. There is an opportunity to hold the car for the penalty period. But I don't know. We'll see. We think that the pit stop will go ahead as normal, but Carlos Barbo has certainly got himself into a little bit of trouble. As you say, he's got to go and talk to race control. It says at the end of his stint, which is at the end of the race, because he's driving solo, as far as I know. Meantime, we've got more pit stops taking place. The Eberling E-Type, which was second in its class, is in pits at the moment. Also, Christian Dumoulin in the Ford Shelby Mustang in car number 20. Meantime, the leader continues. Xavier Galin in the Daytona Cobra Coupe leads by 36 seconds now from David Hart in second place. Into the pits comes the 169 Austin Healey. That's the bigger engine, 6-cylinder, 3-litre engined Healey, universally known as the Big Healeys. as opposed to the little Heelys, which are the 100s. That comes into the pits. That's 169 is Jean-Marc Avazou from France, and in the 1961 Heeley, and it's third in its class. And we see there, just going across our shot in the pit lane, of a Lotus Elan coming in as well to the pits. That is...
Yes, I have here... Yeah, I have the information, but I'm not sure if it's correct, that Carlos Barbeau is sharing the drive with Diogo Matos. That could mean that, yeah. So
yes,
he will be visiting race control soon.
You are correct, Adelino. He has changed drivers. We've got that on the camera shot now. So we weren't. I wasn't told that there was a second driver in that car, but you're quite right. So Carlos Barbeau will be making that trip up the steps to race control in a few moments' time to be told off for exceeding track limits. And we can see he's suffering a little. He's having a little bit of a massage there on his back after the best part of an hour in that little Lotus Elan 26R.
Yes, and he already did some racing and qualifying today. I think he's running in 3 different series. So yeah, he should be a bit tired.
And we've had that change for third place after much chasing by Ivan Maye. He's finally got himself up into third place ahead of Damien Kohler. So the order now is number 8, as we see on screen, is the leading car, Xavier Galland in the Cobra Daytona. And in second place is David Hart, number 376, 38 seconds behind now in the Cobra number 376. Then it's Ivan Maye, number 50, in third place. And only about 13 seconds behind David Hart. And generally going faster each lap. So the gap to second place is closing slowly. And then in fourth place now is number 16, Damien Kohler, in another of the Shelby Cobras. In fifth place is car number 3, the Jaguar E-Type, that of Armand Mille, leading its class, 5th place overall. And then in 6th place is car number 26, Charles de Villecourt, in another of the Shelby Cobras. But none of these cars have stopped yet, so obviously when the pit stops start to unwind, as everybody takes their pit stops, the order will shuffle once again, and we may see cars that are currently down in the low teens coming up to the top 10. As we see another shot of this continuing battle with the Porsche and the MGB, just ahead of the second place number 376 of David Hart. 27 laps completed by our leading cars. And David Hart forcing his way through there by the MGB as he goes into turn 3. And that Porsche still close behind the MGB. That battle has been going on the whole race.
It seems to be a long stop for car number 22. But I'm not sure they have... the mandatory stop is 5 minutes?
5 minutes, yes.
Okay, so I think it's still under those 5 minutes. But I'll check here with the marshals and try to see if he already served his time imposed by the going outside the track limits.
Number 28 on screen, another of our Cobras, is in 6th place overall. And that's being driven by Sébastien Demol. And we notice that car number 16 is now showing as Christian van Riet driving. So the change has taken place. Damien Kohler, who started...
I can confirm now that Carlos Barbeau is meeting race control at the moment. He just passed me by. He had to climb all these stairs at the tower, and yeah, he seems a bit tired. Let's see. I hope they're not too rough on him.
And that car's been taken over by, did you say Matos?
Yes, Matos, and he should be Diogo Matos is now returning to the track, I think.
Good.
And the team manager of car 66 is summoned to race control ASAP.
Well, that car, the Alfa
So
Romeo
many things
Giulietta,
happening.
that
Yes.
had a warning for track limits
Christian
earlier on.
Oldendorf, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I have to see if I can try and catch Carlos Barbeau after his conversation to see what he has to say about this. Might be interesting to hear from him. Well, not many direct dices, are they? There are plenty of cars on track, many things happening, and but still the top three are in a league of their own. They're the only ones still on the same lap. But they have yet to pit, if I'm not wrong. None of the first four has pitted. No, actually you have David Hart pitting right now.
Yep. Absolutely. Just as you said that, David Hart came past the transponder for the pit lane. So the second place car is now in, and we're told that he will hand over to Nicky Pastorelli. So we'll see. Perhaps the camera will pick up that pit stop, which is taking place now. I would assume they're refueling at the moment, and then they'll move into their pit box to change drivers. Leader is still Xavier Galland.
I think Xavier Galland keeps being the fastest on track. He has the fastest lap of the race so far, 2 minutes 410 thousandths of a second. And he also has the best last lap, 2 minutes 2 seconds and 478 thousandths of a second. So really, no one is catching or recovering ground from the leader at the moment. He even did a better lap this time with 2:01, 526 hundredths of a second. So thousandths of a second. That's correct. Yeah. So if there's some change, it will have to be perhaps between second and third. Let's see what happens after they both pitted.
Well, we need to also factor in the change of driver in car number 376 to Nicky Pastorelli, who may prove quicker than David Hart,
yep.
In which case he might be able to close the gap. We did look on our timing screen before David Hart came into the pits just to measure in the second part of the race whether those cars are closing. It was 43 seconds between them when David Hart came in. So he'll be going back out onto track again, or at least Nicky Pastorelli will. But Xavier Galland has yet to come in to hand over to Olivier Galland in the leading car, number 8.
Yes. Well, what I can confirm is that Diogo Matos is being quite fast. I think he did the best time in this car, and he's lapping at 2 minutes and 3 seconds. So that's a good pace for him. That might be able to get them a bit further in the up in the classification. So let's see.
Good shots inside the 103 MGB there of George Rochietta, 1964 car, taking its pit stop, having a well-earned drink. And
it's
car
that
number
image
8,
from the
leader.
pits, all these cars. Yeah.
The leader is now
There seem
being
to be
warned about track
an awful
limits.
lot of
Car number
cars.
8.
But there seems to be an awful lot of cars at the pits in this moment.
Well, the pit window closes in 11 minutes, so they haven't got too long to do their pit stops. So they need to be coming in, and we need to keep an eye on number 8 because it's being warned about track limits.
Yes.
And that's the leader. So the Xavier Gallon needs to make sure he doesn't transgress the track limits again. Otherwise, he could have a very hefty time penalty.
I think there are more than 12 cars at the pits at this moment.
So the leader continues, car number 8, 31 laps completed, and into the pits comes the second placed car, Ivan Mae. So the next of our leading cars comes in. So only number 8 now of the leading group of cars is yet to stop. Ivan Mae has come in and he should be handing over to possibly Guillaume. They seem to have mixed up the drivers in their 2 cars.
Yes. Meanwhile, there's another Lotus Ellen that just stopped in the pits. White car with blue stripes.
So at the moment, car number 8 continues. We have 9 minutes of the pit window remaining. Mae is in the pits, as is David Hart, who we think will be handing to Nicky Pastorelli. That shows on our screens as on the going out of the pits. And moving back up the order, one of the very early pit stoppers, the number 70 France car, the Chelmsford Daytona, which we think was started by Irwin and handed over to Pierre Alain, based on the pictures we saw on the grid, although our screen is telling us it's Irwin in the car now, but I think it's probably son Pierre Alain who has taken over in that car in what is now 6th place, but it's done its pit stop and it's moving up all the time as other cars come into the pits. So that's certainly one to watch, number 70. We're looking at the Porsche in the pits at the moment, number 461, which is Fierro and Hart. Steve Hart, the car preparer from Britain, is sharing the 911, the early 1965 car, but they seem to have problems with that. They're looking at the rear wheel, and they've taken, we can see them there putting that wheel back on. As the leader continues, we only have 7 minutes of the pit window remaining, and with a lap time of around 2 minutes, he's got probably 2, maybe 3 more opportunities to come into the pit lane.
Yeah. He's just past the kink on the back straight, and he's heading for the corner. Yeah, corner number 6.
And confirmation now that Nicky Pastorelli has got into car number 376. So David Hart, the car owner, has handed over to experienced racing driver Nicky Pastorelli. Okay. That car now is back on track again in 4th place.
Yeah. There is a warning for car number 8 regarding track limit, so you must be careful about this.
Yes, that was a few laps ago.
He has now a few laps ago, okay.
But that warning will carry over to the next driver. It's not that once this driver comes in, that warning goes away. The second driver also has to keep that car within the track limits. So it's important for the rest of the race that he keeps within track limits. And we'll now keep a very close eye.
I think there's the possibility that the leader has entered the pits. Yes, it is. I have confirmation that number 8 is now on the pits.
So we've got all 3 of the top cars on the timing screen in the pit lane, which means that the early stoppers, that's number 376 that we're looking at on screen now, driven by Nicky Pastorelli, and the number 70 car, Pierre-Alain France, are both closing in on the leaders because they're stopped in the pits at the moment. So we'll start to see much better what the true order is in the next couple of laps.
Yeah.
Pastorelli moves up into 2nd place.
He does, yes, but he needs to recover 2 laps. Let's see what he can do. He's doing well. He's done just a very fast lap, 2:01.630. That's the best lap for this team. Best lap of the race for the team. Hart Pastorelli.
And that was on his first flying lap in the car, so he's already right there, Nicky Pastorelli. Here comes the number 70 car as well, moving up the order as the pit stops unwind.
Well, if he keeps doing this, he's probably going to be at least in the same lap of the leader.
Yes, well, the gap between them when David Hart came in was 43 seconds behind number 8, and the gap between them now is obviously...
But I saw number 8 just moving. Yeah.
That was away from the fuel pump. It's got to do its pit stop yet. Now it's doing its pit stop.
Ah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's confusing because they stop at one place to receive the fuel and then they move ahead to change driver, and then they need to at least take 5 minutes for the pit stop. So yes, and Pastorelli does it again. 2 minutes. And 636 thousandths of a second. So he's really motoring now. He's very close to the fastest lap of the race.
Oh, great work going on in the pits on the leading car, number 8. The windscreen being cleaned. The Gallon switch is taking place. We were told Xavier started, Olivier to take over.
Well, I would love this one to go to the wire because this is the best plateau of the weekend. So many cars, so many beautiful and important cars. And if this race went until to be decided on the last laps, I think that would be a fitting a fitting end for for Saturday, the first day of races here at Estoril Classics. So move on, Pastorelli.
I think we have Rui now doing an interview.
Yes, we are at the pit lane beside the car number 8. The riders, or the drivers, sorry, just changed their places.
As you usually have. Go ahead.
Okay, we are here at the pit lane. Car number 8 is stopped after refueling for the 5 minutes. Change of drivers also. I think that Olivier was the first driver, and Max is getting ready now for the second half of the race. I will try to talk with Olivier just after he started. So I'll ask Olivier. Can you speak in English?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Olivier, first half of the race completely perfect for you. A very long stint also. You came into the refueling area a minute before closing the pit. That was
Really?
the strategy?
No. Strategy was to come in late, but I couldn't see my stopwatch. And then I tried to play with it in the straight to get the number on, and I dropped it in the car, so I actually didn't know when to come in. So I was pretty nervous when to come in.
You can just perfect, and the car is running smooth.
Fantastic, great, really nice. The track is amazing. It's just pure pleasure.
Okay, thank you, Olivier. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Olivier, it was Olivier that made the first stint, and now the second driver, and the number 8, the leader till now, completely refueled, 50 liters of fuel, 102 octanes that are put into the tank, and then the 5 minutes compulsory stop, and everything running smooth for the number 8. They are looking for the win. We are halfway to these 2 hours, so let's wait until the end of the race. Number 8 is looking for the victory.
Thank you very much, Rui. Another. Yes, I have the position on track, and number 8 is approaching corner number 3, as number 376 is entering the straight finish line. So we have it's not half a circuit, but there is some distance between them still. But Pastorelli keeps lowering the fastest lap, and he just beat it. He just beat it the fastest lap of the race. So it's promising. There are still 45 minutes to go. Alistair, what do you think?
Yes, I think that we're going to see a very close finish here. We've got, as you say, about 45 minutes. It's interesting that the gap first to second when they came into the pits, David Hart came in, was 43 seconds. And the gap now that the 2 cars have done their pit stops is 43 seconds. So it's almost identical to when the cars came in. But the change is we've now got a different Gallant driving, although we were told it was Javier starting, but I think I understood Rui to say that Javier is actually in now, and Olivier started. And we've got, of course, Nicky Pastorelli in car number 376. So the gap now 41 seconds. So Nicky Pastorelli is catching the leading car by in that sector alone by 2 seconds. And as you say, he's done the best lap for that car. And also, we need to keep an eye, although it's a bit further back, on the number 70 Shelby Cobra Daytona of the Francis, because that's not out of the reckoning yet.
It's true, but well, this was a case where we were all anxious to actually provide a bit more emotion to this. But I think Pastorelli keeps on eating up the lead. He's now, I think he gained 2 more seconds on this lap. 41 seconds, it's the difference now. And number 70 is also doing very good. As long as they keep this running in 2 minutes and 2 minutes 1, I think yeah, that's the possibility that they can actually get close enough to the leader so that we can have some emotion at the end of the race.
In the number 50 Shelby Cobra, I notice now that Ivan Maé has handed over to son Guillaume Maé, who's now shown as driving the number 50 car in 4th place. And again, not that far behind the 3rd place car of the France's, but very, very close behind both the Cobra. The Cobra number 50 is the Jaguar E-Type and the Lotus Elan in 5th and 6th places. So we've got a real battle going on for 4th place as well, with Guillaume Maé, the E-Type, which is a class leader, number 68, now driven by Christian Schodel, and the Elan we've spoken about quite a lot because of its penalty, number 22, which is a class leader, now driven by Diogo Matos. But we know that that's got a 90-second penalty.
Yeah, but he's doing a fine job. He's just in 6th place now, and he's doing consistently laps between 2-3 and 2-4, which I think are very good for this car. And perhaps he could hold on to this victory for the GT2 category. Let's see how it goes.
Oh no, Nicky Pastorelli is in trouble. He's stopping at the side of the track, number 376, and he's going again now. That's in VIP, I think. No, it's in the chicane, just before the pits.
Yes, they were, yeah. Yes, they were at the bottom of the chicane. He's now heading for the S's. Yeah. Well, he got it going,
hopefully, yeah, hopefully he's able to carry on, and it was just a temporary problem. But if he comes into the pits now, we'll know it is a major problem. No, he's not. He's staying to the left of the track, so that would have lost him some time, though.
Well, we know at least that he's not driving a modern Formula One. We know he hasn't pushed the wrong button at the steering wheel in this case. Now the leader is now lapping at 2 minutes and 6 seconds, which is considerably slower from the previous Gallant at the wheel. So, but Pastorelli lost 20 seconds, perhaps, on this lap because he just finished the lap with 2 minutes 23 seconds, and now he has is in the on site from number 70 Shelby Cobra Daytona. He just has, I think, 12 seconds. Of margin from the 3rd place car.
Yes, that loss of the engine for about 20 seconds has really affected his charge for the win, Nicky Pastorelli. It's still not out of the question because we've still got nearly 39 minutes remaining in the race, and we saw that his lap times were much quicker than the leading car. So if he can keep the car going and he doesn't have any more problems, he may still be able to catch for the win. 3rd place is the France Cobra Daytona, number 70, and in 4th place Guillaume Maé, number 50, in the Cobra 289, and then very close behind is the Jaguar E-Type of Christian Schodel, number 68, which is leading its class and in 5th place overall. And then in 6th place on the screen, although we understand that there will be a 90-second penalty added, is the class leading Lotus Elan, number 22, of Diogo Matos. And that's just a further 3 seconds behind the Jaguar E-Type.
Well, I do think that we will have to add the penalties for the car number 22 at the end of the race. I think that the car was stopped at the pits for 5 minutes, which is the mandatory time. So the penalties were not added in the pit stop.
I agree with you. Yes, we looked at the times, and he would have dropped much further down if he'd taken his penalty. So that will be added on after the race, which may still not lose him the class win, because he's a long way ahead of the next Lotus Elan of Delaplanque. As we look once again at the leader, number 8, Xavier Gallon. The gap between first and second is now 50 seconds. So the second place car of Nicky Pastorelli has closed 6 seconds in a lap and a half. There's the Pastorelli car, number 376, just passing the MGB and Porsche. Now that MGB and Porsche battle has been going on the whole of the race. They have not been separated, apart from when they came in the pits. And I should imagine those two drivers will have very, very wide smiles. They will have enjoyed this 2 hours. Very closely matched. Here comes Pastorelli now down to turn 1 in his efforts to catch the leader. The gap is now down below 50 seconds once again, 49.6 seconds first to second. Xavier Gallon is being caught by Nicky Pastorelli for the lead of the race.
Yes, but if he keeps doing this for 3 seconds for each lap, I'm not sure he has the time. He has the number of laps needed to actually caught the Galin. I don't think it's he needs to up the pace a bit and hope for Galin to actually lose some time, some extra time. Also, it seems to me that number 70 is actually getting closer. I think he's 5 seconds down on Pastorelli.
Yes, he's that Pastorelli is pulling away from France gradually. They were much closer when Pastorelli had that problem. But I think both of them are quicker than Xavier Gallon, so they're both catching the leader. And up into 4th place has gone the E-Type. So finally, that close battle that we were watching a lap or two back, for a number of laps actually, between the Cobra, the E-Type and the Elan for 4th, 5th and 6th places. Now the E-Type has gone through into 4th, and we have a full course yellow. So this will really mix things up because it'll close the field up, and it'll mean that potentially Pastorelli will restart the race just a few seconds behind Xavier Gallon. There may be other cars between them, depending on what the organisers do, whether they let the lapped cars go through. But it's very likely that this will help the Pastorelli Hart team more than the Gallon team. We don't know why there is a full course yellow. We haven't been told.
No, I was actually looking at the screen, trying to find out what could happen, but at the moment I cannot see why.
We seem to have a problem while all this is going on, because one of the cars has come back into the pits again. It's car number 50. Guillaume Maé has come back into the pits from 7th place.
Okay, so a green flag. The yellow was not on for long, and all the cars were also urged to turn on the lights.
So that's we don't know why that full course yellow came out, but
Yes.
it didn't look like
But
it had been
I
affected.
really, yeah. Can you look again at the difference between Pastorelli and France?
It's now just 2 seconds.
Yes, I think we could have a battle there for second place.
But I think France was able to close up on Pastorelli as the full course yellow comes out again.
Yes, but yeah, but France just broke did the fastest lap of the race, so he's really
True, yes,
he's really going
yes.
for it.
Catch. Yeah. It's a break. So the number 50 car, which we're looking at on the shot from the pit lane, we think that that's overheating brakes on that car because the mechanic is holding a cooling fan for the brakes to try and cool the rear brakes off. So it's likely that that car will go back out again, but there's obviously a delay, and we have a green flag again. So this is very strange. We're not seeing any incidents on track, and we don't know why these full course yellows are being put out. But we haven't. It hasn't changed the order, but it has closed up the leading group because Nicky Pastorelli has now got within 39 seconds of Xavier Galland in the lead. But as Adelino has quite rightly spotted, we need to watch the France Cobra as well because that is only 2 seconds behind Pastorelli in third place. So we could end up with a 3-car battle for the lead in the closing 30 minutes.
We can only hope for that. Yeah, that would be great. We still have half an hour to go. It would be nice to see some images of the 376 car and the 70 car. They should be able to be racing very closely now. But it's also likely that Pastorelli can try and restore a bit of the gap between him and the France Shelby Daytona.
So now the gap first to second is 36.7 seconds, but equally the France Cobra is keeping up with Pastorelli, the number 70 car. You can see them there. It's only 2 seconds behind. So these two cars that we're watching on screen now are battling for second place, but they're also catching the leader at the rate of some 3 seconds, as much as 3 seconds a lap, which means that with 29 minutes, 29 and a half
yes, but
minutes
this is
to go,
yeah, but this is the place I want to be right now, between the number 376 and 70. That's the battle I was looking for to see, because those are the fastest cars on track. So at the moment.
Absolutely, yes, they are, and they're both taking time out of the leader. And Pastorelli now has come up behind the MGA, a slower car, but he'll try and work his way around the outside of the MGA as they go out.
But this again worked better for the France Shelby Cobra that was able to close in a bit more. They are separated by hundredths of a second at the moment.
We've got quite a lot of penalties coming up on screen. None of them affect the leading cars, but cars are getting penalties for short pit stops, pit infringements. But turning back to our leading group here, we've got Nicky Pastorelli trying to hold off the France Cobra Daytona, which we think is not Owen France, but his son Pierre-Alain France at the wheel of the Cobra behind the number 70 car as they come across the start-finish line, almost together now, across the line, very fast indeed, now heading down towards turn 1. They've got a slower car in front of them. Meantime, back with the leader again. Number 8 continues to lead, but the gap now 33.9 seconds, so it's come down another 3 seconds. as he turns around through the back of the circuit. The battle for second place is coming down through turns 1 and 2 and 3.
How do you think would be, because in period these cars would have around 280, perhaps 300 brake horsepower. Do you think they would have similar power at historic racing, or perhaps a bit more? Do you have any idea?
It should be similar, because the cars should be prepared to the specification of the period, so it should be very similar, yes.
I say this because, of course, materials used in engines, and particularly in mobile parts today with new technology, they could be much lighter and resistant, which usually can be transformed in faster engine speed and accordingly a bit more power at the top end. But I have no particular information regarding these 289 cubic inches cars, but I think that some of these engines could be closer to 400 brake horsepower, but particularly the ones used in the GT40, which is for the 1965 spec, would be with this same block engine of the 289 cubic inch by Ford.
And we're watching now the battle for second place, making its way through some slower cars, and Nicky Pastorelli, we say in the UK, taking no prisoners there as he came out of Parabolica Ayrton Senna and scythed through those back markers, as did the France car behind. And as they're turning now through turn 3, it seems that Nicky Pastorelli has just opened out a little bit of a gap, and the France car is being warned about track limits, so that's really important that he keeps the car, and he lets the car run very wide there on the exit of turn 4, and he needs to make sure that he doesn't do that, because if he gets a penalty, that will put him out of the running for the lead, as Nicky Pastorelli, no, it's one of the other Cobras just going through some slower cars. There's the number 16 car right behind Pastorelli as they come up to a group of 2 Porsches and another Cobra. How are they going to make their way through this as they go through Oreia and up to the tightest section of the circuit? Pastorelli tries to go through on the inside of the Porsche, which he does. He's now got to get through past the Cobra, which he does as they turn up through the chicane. Now he turns right. You can see him working really hard there to get the car to turn through that tight section. He passes the Porsche on the exit of the chicane and into the S's. And meantime, the France car has also got through those slower cars, but I think has lost a little bit of time.
Yes, that was masterly done by Pastorelli. He did very well, and he opened up a gap. If they don't fight each other too close, they are within a shot of actually closing in on the leader in the final laps. If Pastorelli needs to start getting a bit more defensive lines, perhaps he probably will not be able to close in on the leader.
Well, the gap now from the leader to Pastorelli is about 24.5 seconds, so it's come down another 10 seconds. It's now down to 23.5, so he's taken another second off in the first sector. So it's really tumbling now as Nicky Pastorelli makes his way through slower cars, and I think he's got enough of a lead over the France car to not worry too much about defending. Certainly now, as we look on screen, we can see that Pastorelli has pulled away a little bit from the number 70 car, and he's certainly not needing to defend in the lines through the corners as he goes through the VIP corner, now through the kink on the back straight, and we can see there in the back of the picture the number 70 car chasing him, and the gap first to second now is 21.8 seconds. Another 2 seconds taken off with 22 minutes remaining in the race.
We have another Shelby Cobra 289, number 16, who just did a lap under 2 minutes and 1 second. It is the car from Van Riet, car number 16. Is currently in 6th place, but is very, very close to the car driven by Diogo Matos, the Lotus Elan 26R. And at the current pace, he will be able to pass this car for 5th position. Still, I think Diogo Matos should be commended for his excellent drive. He keeps the car number 22 turning in 2 minutes 2 seconds and 2 minutes 3 seconds, and he has yet to receive a penalty for exceeding the limits of the track. So I think he's doing very well.
Pastorelli's had another problem. He's lost second place. Slowed as he came out of one of the corners, and through went France. So France is now in 2nd place, Pastorelli in 3rd. We also have been told that the team manager of car number 8 has to go to race control immediately.
Okay, probably perhaps something with the pits, with the driver change or something. But Pastorelli, I have the information that he just did fastest lap of the race, and the first lap below 2 minutes, 1 minute 69 seconds. 873 thousandths of a second. This is blindingly fast lap here at Estoril for a car of this vintage, but still he's trailing France by 1 second, I think.
Yeah, well, he had that problem which let France through, but Pastorelli is now right back on the pace because he's just done a very quick sector 2 time. So now Pastorelli has the job of fighting his way past France and Galland, catch Galland before the finish, which I believe they will, because they're now only 17.5 seconds behind the leader. We're now looking at one of the other Cobras, number 28, Demol, and meantime, Galland leads.
I'm actually starting to believe that's possible for France and Pastorelli to catch up with Galland, but Galland and France were both warned regarding the track limits. We also need to see how this unfolds.
Yes, indeed, and the top 3.
Is it possible that Pastorelli broke did his best lap before his problem? Because the information happened after you reported. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because now he did 2. Yeah.
It was the lap before he had his problem that he did the very fast lap, and then on the beginning of the next lap, his car stopped again, and through went France. Okay. And now you can see that France is ahead of Pastorelli, but Pastorelli is close behind, and they're both catching the leader. They're 14 seconds behind now, so that's another 3 seconds on the last lap. So they should catch the leader within the next 4 or 5 laps. And we have 18 minutes to go, which is probably nearer 9 laps. So we should have a lead battle within, but before the end of the race. So the 2 cars come up through the chicane, and the leading car has been warned about track limits, as has car 70 in 2nd place. The only car of these 3 that has a clean sheet with the clerk of the course is the David Hart Nicky Pastorelli number 376, which has not been warned at all. So
yes, he just needs to keep his He just needs to keep his hand off the cut engine lever, because if he does it one or two more times, he's not going to be able to catch it, and he might spoil a wonderful race that he's doing. He's been consistently the fastest car in the race. So, yeah, 10 seconds between Galland and France Pastorelli. All of them are really close.
Yes, and Pastorelli just behind France, so the two of them catching the leader Galland very quickly indeed. Probably another 2 or 3 laps. There's an Austin Healey there having a problem at the back of the circuit.
Yeah.
It seems to have got going again.
There's also a Lotus. Yeah, there's also the Lotus LN126 in the pits. Let's see if he rejoins the race.
I think not. He's taken his helmet off.
Oh, okay. No. So that's a no-go.
So we're back with this battle for second place, and it's there's the leader, number 8, Galland, and very shortly in the same picture we will see second and third places. Galland coming up the hill through the chicane, now moving into the S's. There he is, headlights ablaze, lots of other slower cars around him, but now we should see the second place battle coming up through the S's as well, because they're only 6 seconds behind now.
I can see the track position, and all 3 cars are at the main straight. Number 8 just passed the finish line, then number 70 and 376 as at the moment I said it. So number 8 is braking for corner 1. Number 70 now negotiating corner 1. Pastorelli a bit behind at the moment.
He's had a problem again. He's lost a lot of time in sector 2 on that lap, and he's dropped back 5 seconds behind France. So I'm afraid Pastorelli is having a recurrence of his technical problem. He lost 5 seconds on that lap. Here's the leader now, number 8, and he's being chased down by car number 70, which we should see in the same shot. There he is. There's car number 70. It's got number 16 written on the back.
Yes, it just Yes, he's now going for the corner number 6, the parabolic interior, and a short straight afterwards, and they should be arriving at the chicane very, very close together, number 8 and number 70.
We've got in the same shot there, and Pastorelli in the background after his problems. The second of these, that's a car that's been lap number 28. So here's the leader, number 8, coming up through the chicane, working hard to get the car turned through there. Where will France be? Will we see him in the same shot at the S's as we have a spin for the E-Type number 265? That's Eric Olivier Etienne. As car number 70 now in second place makes his way through Parabolica Ayrton Senna. And next up we should see Nicky Pastorelli come through side by side with that lapped Cobra.
Yes, they are at the finish line. Number 8 followed very, very closely by number 7. I have information of 1.5 seconds between them, but it seems less.
They're going now into turn 1. I think the change is going to come possibly on this lap, because we can now see the leader and the second placed car going down towards turn 2 as they dip down there out of turn 2 up towards the hairpin at turn 3. So car number 8 leads, car number 70 catching all the time as they come through. The France car right behind now, and not far behind them is Nicky Pastorelli in third place. Now they come up to turn 4, and right behind now is the second placed car. So the change may well happen on the back straight as they come up to VIP.
Together. Yes, it's at the kink. He took him at the kink. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was saying. And they come down to the Parabolica interior, and the new leader is number 70, the France car, which we believe is the Pierre-Alain France driving, who's now taken the lead. And in second place now is Javier Gallon. And will Nicky Pastorelli be able to overcome the technical problems he's having to maybe catch for second place? The number 376 we see on screen now coming through and catching that number 8 car that was leading for so long, right from almost from the start of the race.
I think we needed to wait 1 hour and 48 minutes to have a change in the leader. So, but it was worth it. It was, it was. It has been a very good race to follow, particularly after the pit stops were concluded.
And now Nicky Pastorelli is coming up behind Javier Gallon and may well get second place on the main straight now. The two headlights, pairs of headlights coming through, that's for second and third places. And there's the leader, number 70, and it looks like Nicky Pastorelli is going to go through on the inside of turn 1. No, not quite. Number 8 holds on to second place. Gallon stays ahead of Pastorelli. Pastorelli comes out of turn 1, now down towards turn 2. Brake lights come on as he flicks the car into that dip. Now he's going to try again at turn 3, but he's not quite close enough as they come through that long right-hander. He takes a much tighter line and almost has a chance to go through on the run-up to turn 4 VIP, and now they go through there, and through goes Pastorelli. So Pastorelli takes second place at VIP on with just about 11 minutes remaining. So we now need to question whether he's got enough speed in that car to catch the France car in the lead. Pastorelli now up to second, and the long-time leader Gallon down into third.
Yes, the gap between France and Pastorelli is now close to 4 seconds. But in the last lap, Pastorelli was faster by 2 seconds. So it's still open, 10 minutes to go. Anything can happen. 3 seconds now the difference between first and second.
I think we've got 10 minutes remaining, and Nicky Pastorelli certainly has the speed to challenge for the lead, but we also know that the France car is very quick as well and may well be able to hold him off. As many a commentator has said, it's one thing catching, but it's completely another to pass the car in front. As they go down the main straight into turn 1, you can see as the number 70 France car changes down through the gears, the flames coming out of the exhaust, and you can also see, now it's going dark, the brake discs glowing red from the heat being generated by braking these heavy cars down from high speed into these tighter corners through turns 1 and 2. And again you can see the brake discs glowing there on the picture as we move into the evening over there in Estoril. And number 70 still leads, but Nicky Pastorelli only 4 seconds behind. But with only 9 minutes remaining, it's going to be a very hard job indeed for the number 376 car to close on the number 70 for the lead as they come down into the left-hander, having passed the Marcos. There is Pastorelli. You can see his brake discs glowing as well as they cool off slightly after the braking for that corner. And,
still, after almost 2 hours of after 2 hours of racing, having the first 3 separated by little more than 6 seconds, it's an achievement in itself. So it's been a very good race, and I think all 3 teams should be proud of the race they're doing.
So the first to second gap, it's down to 3 seconds now. It seems to move between 4 and 3 seconds. I wonder whether Pastorelli occasionally has that problem again, and it's just slowing him a little bit. But they're coming through now and onto the main straight, and we'll check the time across the timing line at the start and finish. We've got a yellow flag out at turn 12, which I believe is the S's, isn't it? Yes, so just before the finish, a long way ahead.
Yes, there's the car stopped. Yeah.
It's the MGB.
There's the car stopped. I can see the car. Yeah.
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 MGB number 103.
You can see it clearly now.
But that won't affect the leaders for a little while because they're quite a way back down the circuit from here. But the gap first to second is now 2 seconds. So Nicky Pastorelli is closing in on the France Shelby Cobra, which is only 2 seconds ahead now as they come through. We can see the two cars there now, the headlights shining into the evening sunshine.
Pastorelli is doing what he can. He did the VIP corner like there was no tomorrow. It was nice to see. And less than 2 seconds apart.
And Pastorelli gets past one of the Austin Healey's on the inside there, and they're now down onto the back straight and closing in. There's the Pastorelli number 376 in second place. The gap between them now just over 1.5 seconds. You can see the number 70 car just ahead. I think Pastorelli might have been slightly slowed there, lapping that MGA in the corner there. So that might have lost him a little bit of time. But now they're coming up towards Parabolica Ayrton Senna and to complete another lap. 6 minutes remaining, gap between the leaders just over 1.5 seconds. And we still have that yellow flag out at that one part of the circuit. So that doesn't affect the racing on the other parts of the circuit as the leaders come down the main straight once again. And the gap has actually opened out a little bit between the leaders. I think getting through that slower traffic, that seemed to affect Pastorelli more than France, which is a shame. He just caught the slower cars at the wrong place on the track. Once again, you can see the brake discs glowing bright red on the leading number 70 car. As Pastorelli comes through, the gap remains at around 2.5 seconds. And we have 5 minutes remaining in the race.
Yeah, but have you seen Gallant is already 19 seconds adrift. So they quickly, the first two quickly carved a very large difference for Gallant.
Yes, once they caught and passed him, they've pulled away. As Pastorelli closes the gap on the leader once again at the back part of the circuit there. He's trying to close up as they come down to the next corner. He's not close enough to challenge.
Pastorelli, yeah, not yet, but I think he's getting closer. This is a duel at sunset. Oh, this is poetic. I love this. The headlights. Have you noticed the nice touch of the MGB just switching off the lights to save the battery? I thought that was very good. Classic car drivers and owners always do that. It's the first thing we think about is saving the battery, switch off the lights. So, we're entering in the final 4 minutes of the race.
Down the main
this
straight
is down
once
to the
again.
wire after 2 hours.
Gap between the leaders under 2 seconds again, and they come down to lap the Morgan. They've just got past the Jaguar E-Type. The Morgan is the next car to be lapped. But Nicky Pastorelli just out of shot there on the right-hand side. There he is going through past the E-Type, dives down into turn 2, and then past the Morgan into turn 3. So once again, Pastorelli very close. He's got the gap down now to 1.3 seconds as they came round that part of the circuit. And we may see
I think he's always very fast at I think Pastorelli is always very, very fast in this corner at the exit, and I think he's going to take up some time here. So this is less than 1.5 seconds between first and second after 2 hours of racing. This is Estoril Classics.
And lots of traffic to get through. This could work either way. It very often works against the leader because they're the first fast car to come up on the slower cars to lap them as they come down another straight. The leader gets past the E-Type on the entry to the corner, but Pastorelli will have to get past on the exit of the corner. The gap is 1.2 seconds as they come through, and Pastorelli is not yet by that E-Type, but he's going to go through on the inside here. This is a very difficult place to catch that car, so he's now trying to get through on the way up to the edges, and this will be, that might have lost Pastorelli some time, but the leader is also being caught behind a Porsche, so into Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Now Pastorelli is caught behind another car, and he's yet to pass that, so it's working against one of them and then for the other, and there they go onto the main straight once again. The gap between them around 1.8 seconds as they come up to the timing line. 1 minute 35 seconds on the clock. So this is the last lap, the final lap of this fantastic and absorbing race that's really held us for 2 hours.
I don't know.
All down.
I'm running out of. I'm really running out of nails here. So this is actually. I never thought that this could be so so intense in the final laps of the race. But yes, it's gripping, and both drivers are giving it all to win one of the most prestigious, probably the most prestigious race of the event, or one of the most prestigious certainly. And after 2 hours of racing, they are, little less than a second apart.
Onto the back straight they go, and it's very, very close. They're passing slower cars all the way around the track. They've got another one to pass as they come into Parabolica Interior, and the France car manages to slide through on the approach to the corner, and Pastorelli makes his way through in the middle of the corner, so he didn't lose any time there. They're now making their way up towards Aurelia for the last time, and they have yet another car to pass, and it's so close for the lead. It's 1 second between first and second. After Aurelia, we've got the tight second section through turn 8 and then the chicane, and then it's the S's and Parabolica Ayrton Senna to finish the lap. Who will it be that takes the win? It's still the France car ahead, but Pastorelli is very close behind. We're just looking at some other cars at the moment, but here are the leaders coming up to Parabolica.
They're at the Parabolica.
It's still France leading, and in second place Nicky Pastorelli. It's going to be a win for the France car over the Hart and Pastorelli car. They just could not get by at the end. Across the line they go. 55 laps completed. The gap at the flag, 1.369 seconds. What a fantastic effort. In fact, the official timing, 56 laps completed, 1.193 seconds between first and second across the finish line after 2 hours of racing. What a fantastic race that was. And they've really pulled away from the first place.
And Pastorelli did another lap under 2 minutes and 1 second in this final effort to catch France. It's hard to find words for this. I'm sure there were other duels also, but this one for the leader, for the winner of the race, was gripping and fantastic. This is what we want motorsport to be about.
Another great battle for fourth and fifth places as well. The Galant car, Xavier and Olivier, finished in third place, but a very close finish for fourth and fifth as well, with Christian Van Riet in the Shelby Cobra, number 16, finishing in fourth place, just 2 seconds ahead of the Jaguar E-Type of Christian Schodel, who finished in fifth place and won his class as well. So that was a great result for the Jaguar E-Type of number 68, Christian Schodel finishing the race, Leon Eberling starting it. That was 5th. In 6th place on the screen, although we believe this will have a fairly hefty 90-second penalty to be added, is the 22 Lotus Elan 26R started by Carlos Barbo and finished by Diogo Matos. So that car showing as 6th place class winner, but with a penalty to be added. In 7th place, car number 26, the Charles Villecourt Stéphane Ouimet Jaguar E-Type, finished in 7th place. In 8th place, car number 3, Armand Mille, and it's showing as Simama, Ivan Simama in that car. That finished in 8th place, the Jaguar E-Type. In 9th place, number 82, was the Shelby Cobra of Peter Fischer and Benjamin Monet, and completing the top 10, car number 47, which is the Lotus Elan of Eugene Delaplanque. In fact, we've just had a change on the screen. I didn't catch which one was moving around there, but the screen changed. So that car finished in 9th place, and that means in 10th place, number 28, Sebastian and Claude Demol in the Shelby Cobra, finished in 10th.
Okay, this classification gives us the same time for the Lotus Elan 22, so no penalty probably not included. We have to check on that.
Yeah, I don't think that penalty's been added because it was 90 seconds, so that would have dropped the car a lot further down. And Delaplanque finished 2nd in the class, but we'll have to wait for our official timekeepers to tell us whether the 90-second penalty.
But it was but it was a lap down on the number 22. So 90 seconds is not enough for this difference. I think that it's quite probable that Carlos Barbo and Diogo Matos won its GT2 class.
Yes, I think that's very likely. So the class winners, obviously the overall winner, number 70, wins class GT5. The number 68 Jaguar E-Type of Leon Eberling and Christian Schodel wins class GT4. GT2 we think was won by the Elan, even with that penalty, which was started by Carlos Barbo and taken over by Diogo Matos. That wins GT2. In GT3 it looks like the winner is number 161, which is Serge Liebens from Belgium in the Austin Healey 3000. Car number 161 wins class GT3. And those are all the classes we had in that race. So those are our class winners as well. Well, the scene on the camera now, Adelino, looks wonderful with the darkness descended upon you over there in Portugal and the lights flashing on the recovery vehicle in the pit lane and the red lights on. It looks really spectacular.
Yes, it does, and it should be rightly crowded now with cars. They'll go to the Parc Fermé, the closed park, after the race. So they should be turning right. I think you can see them turning right just before that building, the white building, and they will go to Parc Fermé. And only the first three will stop at the pits. The winner is being congratulated. A well-deserved win.
An excellent drive from the Francis in the winning car. And as you say, rightly being congratulated by members of their team. And that confirms that it was Pierre Alain who took over from his dad, who is patting him on the back there, Erwin France, who started the car, and Pierre Alain, who finished it and had that wonderful battle with Nicky Pastorelli in the car that was started by David Hart, taken over by Nicky Pastorelli, and in third place, the car that was started by Olivier Gallon and taken over by Javier Gallon, finished in third, all in Shelby Cobras.
We should have the podium. While we wait, shall we start talking a bit about tomorrow? We will start the live transmission earlier. We will start at 9 o'clock, perhaps a few minutes before 9 o'clock. And we will have the greatest trophy race, the second race of this series, dedicated to the great names of sports car building, like Ferrari, Maserati, Porsche. Like we did again. We hope that there's also a very good race with no incidents, and a bit more of competition would be nice. Then we would have bike exhibition, some very interesting motorcycles here at Estoril. It's actually one of the things that are cherished by the event. And I think that we have Rui again with an interview of the winners of the race. Rui?
Yes, for sure, I will try to talk to the winners of the race. It was a fantastic race. After 2 hours, only 1.192 seconds between the first two. It's amazing. It's not an endurance race, but a sprint race. Almost I'll try to talk with one of the drivers. Ewan, please. Yes. A fantastic race, 2 hours, and at the end, less than 2 seconds. This is endurance, not sprint racing.
Yeah, well, nowadays I think it's like sprint racing, because we are flat all the time. We try to do our best all the time, and so I think the competition is very hard now, because we have a lot of good competitors now. So I think the 60s is a very, very good race for fun and for competitions. So.
And the strategy was to be flat out from the beginning?
Yeah, because I had a lot of time to keep up, to try to come back, and so I was flat all the time. So because it was very hard with the car, so I tried to manage a little bit the car as I can, but I was flat all the time, trying to brake a little bit earlier, because the brakes was very, very low. But yeah, it was flat all the time.
And very fun to drive for 2 hours here in this special track also.
Oh yeah. The track is amazing. I love the track. With these cars, it's very fun to ride. And yeah, the competition was very great today.
Okay, thank you, Ewan. Thank you. A great victory for Team France, as I can say, family France. It was a France affair, but most of all a Shelby Cobra affair, with the first 3 cars being named after that special name, Carroll Shelby. It was a great race at the end, less than 2 seconds. It tells it all for those who are watching the race at home. Unfortunately, no people, we are not allowed to have public this weekend here at Estoril, but for those who were at home watching this fantastic race, it was 2 hours well spent, no doubt about it. And tomorrow, as you were saying, we'll have another race day, perfect race day for sure. The sun will be shining again, and Estoril will be the perfect scenario for a great day of racing from tomorrow. This was the last race of the day, finishing already at night, but a great race, the best race at the end of the day for sure. And no matter what happened throughout 2 hours, but at the end it was a flat-out race, as Ewan said.
Rui, thank you again for a stellar job. We are hoping for much more of that tomorrow. Alistair, what shall we say? A balance of this first day of Estoril Classics.
Well, it was wonderful to see the racing on track. I mean, that final race really was the icing on the cake. It was a tremendous 2-hour race, but to see the Classic Grand Prix cars out on track as well was wonderful. And we'll see those cars again tomorrow. We won't see the 60s Endurance again tomorrow, but we will be seeing our touring cars, which will be wonderful on track. We've got the Heritage Touring Cup and also your own Iberian historic endurance racing, which is the final race of the weekend. So very much looking forward to tomorrow. We're back on air at just before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to prepare for the Greatest Trophy.
Well, that's it then. We hope that you can follow us tomorrow again for a full day of racing at Estoril Classics. And I think that more than words, we shall leave you with the headlights of this final race of the day, where you can see, well, the best race of the day was the final one, and we'll leave you with the highlights of this race. And we hope to catch up with you tomorrow, a little bit before 9 o'clock. Thank you very much. And
thank you from the UK, and we'll see you tomorrow.
should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that, whether catching the waves or laying by a pool, whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether simple or sophisticated. Why not just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you? It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path. Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that, whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon, whether catching the waves or laying by a pool, whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace, whether by car or by foot, whether simple or sophisticated. Why not just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you? It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.